Nonsense. Xiaoyilun was shocked by Gu Ning's words and snapped at her loudly in humiliation. His shout attracted a lot of attention from passers-by, so Xiaoyilun felt very embarrassed. Luckily, they weren't on a main road, or there would be more onlookers, which would be more embarrassing. Gu Ning didn't feel embarrassed, because she was much more mature. When they talked with each other, Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai couldn't hear them, but they heard Xiaoyilun's angry shout. Bailey Zhongxue, on the other hand, could hear their conversation from the beginning to the end, so she felt amused when Gu Ning deliberately embarrassed Xiaoyilun. She understood that Gu Ning was just joking, and she didn't think Xiaoyilun really liked Leng shouting. That man obviously came to argue with Gu Ning, said Bailey Zhongxue. However, Xiaoyilun wouldn't succeed. Bailey Zhongxue wasn't worried about that at all. Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai agreed with her. Although they didn't know what grudge Xiaoyilun had against Gu Ning, they hated those who came to argue with Gu Ning. Therefore, Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai began to look at Xiaoyilun unkindly. Since it's not you who admires him from afar, why do you want me to leave him? There must be a reason, right? Gu Ning asked lazily, arms crossed over her chest. Because you don't deserve him, said Xiaoyilun. He stared at Gu Ning disdainfully. Oh? If I don't deserve him, who deserves him? Asked Gu Ning. My older sister, said Xiaoyilun. Who's your older sister? Gu Ning was displeased. Did another woman fall in love with Leng shouting? You don't need to know that. My older sister grew up with shouting. She has tried very hard to win his heart. You can't steal him away from my older sister, Xiaoyilun angrily criticized. PFFTTT. Gu Ning snorted with laughter. There were always dramatic love stories. She just learned about Miao Jingjing's dramatic love story a few days ago, and now it happened to her. Are you a college student? Asked Gu Ning. Xiaoyilun was struck dumb by Gu Ning's sudden question, but he still replied, yeah. Since you're a college student, why are you still so childish? Gu Ning laughed at him. What? How dare you say that? Xiaoyilun lost his temper. More passers-by turned to look at him this time. PFFTTT. Bailey Zhongxue and the other girls snorted with laughter again. Several onlookers also tooted, which angered Xiaoyilun. He then blamed Gu Ning for it. If it hadn't been for her, he wouldn't have been embarrassed in public twice. Therefore, Xiaoyilun glared at Gu Ning. Right when he was about to criticize Gu Ning opened her mouth first. If you're not childish, you should know you can't force a man to love a certain woman. If Leng Shouting liked your older sister, he would have chosen her. You said your older sister has tried very hard to win his heart. That's what your older sister has done, but it doesn't mean that Leng Shouting has to accept her. Leng Shouting can choose on his own. Do you want to force him to make the choice? Do you think you can do that? You can put yourself in his shoes. If you don't like a girl who admires you, but the girl blames you for not accepting her and even goes to hurt the one you love, what will you think? You said I stole Leng Shouting, but it was Leng Shouting who pursued me. I didn't steal him away, and it's not up to you whether I deserve Leng Shouting or not. Love is unconditional. Only snobbish people care more about one's family background than affection. The Leng family already accepted me. Who do you think you are? If you are unsatisfied, go to argue with the Leng family or Leng Shouting about it. Stop blaming me for it. Gu Ning defended herself. Xiaoyilun didn't know what to say all of a sudden. He had to admit that Gu Ning was right and he actually agreed with her. Xiaoyi admired Leng Shouting and tried very hard to win his heart, but it didn't mean Leng Shouting had to accept her. Xiaoyilun personally wouldn't accept a girl he disliked. And if the girl dared to hurt the one he loved because of that, he would be mad too. It was also true that love was unconditional and money wasn't everything. Moreover, the Leng family already accepted Gu Ning, and his opinion wasn't important at all. He definitely didn't dare to argue with Leng Shouting or the Leng family. Seeing that Xiaoyilun remained silent, Gu Ning understood that he was convinced. In that case, he wasn't a selfish man. He just couldn't accept the fact and needed help to understand it. And because Xiaoyilun figured it out, he finally realized that it was impulsive to have come to argue with Gu Ning. He was worried that Gu Ning might tell Leng Shouting and the Leng family about what he had done today, and his family might be affected. What else do you want to say? If there is anything, I'm willing to talk. If not, I need to leave now. My friends are waiting for me, said Guning. Xiaoyilun didn't answer right away and hesitated. Although he didn't know what he could say at this moment, he was still reluctant to accept the result. After all, he cared about his older sister. His older sister liked Leng Xiaoting so much, but Leng Xiaoting already had a fiancé. It was hard for him to accept it. Anything else? Guning asked when Xiaoyilun hesitated to say anything. Xiaoyilun took a deep breath and said, "Not at all." He wanted to say something, but didn't know what he could say. Xiaoyi had known Leng Xiaoting for so long. If they could be together, they would have gotten together long ago. Xiaoyi failed to win Leng Xiaoting's heart because Leng Xiaoting didn't have special feelings for her. It wasn't Gu Ning's fault. Therefore, he couldn't blame Gu Ning for it. In fact, Gu Ning didn't know who his older sister was at all. Actually, Gu Ning knew Xiaoyi, but didn't know that Xiaoyi was his older sister. Although they had the same surname of Xie, there were too many people who had the surname Xie. Gu Ning didn't connect him with Xiaoyi just because they shared the same surname. "Great, I need to go now," said Gu Ning, then turned around and walked away. "Wait a second." Xiaoyilun stopped her at once. Gu Ning stopped and asked, "What? Please don't tell Xiaoting and the Leng family that I came to see you today," said Xiaoyilun, feeling a little embarrassed. He didn't think too much when he came here, but now he regretted doing that. "Sure," said Gu Ning. Even if Xiaoyilun didn't say that, Gu Ning had no intention of telling Leng Xiaoting and the Leng family about it. After all, Xiaoyilun wasn't dumb, and he stopped arguing with her once he was convinced. Hearing Gu Ning's reply, Xiaoyilun felt relieved. After that, Gu Ning left. "Gu Ning, why did Xiaoyilun come to argue with you?" When Gu Ning went back to Song Miaoge and her other friends, Song Miaoge asked her about that. "Well, he just asked me some questions," said Gu Ning. "All right." Because Gu Ning didn't tell them the details, they didn't ask further about it. Bailey Zhongxue had heard their whole conversation, but wouldn't tell them. "Oh, since you know him, you must know who his older sister is, right?" Gu Ning asked Song Miaoge. She was curious to know who Xiaoyilun's older sister was. Of course, Xiaoyilun's older sister is Xiaoyi. She's a very outstanding woman as well. She was promoted to lieutenant at a very young age, said Song Miaoge. Song Miaoge admired Xiaoyi to some extent, because she used to dream about joining the army and having her own career like Xiaoyi. However, her family didn't allow her to do that, so she had to give it up. "Oh, it's her." Gu Ning nodded. Because Gu Ning didn't know that Xiaoyi had already given up on Leng Xiaoting, she wasn't sure whether Xiaoyilun came to argue with her today because Xiaoyi told him to do so, or because it was Xiaoyilun's own idea. Anyway, it didn't cause a serious problem, so Gu Ning didn't bother to punish them or tell Leng Xiaoting about it. "Do you know Xiaoyi too?" Song Miaoge asked. "I've met her, but we're not familiar," said Gu Ning. Song Miaoge opened her mouth and wanted to ask Gu Ning about something, but didn't do it in the end because she didn't want to embarrass Gu Ning. Song Miaoge actually wanted to know whether Xiaoyilun coming to see her today had something to do with Xiaoyi, but it should be the case. Otherwise, Gu Ning wouldn't have asked her about Xiaoyilun's older sister. After Gu Ning was gone, Xiaoyilun went back to his car and called Xiaoyi. Although he was worried that Xiaoyi might be very sad if she learned that Leng Xiaoting already had a fiancé, he thought it was better for her to know now. Otherwise, she wouldn't ever get over it. It was better to deal with painful things quickly. After finding out that Leng Xiaoting was already engaged, she could give up on him and turn to other men. At this moment, Xiaoyi had just finished training and went back to her dorm room. She decided to take a shower and go for a meal afterwards, but her phone rang all of a sudden. Seeing that it was her younger brother, she put on an unusually gentle smile. "What's up?" She picked it up. Xiaoyilun decided to tell her the bad news, but felt reluctant to break her heart. "What happened? Just tell me." Xiaoyi lost her patience. As a soldier, she was always decisive and hated mumbling. Precisely because of that, she gave Leng Xiaoting up once she learned that he was already engaged, but it took time for her to get over him. She was decisive, but she wasn't indifferent. If she was indifferent, she wouldn't have fallen in love with Leng shouting. After all, it was very difficult for a person who was indifferent to fall in love. Xia Iluan understood his older sister's character very well, so he stopped hesitating and said, I heard that Leng shouting is already engaged. Hearing that, Xia Yi was struck dumb for a second, but then replied in a flat voice, Oh, I know. What? You know? Xia Iluan was astonished. I knew a long time ago, and I already gave him up. You don't need to be worried about me. Don't go to see Gu Ning because of it. Xia Yi also knew her younger brother's character very well. Although Xia Iluan wasn't a bad man, he was very protective of her. Once he lost control of his emotions, he could be unreasonable, so she was worried that he might go to argue with Gu Ning. Xia Iluan felt a little guilty, because he had already argued with Gu Ning, but he wouldn't admit it. Therefore, he only gave a light response and agreed. However, he didn't believe that Xia Yi really got over it, so he asked with concern, Did you really get over it? Yes. All right, I need to take a shower and go eat now. I'll go back home tomorrow morning. Xia Yi was unwilling to talk about it with Xia Iluan. She already gave Leng shouting up, but she still couldn't forget him. She would still be affected when she talked about Leng shouting. Fine. Since Xia Yi didn't want to talk about it, Xia Iluan stopped asking her. It would only upset her if he continued on that topic. After hanging up, Xia Yi had an absent look for a few minutes before coming back to her senses and going to take a shower. Gu Ning didn't spend much time arguing with Xia Iluan, but when they arrived at the restaurant, Chu Peihan and the others were there too. After that, they began to order. They were all at the same age and Gu Ning's friends, and they had met a few times before, so they weren't strangers. After a short while, they started joking with each other. Oh, what do you plan to do during the vacation? Song Miaoga asked them. I'll go back to my hometown. I won't come again until the next semester begins, said Bailey Zongxue. We'll go home too, and we'll meet again after the vacation is over, said Chu Peihan. The shooting of Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower would begin after the New Year festival was over, and the new semester would begin too by then. She would come to the capital at that time, otherwise it would be very boring. She could at least meet with Su Anya, Hao Ran, and her other friends at home. I'll stay in the capital. I won't go anywhere, said Zhang Zikai. I'll go back to City B in a few days. If there is nothing to deal with in the capital, I'll spend the New Year festival in City B, said Gu Ning. Her home was in City B after all, not in City F. Where her parents were was where her home was. Oh, you're always so busy. Her friends were amazed by Gu Ning's busy schedule. At such a young age, she had to manage so many things. Although Gu Ning was very outstanding, it didn't mean her work was easy. After dinner, they went to have fun in a bar, and ended up going home at 11 p.m. Gu Ning went back to Century City this time. She wanted to go to stay in the Sihiyuan because Jing Yunyao and Miao Jingjing were staying there recently, but it was very late. She was alone and didn't want to go to Mountain River Garden, so she directly took Bailey Zongxue back to Century City. Back in Century City, Zi Beiying and the others were still awake and were having a barbecue. Seeing that Gu Ning was back, Zi Beiying was slightly surprised and invited Gu Ning to enjoy the barbecue with them. Gu Ning was hungry, so she joined them. Gu Ning, drink with me. They don't drink and it's boring to drink alone, said Zi Beiying. She felt she had to drink when she was having a barbecue. Mengda and Nan were bodyguards, so they couldn't drink when they were on duty in case something happened. Although accidents weren't likely to happen, they could never be too careful, so they always obeyed the rules. If they were in the Zi family's house, they didn't need to be worried. Actually, they often drank with Zi Beiying when they were free. They could actually drink a lot. In order to avoid causing any trouble if they had to drink by accident, they were trained to drink when they were becoming bodyguards. Sure. Gu Ning accepted Zi Beiying's invitation. They didn't drink much and only got a little drunk. The next day, it was a good day, so Gu Ning went to run after she got up. Zi Beiying joined her. After running, they went to have breakfast. Gu Ning actually wanted to rest for a while before going to the Sihiyuan, but Zi Beiying invited her to hang out together. It was rare for her to see Gu Ning, and Gu Ning was on vacation now. Although she had other friends like Xia Maichi and Su Qinin in the capital as well, They needed to work and weren't free. So Zibang had to spend most of her time with Mengda and Nan, and because Mengda and Nan had been by her side for years, she felt a little bored being with them now. Gu Ning wasn't in a rush to go to the Sihiyuan, and she indeed hadn't had fun with Zibang for a long time, so she agreed. Walking around in a shopping mall, it was easy to run into familiar faces. Shortly after Gu Ning and Zibang walked into the shopping mall, they met someone familiar. It was someone Zibang knew, but it was a stranger to Gu Ning. It was a man about 27 years old. He was handsome but looked a little haggard. There was a woman next to him. She was beautiful but seemed to be a hooker. That was the first impression Gu Ning and Zibang had of her. But they wouldn't say it aloud. If they judged the woman from her appearance, it would be offensive. However, when Zibang saw the man, she was mad and showed an obvious hatred. She was obviously reluctant to see him. As soon as the man saw Zibang, he panicked a little and got rid of the woman's arm, as if he didn't want Zibang to misunderstand them. He didn't want to cause any misunderstandings. Therefore, right after he got rid of the woman's arm, he walked to Zibang and said, "Hi, Baying, what a coincidence. This is my cousin. My mom asked me to shop with her." As he was talking with Zibang, he sized up Gu Ning and was stunned by her beauty. In fact, he was leering at Gu Ning, which was quite disgusting. "Oh," said Zibang. She wasn't interested at all. Without delay, she pulled Gu Ning and wanted to leave. The man, however, thought that Zibang was mad and stopped her at once. "Baying, I wasn't lying," he explained. "Mr. Lu, I don't care whether you are lying or not. I'm gonna shop with my friend. Please move out of my way," said Zibang coldly, curbing her anger. This man was a friend of Xiamaichi's friend, and they had gathered together several times before. So Zibang didn't want to embarrass him. "Baying, Lu Jinglang was displeased with Zibang's cold attitude towards him. He felt that he had been very sincere and chased Zibang for a long time, but Zibang still gave him a cold shoulder. Before Lu Jinglang could finish, Zibang interrupted. "Mr. Lu, it's totally up to you how you want to treat me, but you can't ask me to treat you in a certain way. You're just a friend of my friend. Please don't make me hate you." Hearing that, Lu Jinglang became angrier. When he was about to say something, the woman next to him opened her mouth first. "Come on. It's your honor that Lu likes you. How dare you say that to Lu? Who do you think you are?" The woman angrily criticized Zibang. She actually dreamed about becoming Lu Jinglang's girlfriend, but she failed. However, it wasn't a bad thing that she could get some money from Lu Jinglang by being his sex partner. Zibang, on the other hand, rejected Lu Jinglang when he chased her. It was completely insane in the woman's eyes. "Who do you think you are? You have no position to judge me. I indeed dislike him, and to be honest with you, my boyfriend is much better than him." Zibang turned to glare at the woman. The woman was annoying and tried to humiliate her, so Zibang wouldn't tolerate it. "You?" The woman was scared and didn't know what to say all of a sudden. Lu Jinglang knew that Zibang already had a boyfriend, but he didn't know who the man was. In fact, he didn't care whether she had a boyfriend or not. He would pursue the woman he liked whether the woman had a boyfriend or not. He only stayed away from married women. Actually, he would only have sex with them. If his friends learned that he got together with a married woman, he would become a joke and he was reluctant to embarrass himself. However, if he could steal a girl away from another man, he would be very proud because it proved that he was very charming. Nowadays, almost everyone had dated and slept with a few men or women before. Lu Jinglang couldn't care less about it, since he had slept with countless women. He only needed the woman to sleep with only him after becoming his girlfriend. As for himself, he wouldn't stop playing around. He always said that every man plays around. One could steal a horse while another could not look over a hedge. Lu Jinglang was a stereotypical playboy and he was a bad man. Once he heard that Zibang's boyfriend was much better than him, he was angered. He really wanted to know who Zibang's boyfriend was. "Since you said that your boyfriend is much better than me, tell me who he is. Do I know him? If he's really much better than me, he must be one of the heirs in high society in the capital. I might not know every important heir in the capital, But I do know most of them, said Lu Jinglang. Lu Jinglang deliberately said that Zi Beiying's boyfriend must be an heir in the capital, because he honestly didn't believe it. He simply wanted to embarrass Zi Beiying. Although Zi Beiying was very beautiful, she was from another city. She had no business or connections in the capital, so it was impossible that she could know quality men. Even if she managed to meet them, quality men wouldn't choose her. Nowadays, a beautiful appearance wasn't rare, and one's family background weighed a lot. And given Xia Maiqi's family background, it was very lucky that they could meet him. So he refused to believe that Zi Beiying could know someone better than him. His family wasn't one of the richest families in the capital, but it was also very rich. The woman next to Lu Jinglang got excited once she heard that he knew 2/3 of the important heirs in the capital. If Lu Jinglang could introduce one of them to her, her dream would come true. However, she knew it was impossible. She wasn't Lu Jinglang's girlfriend. She was kept by him as a sex partner. He wouldn't introduce her to another wealthy man. If other wealthy men knew he did that, they would be mad at him. Lu Jinglang was reluctant to ruin his relationship with them. Since you want to know, I can tell you now. In order to stop Lu Jinglang from bothering her, Zi Beiying said, "His name is Su Jinshan." What? Hearing that, Lu Jinglang was shocked. He had definitely heard of Su Jinshan, but Su Jinshan didn't know him. However, how did Zi Beiying manage to get Su Jinshan's liking? She must be lying. Lu Jinglang didn't believe that Zi Beiying could become Su Jinshan's girlfriend. Ridiculous. Do you think I'll believe it? Su Jinshan is far out of your league. It's impossible that he would choose you. Lu Jinglang sneered and humiliated Zi Beiying. The woman next to Lu Jinglang had also heard of Su Jinshan's name, and she rounded her eyes in shock too. Although it wasn't proven yet, she still got jealous of Zi Beiying. Both of them were women, but Zi Beiying was a lot luckier than her. Zi Beiying didn't only attract Lu Jinglang's attention, but also became Su Jinshan's girlfriend. Being questioned by Lu Jinglang, Zi Beiying wasn't mad. She only felt that Lu Jinglang was ridiculously funny. So she sneered. "You can go to ask Xia Maiqi about it if you don't believe me." Although in Lu Jinglang's eyes, there was a huge gap between him and Su Jinshan, Zi Beiying felt her family and Su Jinshan's family enjoyed the same high status. In fact, the Zi family was more influential than the Su family to some extent. After all, the Zi family was involved in legal and illegal businesses. Whether it was the authorities or the rich, they had to respect the Zi family. Therefore, Zi Beiying didn't think that she was showing off when she told other people that her boyfriend was Su Jinshan. If she told them her family background, she would really be showing off. Lu Jinglang was disappointed. Could it really be true? If not, Zi Beiying wouldn't tell him to ask Xia Maiqi about it. If it was true, would Su Jinshan punish him for chasing and bothering Zi Beiying? Lu Jinglang was very scared of Su Jinshan. No, it was impossible. He still refused to believe that Zi Beiying's boyfriend was Su Jinshan. Zi Beiying had a close relationship with Xia Maiqi, so Xia Maiqi would surely lie for her. Although Lu Jinglang tried to deny it, he was mostly convinced. It was just hard for him to accept it. At this time, Su Qinyin arrived. Zi Beiying had called Su Qinyin to shop together, but Su Qinyin was delayed and came a while later. "Hi, Beiying, Guning Nan." Upon seeing them, Su Qinyin ran over. Su Qinyin didn't know Lu Jinglang, but Lu Jinglang knew her and had actually seen Su Qinyin more times than he had seen Su Jinshan. He had only met Su Jinshan twice at parties, because Su Jinshan rarely took part in an event. Su Qinyin, on the other hand, was present very often, so he was able to see her more often. However, they had only seen each other before, and he didn't dare to strike up a conversation with her due to the huge gap between their status. As a result, when Lu Jinglang saw Su Qinyin's attitude towards Zi Beiying, he realized that Zi Beiying told the truth, but it wasn't easy for him to accept it. Even if the woman next to Lu Jinglang didn't know Su Qinyin, she could see that Zi Beiying was really Su Jinshan's girlfriend given Lu Jinglang's reaction. Therefore, she was filled with jealousy. "Your friend." Su Qinyin gave a glance at Lu Jinglang. "No, we should go now," said Zi Beiying. Then she ignored Lu Jinglang and left with her friends. Su Qinyin could see that something unpleasant had happened between them, but it wasn't the right time to ask about that now, so she walked away first. Lu Jinglang didn't dare to stop them this time, because he was unwilling to offend the Su family. Now, he was only worried that Zi Bang might tell Su Jinshan about what he had done today. If Su Jinshan learned about his behavior, he might be punished. At this moment, Lu Jinglang was irritated, so he directly walked out, leaving the woman behind. The woman understood that Lu Jinglang was in a terrible mood now, and didn't dare to bother him. She was quite upset that Lu Jinglang didn't buy clothes and bags for her, but she was more afraid that he might dump her. If she was dumped, she might not be able to find a more generous boyfriend than Lu Jinglang. Lu Jinglang wasn't only generous, he was also very good in bed, so she was reluctant to leave him. She hated pleasing rich, old men who were mean and bad in bed, and she had to pretend to enjoy having sex with them. What happened? Su Qinin asked when they had walked away. Just a friend of my friend. I met him a few times, but we aren't familiar. He's a terrible man, so I don't want to talk to him, said Zi Bang. Su Qinin wasn't born yesterday, so Zi Bang couldn't fool her by saying that nothing had happened. Oh, I see. Su Qinin accepted her explanation. They walked around until it was time for lunch. After having lunch, they continued to shop. All women like shopping. Whether they lacked clothes or not, they always needed more. After shopping for hours, all of them bought some clothes, shoes, or jewelry. Although Guning had her own garment shop, it didn't mean she had to wear Gufan all the time. She would get bored if she wore the same brand for a long time. As for jewelry, Guning wasn't very interested in it. She had a whole set of jade jewelry made from the king's green, but she only wore the necklace. Leng Xiaoting also sent her a lot of jewelry, but she felt it wasn't convenient to wear bracelets. After all, she often fought with other people, and the bracelets could be easily broken. Therefore, Gu Ning put them in her telepathic eye space, and would wear them when it was necessary. Whenever they walked around in a shopping mall, they often ran into familiar faces. Zi Bang met someone she knew earlier, and now Su Qinin saw some acquaintances. In a luxury jewelry store, they met a mother and a daughter. Because the woman took very good care of her skin, she looked much younger than her age. Her daughter was at the same age as Su Qinin. Oh, hi. Qinin, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. The woman greeted Su Qinin with a broad smile once she saw her. Then she turned to look at Gu Ning and Zi Bang. She was amazed by the two beautiful girls. Although she had seen many pretty girls before, Gu Ning and Zi Bang were prettier than any of the girls she had ever met, so she was surprised by their astounding beauty. However, when the woman's daughter saw Zi Bang and Gu Ning, she looked jealous. She was beautiful too, but her appearance showed what kind of person she was, and she looked a little mean. Besides, the jealousy in her eyes proved that she wasn't a kind and friendly person. Nice people wouldn't show obvious jealousy just because other people were better than them. Only mean people hated being overshadowed. Hi, Qinin. The young girl greeted Su Qinin. Her voice was very gentle, but sounded insincere. Hi, Mrs. Yao Liwei. Su Qinin politely greeted them. The Yao family and Su Qinin's family were familiar, so they weren't strangers. How are your mother and aunt doing recently? Asked Mrs. Yao. They are very well, said Su Qinin. Your cousin Jinshan is still single. I bet your aunt must be very anxious about that, right? Mrs. Yao asked with concern, but she was actually trying to get some useful information. Zi Bang frowned. She understood why Mrs. Yao asked that question, and so did Gu Ning. Su Qinin wasn't dumb either, and knew what Mrs. Yao wanted to hear. Right when Su Qinin was about to say something, Mrs. Yao continued. Although Jinshan is still young, many people at his age already have a girlfriend or boyfriend. It's understandable that your aunt is worried about Jinshan's future. I can understand your aunt, because Li Wei is also single and she's already 25 this year. At the beginning, Zi Bang and Gu Ning weren't sure of Mrs. Yao's intention, but now they figured out that she wanted Su Jinshan to be her daughter's boyfriend. Zi Bang was a little displeased, but wasn't mad. After all, Mrs. Yao didn't know that Su Jinshan already had a girlfriend and the girl was her. Even if she was aware of it, it wouldn't change anything because Su Jinshan disliked Yao Liwei. Thank you so much for your care about Jinshin, Mrs. Yao. Actually, Jinshin already has a girlfriend, and my aunt is very satisfied with his choice, said Su Qinin. She knew that Mrs. Yao wanted Su Jinshin to be Yao Liwei's boyfriend, and Yao Liwei had tried to attract Su Jinshin's attention. Unfortunately, Su Jinshin had no interest in Yao Liwei. Su Qinin had a good impression of Yao Liwei, but it was Su Jinshin's personal affair after all. As an outsider, she couldn't interfere. All the families that were familiar with the Su family had tried to introduce their daughters to Su Jinshin, because Su Jinshin was the only single man in the Su family. Su Qinin's own younger brother was too young and wasn't an adult yet, so her younger brother wasn't their focus. Because they were in the same circle, the Su family didn't stop them from introducing girls to Su Jinshin, but it was up to Su Jinshin whether he wanted to choose a girlfriend from among them. If either of them was unwilling to be together, their parents wouldn't force them. Yao Liwei had failed to attract Su Jinshin's attention, but she didn't give up. After all, Su Jinshin was very outstanding in almost every aspect. She could hardly give him up. Hearing the news, Mrs. Yao and Yao Liwei were upset. What? Jinshin already has a girlfriend, Mrs. Yao exclaimed. She couldn't accept it, but she immediately realized that she shouldn't forget her manners, so she acted happy for older Mrs. Su. Oh, I'm so happy for your aunt. But who is Jinshin's girlfriend? My younger sister-in-law wasn't born in the capital, but Singapore, said Su Qinin. She directly addressed Zi Beiying as her sister-in-law, which meant the Su family already accepted Zi Beiying. Mrs. Yao and Yao Liwei understood why Su Qinin said that, and were very disappointed. Oh, what does her family do? Asked Mrs. Yao. She wanted to know whether the girl's family was more influential than the Yao family. If not, it would be harder for her to accept the result. If it was, she would feel better. Su Qinin understood what Mrs. Yao wanted to know, but she actually didn't know much about Zi Beiying's family. She only knew that Zi Beiying's family wasn't worse than the Su family, so she said, I don't know much, but I'm sure my younger sister-in-law's family is no worse than our family. My aunt even said that it's Jinshin's honor that he can win the girl's heart. Su Qinin wasn't deliberately lavishing praise on Zi Beiying's family, but she wanted to make Mrs. Yao give up. Mrs. Yao and Yao Liwei were surprised. Since the girl's family wasn't worse than the Su family, they couldn't judge. Well, love is unconditional. I don't think it's anyone's honor. It's not a business alliance after all, said Yao Liwei at this moment. She sounded as if she was defending Su Jinshin's relationship with his girlfriend, but she was actually implying that Su Jinshin got together with his girlfriend for the girl's family background. Afterwards, she asked, I bet Jinshin's girlfriend must be very pretty. He's extraordinarily handsome after all. Yao Liwei's words were contradictory. Su Qinin didn't think much about that, but Zi Beiying and Guning understood her implication. Therefore, Zi Beiying said, If you think love is unconditional, why do you care about appearance? Don't you think neither family background nor appearance is important as long as there is true love? Hearing that, Su Qinin suddenly realized that Yao Liwei's words weren't right, but she wasn't sure whether Yao Liwei did it on purpose. Anyway, she had a good impression of Yao Liwei, so she was unwilling to think of her as a bad person. Yao Liwei was displeased when Zi Beiying embarrassed her. How could this woman easily see through her? She's my younger sister-in-law. Liwei, do you think she matches Jinshin? Su Qinin said, pointing at Zi Beiying. What? Both Mrs. Yao and Yao Liwei were astonished. To their surprise, this woman turned out to be Su Jinshin's girlfriend. All of a sudden, they felt embarrassed for what they just said. They just asked about Zi Beiying's family background and appearance right in front of her. It was really embarrassing, and Zi Beiying was extremely beautiful. She and Su Jinshin were a perfect couple. Nice to meet you. Zi Beiying politely greeted Mrs. Yao and Yao Liwei, but the meaningful smile on her face made them feel more embarrassed. They felt as if they made a joke of themselves. Anyway, Zi Beiying greeted them of her own accord, so they had to respond, or they would seem rude. Therefore, Mrs. Yao and Yao Liwei forced a smile and nicely replied to Zi Beiying. Nice to meet you. They seemed polite on the surface, but they were actually very displeased. Yao Liwei was extremely jealous of Zi Beiying now, because Zi Beiying was prettier than her and was born in a more influential family. She also became Su Jinshan's girlfriend. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Yao Liwei. I think I need to go now," said Su Qinin. She didn't want to waste more time on them. "Sure, see you." Mrs. Yao felt embarrassed, so she didn't stop them from leaving. She actually hoped that they could leave as soon as possible. After that, Su Qinin and the others walked away. When they were far away, Gu Ning complained. "Well, we've encountered a lot of drama today." Lu Jinglang stood in their way first. Then Mrs. Yao and Yao Liwei showed up. Coincidentally, all of them had something to do with Zi Beiying and Su Jinshan. "Life is full of drama." Zi Beiying agreed with Gu Ning. Love stories were always dramatic. A person might have many admirers, but he or she would only have one love. Therefore, some people would be happy while some were doomed to be hurt. Su Qinin didn't know what had happened before she came, but she indeed felt Mrs. Yao and Yao Liwei were really funny, so she didn't ask them about the other drama. After Gu Ning and the others walked away, Yao Liwei complained. "Su Qinin must have done that on purpose. She didn't tell us that woman is Su Jinshan's girlfriend, so we were very embarrassed." In fact, Yao Liwei never liked Su Qinin and was very jealous of her. However, she wanted to leave a good impression on the Su family, so she forced herself to be nice to Su Qinin. She thought that Su Qinin deliberately embarrassed them, but she didn't have evidence. She simply disliked Su Qinin and blamed her for it. "I don't think so. Qinin wouldn't do something like that." Mrs. Yao disagreed. Because she met Su Qinin more often than Yao Liwei did, she knew that the Su family's members weren't bad people. In addition, she wasn't biased against Su Qinin, so she could think normally about this matter. She didn't see that Su Qinin did it on purpose. Instead, they said something they shouldn't have said aloud, so they were the unreasonable ones. Mrs. Yao was more mature than her daughter. Yao Liwei was unhappy that her mother defended Su Qinin. She wanted to argue with her mother, but gave up in the end. Although it was impossible for her to be together with Su Jinshan now, the Yao family still had to maintain their relationship with the Su family, so she couldn't publicly criticize Su Qinin no matter how much she was displeased. If other people heard them, it would damage their reputation. "Well, Su Jinshan is indeed a quality man, but we can't force him to choose you. You've known each other for so long. If you could become his girlfriend, you would have been together with him a long time ago. So don't think too much about it now. You'll find you're Mr. Right." Mrs. Yao comforted Yao Liwei, hoping that she wouldn't be too sad. Mrs. Yao had hoped that Yao Liwei could be together with Su Jinshan, but she didn't have much confidence. After all, the Yao family was hardly comparable to the Su family, so she didn't think it was very likely to happen. Therefore, she wasn't surprised by the fact that Su Jinshan already had a girlfriend. It was easier for her to accept it than it was for Yao Liwei. "I know," said Yao Liwei, but she sounded upset. She understood it very well, but she just couldn't control her emotions. When it was about 3 p.m., Gu Ning and her friends went back to their own homes. Su Qinin had another appointment in the afternoon, while Gu Ning needed to go to the Sihiyuan. Back in the Sihiyuan, only Shang Guanyang, Stone, and Lao Zhang were there. Jing Yunyao and Miao Jingjing went to work in the flower shop and would come home for dinner. Even if Miao Jingjing had almost made a full recovery, it was safer for her to stay in the Sihiyuan because she wasn't strong enough. She could also cultivate in the Sihiyuan. After Gu Ning went back to the Sihiyuan, she chatted with Shang Guanyang for a while, then went to see the tree vine in the backyard. Because it only had been a few days, the tree vine didn't have a big change, but it indeed changed a little. "My owner, when can you bring me to a place with thicker magical power?" Upon seeing Gu Ning, the tree vine asked. "Couldn't wait to go to the place where the magical power was thicker. You need to be patient. I'm busy these days. I can't bring you there yet," said Gu Ning. "Fine." The tree vine was slightly disappointed, but it had to accept it because Gu Ning wasn't free. Leng Xiaoting knew that Gu Ning finished her exam yesterday, so he came back this afternoon as well. Once Leng Xiaoting was back, Gu Ning told him that she was going to City B in the morning the day after tomorrow. This time, Leng Xiaoting couldn't go to City B with Gu Ning because he needed to deal with something else. He could only stay in the capital for 2 days if he didn't have sudden tasks. Therefore, he could only go visit Guman after she gave birth to the baby. Jing Yuniao would stay with Guman when Guman delivered, but she wouldn't go with Gu Ning when she leaves now. She would also go see Guman after the delivery. The Tang family didn't know about Jing Yuniao yet, so Gu Ning planned to introduce Jing Yuniao to the Tang family this time. Even if the fact that Jing Yuniao was Ling Xiaoting's mother was still a secret, Gu Ning would marry Ling Xiaoting sooner or later, so the Tang family would meet Jing Yuniao in the future. They would become a large family after all. Gu Ning told Ling Xiaoting about going to City B, and also told him about what had happened to Miao Jingjing. Knowing that Miao Jingjing had been kidnapped and almost died, Ling Xiaoting was mad. Although Ling Xiaoting rarely met Miao Jingjing and knew very little about her, since Jing Yuniao was friends with her, she was one of them. Ling Xiaoting might be unfamiliar with Miao Jingjing, but he still cared about her. Luckily, it was a blessing in disguise and the evil cultivator was already dead, so Ling Xiaoting's anger faded away. At 5:30 p.m., Jing Yuniao and Miao Jingjing got back. They chatted for a while, then went to have dinner. After dinner, they rested for half an hour, then Ling Xiaoting made an excuse and left with Gu Ning. They seldom met and they would separate in 2 days, so they had to make full use of the time they had together. Shang Guanyang and the others understood that they needed some private time, so nobody stopped them. However, right after Gu Ning and Ling Xiaoting walked out of the Sihiyuan, they sensed a cultivator nearby. Because Shang Guanyang had cast a spell on the Sihiyuan, even if there were cultivators outside, they couldn't sense the cultivators inside. Therefore, Gu Ning and Ling Xiaoting didn't sense a cultivator while in the Sihiyuan, but could when they left. Did the nearby cultivator come there coincidentally, or did the cultivator notice something different? Although average cultivators couldn't see any differences, cultivators at high levels could see the difference. In order to not expose themselves, Gu Ning and Ling Xiaoting immediately backed into the Sihiyuan once they sensed the cultivator. After that, Gu Ning used her jade eyes to look for the cultivator. She wanted to know whether she knew the cultivator. It was an old man about 70. He was wearing a beige traditional suit and was standing by the river, about 20 meters away from the Sihiyuan. This old man was a stranger to Gu Ning. He was staring at the direction of Gu Ning and Ling Xiaoting. With a frown, he seemed to carefully think about something. Obviously, he noticed the difference of this Sihiyuan. It was true that the old man found out that the Sihiyuan was different from other courtyards. He was at a high level, so he could see that the Sihiyuan had more than one spell cast on it. There was a spell on the Sihiyuan which stopped outsiders from sensing the cultivators inside. However, although the old man could see the difference of the Sihiyuan, he also realized that the master who cast the spells on the Sihiyuan was much stronger than him. As a result, he couldn't remove the spells. In fact, he had no intention of doing that because it was unnecessary. There was no reason for him to damage other people's work. Besides, there must be a master living inside. If he wanted to damage it, he might not succeed. Out of curiosity, the old man stopped there and observed the house carefully. He wanted to know who lived in it. He hadn't heard of any cultivators who were good at spells in the cultivation world, or perhaps he didn't know all the masters since he was in retreat for a long time. Actually, he just sensed the air of another cultivator, but it quickly disappeared. He bet the cultivator must have shown up for a very short while, then went inside again. The old man didn't think the cultivator discovered him, because the cultivator was at a lower level than him. And it was true that Ling Xiaoting didn't sense him, but Gu Ning did. Although Gu Ning was at a lower level, she had the blood of the phoenix in her body, so she was able to sense a cultivator at any level. However, if there was a long distance, she might not be able to. After the old man sensed the air of another cultivator who quickly disappeared, he felt as if someone was looking at him, and it came from the same direction. When he turned to look in that direction, he saw nothing but a wall. It aroused his curiosity. What was going on here? It was impossible for him to know that someone had a pair of jade eyes and could see him through the wall. Gu Ning's gaze fell on the old man for only a few seconds. As soon as she saw that the old man noticed what she was doing, she withdrew her sight. As a result, the old man thought it was just an illusion. Even if the old man noticed the difference of the Sihiyuan, it wouldn't be a big deal, because the whole cultivation world was aware of the existence of Shangguanyang. Once the old man learned that this house was Shangguanyang's residence, he would lose interest in it. Anyway, Gu Ning wouldn't allow him to discover her and Leng Xiaoting's real identity. Without delay, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went back to the hall. They told Shangguanyang and the others that there was a cultivator outside. Shangguanyang wasn't surprised that someone would notice the difference of the Sihiyuan. He never wanted to keep it a secret. He didn't think the spell he cast on the Sihiyuan was perfect, so he knew it would be noticed sooner or later. Because they didn't know whether the old man was a friend or an enemy, Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning disguised themselves as Qing Feng and Qing He in order to avoid meeting the old man. Lao Zhang left after making the meal, so Stone was the only mortal left in the house. Given the current situation, Leng Xiaoting needed him to leave, so he told Stone to take a few days off. Jing Yunyao and Miao Jingjing went directly back to their rooms. If the old man came in, they wouldn't appear. The old man had no malice for the people in the Sihiyuan, but he was very curious to know who was living there. Therefore, the old man decided to pay them a visit. Although it was an abrupt visit, he was unwilling to leave without figuring out who was living there. If there were familiar faces, it wouldn't be impolite. Accordingly, the old man walked to the front gate of the Sihiyuan and knocked on it. Gu Ning came to open the door. This time, she showed her level as the cultivator Qing He. Once the door opened, the old man said politely, "Miss, sorry to bother. I just passed by and could see that there are spells cast on this Sihiyuan. I thought that there must be people of my kind living in it, so I knocked on the door. Would you please introduce me to the master who cast the spells?" The old man didn't bother to hide his intention, because he wanted to show his sincerity. Moreover, he needed a good reason to get in the house. Nobody was stupid. If he lied, he would easily be seen through. "Since we are of the same kind, you are our guest. Please come in," Gu Ning said. She had a different appearance now, so she didn't mind meeting the old man. In addition, she could see that this old man was very kind, so there was no reason for her to be rude to him. "Thank you very much." The old man thanked her, then followed her inside. As soon as the old man entered the Sihiyuan, he was shocked, because it was filled with magical power. At this moment, the old man was even more impressed by the level of the master who cast the spells on this house. "Miss, may I know your name?" asked the old man. He was still very polite. He didn't think lightly of Gu Ning just because she was much younger than him. "My name is Qing He," said Gu Ning. "Qing He." The old man was surprised and asked, "Are you Senior Shangguan's disciple, Qing He?" He had heard about the kung fu competition held in the cultivation world last time, and was astonished by the fact that Shangguanyang was still alive. If Shangguanyang was the master who lived in this house, it wouldn't be surprising that this house was protected so well. "Yes," said Gu Ning. She wasn't surprised that this old man was aware of Shangguanyang's relationship with her. Hearing Gu Ning's answer, the old man got excited. "Oh, I didn't know it's Senior Shangguan who lives here. Since Senior Shangguan is here, I think I must see him." "Sir, do you know my master? What should I call you?" asked Gu Ning. "I'm the senior elder of Tiandazong, Yu Jianghong." Yu Jianghong introduced himself. "Oh, hi, Elder Yu, very honored to see you. When I visited the cultivation world last time, I heard you were on a retreat." Gu Ning was slightly surprised when she heard that the old man was the senior elder of Tiandazong. She could see that the old man was at a very high level, but she wasn't sure how high his level was. Therefore, she thought that this old man couldn't be an ordinary cultivator. But she didn't expect him to be an elder of Tiandazong. "Yeah, I was on a retreat and didn't come out until a few days ago," said Yu Jianghong. As they talked, Gu Ning brought Yu Jianghong to the living room. In the hall, only Shangguanyang and Leng Xiaoting were present. "Master, the guest is here," said Gu Ning. Yu Jianghong hadn't seen Shangguanyang in reality before, but he had seen Shangguanyang's photos, so he was sure that the person in front of him was Shangguanyang. "Honored to see you, Senior Shangguan. I'm the senior elder of Tiandazong, Yu Jianghong." Yu Jianghong bowed to Shangguanyang. Although they were at the same age, There was a gap between their levels, so Yu Jianghong had to be very respectful of Shangguanyang. Because cultivators respected the strong, even if you were older than another cultivator, you still needed to show your respect as long as your level was lower. Shangguanyang didn't put on any airs, especially in front of people who were kind to him. Therefore, he also stood up and politely replied to Yu Jianghong. "Hi, very nice to see you, Elder Yu. Please have a seat." After that, Yu Jianghong sat down with Shangguanyang, and Guning went to pour a cup of tea for him. "I'm sorry for the abrupt visit. Please forgive me, Senior Shangguan," said Yu Jianghong. Although he paid a sudden visit, he thought that he should apologize to show his manners. "It's not abrupt at all. We were supposed to meet each other last time in the cultivation world," said Shangguanyang. He didn't mind it at all. "I was on a retreat back then, so I was absent at the Kung Fu competition. I didn't know you had visited the cultivation world until I came out. It's a great pity that we didn't see each other. Luckily, I coincidentally found your residence right after I left the cultivation world," said Yu Jianghong. He told the truth. Shangguanyang enjoyed a high status and he was on a very high level too, so Yu Jianghong was interested in seeing him. "Senior Shangguan, I have to say that your two disciples are really impressive. They won the first and second prize with so many magical crystals." Saying that, Yu Jianghong complimented Guning and Leng Xiaoting. He was very sincere. Leng Xiaoting and Guning gained a lot of fame after the competition in the cultivation world, and became idols of many cultivators. Many people were also jealous of them. "Well, they're indeed talented and powerful. Otherwise I wouldn't have picked them." Shangguanyang laughed when Yu Jianghong complimented his disciples. "Haha, you're right. Senior Shangguan, your two disciples are still very young. I bet they'll be very successful in the future," said Yu Jianghong. He was certain that Leng Xiaoting and Guning had potential. They were talented and had Shangguanyang, who was at a very high level, as their master. Yu Jianghong enjoyed chatting with Shangguanyang. However, he felt embarrassed to stay for too long, so he was ready to leave after half an hour. Before he walked away, Yu Jianghong gave a glance at Leng Xiaoting, then said, "I have a disciple who is at the same age as Qing Feng. He's at a lower level but is also in the golden core stage. If it's possible, I hope you two can have a competition for fun." "No problem," said Leng Xiaoting. It wasn't a bad idea. They knew that Yu Jianghong's disciple was Bailey Zongyang, but Yu Jianghong was unaware that they were familiar, both in real life and as their aliases. In the Sihiyuan, Yu Jianghong also sensed a weak breath of another cultivator, but it was a newcomer who just started cultivating. It was Miao Jingjing. In addition, Yu Jianghong sensed the breath of a monster, which was the tree vine. However, that was just a feeling, and Yu Jianghong didn't bother to look around. It wouldn't be surprising no matter what Shangguanyang kept by his side. However, Yu Jianghong couldn't sense the breath of Jing Yunyao because Jing Yunyao was at a higher level than him. Moreover, there was thick magical power in the Sihiyuan, so it was hard to be sure whether there was someone of a different kind. After Yu Jianghong left, Jing Yunyao and Miao Jingjing walked out. They wanted to know who the guest was. "It's the senior elder of Tiandazong, Yu Jianghong," said Shangguanyang. "Oh, Elder Yu." Jing Yunyao nodded. "He doesn't seem to be a bad man," said Shangguanyang. Elder Yu was the most virtuous and respected in the Board of Elders. "It should still be the case now," Jing Yunyao said. In other words, Yu Jianghong was the best in the Board of Elders. That was her impression of Yu Jianghong over 20 years ago, because she had left the cultivation world for more than 20 years. Some things might have changed. Therefore, she wasn't too sure of it now. In the Board of Elders, Yun Hongqing was also respected by a lot of people. The other two elders, however, didn't have a good reputation. They were selfish and ambitious, so they didn't get along well with Yun Hongqing and Yu Jianghong. They always schemed against them. However, they hadn't done anything unacceptable yet, so they couldn't be regarded as bad people. Because Jing Yunyao had left the cultivation world for more than 20 years, she didn't know that Bailey Zongyang was Yu Jianghong's disciple. When she left, Bailey Zongyang was still young and hadn't been accepted as a disciple by Yu Jianghong. After staying for a while longer, Guning and Leng Xiaoting left too. Yu Jianghong went back to Century City where Bailey Zongyang stayed. Bailey Zhongxue already went back to the cultivation world at noon, so Bailey Zongyang was left alone in his house. Yu Jianghong visited him along with several servants. After Yu Jianghong arrived at Bailey Zongyang's residence, he said, "I walked by the Imperial Garden today and noticed a Sihiyuan with spells cast on it. Because it's a master who cast the spells on the house and even I can't remove them, I got curious and paid a visit." A spell master? Hearing that, Bailey Zongyang was greatly surprised. Why did so many masters appear in the mortal's world all of a sudden? He had met Shangguan Yang and Shangguan Yang's disciples first, then the mysterious master who injured Jing Yunfei, and now there was another master who was excellent at spells. It wasn't a secret that Jing Yunfei was injured, and members of the major families were all aware of that. They didn't bother to laugh at Jing Yunfei. Instead, they were amazed that there was such a master in the outside world, and it was a woman. "Who's the spell master?" Bailey Zongyang asked curiously. "It's Shangguan Yang," said Yu Jianghong. Bailey Zongyang wasn't shocked by that name, but he still said in surprise, "It's Senior Shangguan? Wow, I can't believe he's also so good at spells. His male disciple is at a slightly higher level than you. If it's possible, I think you can have a competition with him for fun. You'll benefit a lot from it," said Yu Jianghong. Although Bailey Zongyang wasn't as good as Ling Xiaoting and was very likely to lose if they had a competition, Yu Jianghong didn't want him to win, but to learn. "Of course, master," said Bailey Zongyang. Ever since he had learned that Ling Xiaoting was Shangguan Yang's disciple, he always had the idea of having a competition with Ling Xiaoting. However, he felt it might be a little rude and abrupt, so he never talked about that with Guning. He wasn't familiar with Ling Xiaoting, so he could only get in touch with Ling Xiaoting through Guning. Even if he wasn't close to Guning, they were friends now. Bailey Zongyang didn't tell Yu Jianghong about Ling Xiaoting and Guning's real identities. He had promised them to keep it a secret. Anyway, it wouldn't hurt anyone. After Guning and Ling Xiaoting went back to Mid-Level's mansion, they chatted for a while on the sofa with the TV on, then started fooling around. Unfortunately, right as Ling Xiaoting was about to penetrate her, his phone rang. Ling Xiaoting was instantly mad, but had to answer it. Every time Guning saw Ling Xiaoting being so upset after being interrupted, she found it hilarious and laughed. "Stop laughing at me. I promise you won't be able to laugh at all later." Ling Xiaoting squinted at her and sounded very dangerous. The next second, he kissed her lips. It wasn't painful, but Guning still gave him a glare. However, her glare wasn't useful at all, and instead aroused Ling Xiaoting. He almost lost control of himself at this moment. He couldn't wait to throw himself at her and have passionate sex for the whole night. However, he had to pick up the call right now and hoped it wasn't serious. After taking a deep breath, Ling Xiaoting calmed himself down, then picked the phone up. The moment he saw the caller's name, Ling Xiaoting was disappointed, because it was Su Jinchun. Su Jinchun came back to the capital together with him, and had said that they could go out for a gathering if they were free tonight, so it must be for that reason that Su Jinchun interrupted him at this time. Ling Xiaoting wanted to hang up, because he wouldn't go, but he was worried that it might be something serious. "What?" Ling Xiaoting coldly asked once he answered the call. Su Jinchun could hear the anger in Ling Xiaoting's tone, so he was struck dumb for a second. He thought that Ling Xiaoting had encountered something unpleasant. He didn't think that Ling Xiaoting was mad at him for his interruption. "Hey, what are you doing now? Why don't we?" Su Jinchun said. Knowing that Su Jinchun just wanted to meet up with him, Ling Xiaoting interrupted before Su Jinchun could finish. "No, I'm busy now. If there is nothing important, don't call me." The second he finished, Ling Xiaoting hung up on Su Jinchun. Su Jinchun was stunned by Ling Xiaoting's scolding. After hanging up, he didn't come back to his senses until a couple of moments later. He thought that Ling Xiaoting might have encountered something unpleasant. Therefore, he was slightly worried and hesitated to call Ling Xiaoting again. However, Ling Xiaoting hung up on him so fast, which meant it wasn't convenient for Ling Xiaoting to answer a call now. It might not be a good idea for him to call Ling Xiaoting once more. "What? Won't Xiaoting come?" Seeing the worry on Su Jinchun's face, Su Jinlin asked. "Xiaoting said he's occupied. He can't come." He shouted that don't call him again unless there is something very important. I'm just a little worried, said Su Jinshin. He had many guesses, but never thought that he had interrupted Leng shouting in the middle of having sex with Guning. Hearing that, Su Jinlin frowned and comforted him. Perhaps he's dealing with something important. Don't worry, shouting isn't weak. He can handle it. Because it was still early and wasn't 10 p.m. yet, Su Jinlin had no idea about what Leng shouting was really doing at this time. Right, Leng shouting was very strong and he would be fine. Thinking of that, Su Jinshin felt relieved. Guning, however, snorted with laughter. Really? Do you think it's a good idea? Of course, you're much more enjoyable than drinks, said Leng shouting with an evil smile, then threw himself at Guning. Guning turned around and pressed Leng shouting against the sofa. The next second, she opened her legs and sat on his crotch. Her body was so close to his. Looking at him, she said amorously, "You are on top every time. This time, I'll be on top." As she said that, her heart was pounding faster. In fact, she was shy and nervous because it was a bold move for her. They had been together for a long time, so Guning felt they could experiment a bit more in sex and try something different. Anyway, she was alone with him now. It was their private time. Facing Guning's boldness, Leng shouting got excited. He couldn't wait to see what she would do next. "Great, you'll take the lead today." Leng shouting smiled happily. Guning avoided his eyes a little and regretted doing it all of a sudden. But it was too late to get down now. Alright, then she would ride him till the end. Without delay, Guning began to kiss his lips. His face, his nose, his jaw, his Adam's apple, and his chest. Her hand moved slowly downwards, making Leng shouting tremble a little with pleasure. He was completely aroused. However, he didn't want to stop Guning, so he tolerated it no matter how uncomfortable it was. Actually, he was enjoying it and felt happy that his girl wanted to learn to get him excited now. How is it? Is it uncomfortable? Guning deliberately did it at a slow speed to make Leng shouting suffer. Looking at his reaction, she felt sorry for him, but had to admit that it was very pleasant. "Ningning, when can you let me in?" Leng shouting stared at Guning, looking pitiful. Now, the atmosphere in the room turned sexy, and they didn't stop until they were both exhausted. "Ningning, I need to ask you about something," said Leng shouting seriously all of a sudden. Staring at his serious face, Guning became serious too. "What is it? Did I get better in bed?" Leng shouting asked with a serious expression. Guning instantly flushed red. She turned her eyes away and didn't dare to look at him. She thought it was something important, but unexpectedly it was so embarrassing. However, it was actually very important for a man. No man wanted his woman to not approve of his sequel prowess, because sexual pleasure was happiness. "Does your silence mean I didn't get better?" After waiting for a while, Leng shouting still didn't get an answer from Guning, so he became a little upset. He had confidence in himself, but he needed to hear the answer from Guning's mouth. "Are you serious?" Guning felt that he definitely got better in bed, but she felt too shy to answer that question. "Isn't it serious enough? Do you feel you can't answer it right now? I'll work harder to help you figure out the answer," said Leng shouting. Then he immediately turned and pressed Guning under him. It seemed he would keep on penetrating her if she refused to give him an answer. "You?" Guning was annoyed. She realized that she had to give him an answer. Therefore, even if she was quite embarrassed, she still said, "Yeah, you're much better now." Hearing that, Leng shouting was satisfied and the smile on his face became broader. However, it wasn't over yet, and Leng shouting continued to ask her, "Do you like it? How can you have so many questions?" Guning argued, "If you don't answer my question, it means you don't like it and you don't think I got better," said Leng shouting. He suddenly became stubborn. Guning was speechless. Since when did he like to go down a dead end? "Of course I like it," said Guning in the end. "Do you want more?" Leng shouting continued. "No," said Guning because she was exhausted. "Then you don't actually like it and you don't think—" Leng shouting said the same thing again. He was forcing Guning to say that he was much better in bed now, and she really liked it and wanted more. Gu Ning could say that he was much better now and she really liked it, but she was too shy to say that she wanted more. However, she knew she couldn't dodge the question, so she decided to satisfy Leng Xiaoting's needs. Yeah, I want more. Gu Ning interrupted before Leng Xiaoting could finish. Upon hearing that, Leng Xiaoting got excited again, but he didn't move right away, and continued to ask, "What do you want?" "I want." Gu Ning flushed again and avoided Leng Xiaoting's eyes. "What?" Leng Xiaoting swallowed and asked again. His eyes were full of burning desire. Gu Ning took a deep breath and gave in. "I want you." In an instant, Leng Xiaoting lost control of himself and directly penetrated Gu Ning. After a short break, they had a passionate sex once more. However, because both of them had used a lot of strength, this time it didn't last long, but they still didn't stop until they were completely out of strength. Leng Xiaoting felt a little sorry, but he just couldn't control himself in front of Gu Ning. Early the next morning, Su Jinchen called Leng Xiaoting and invited them to climb the mountain together. Although they were very busy at work, they needed to relax when they were free. However, the purpose of climbing the mountain this time was not purely for fun. Su Jingchan heard a rumor from Su Jinglin that there was a strange hole on Xianyun Mountain. It was very windy inside, and people couldn't go farther forward after walking for about 30 meters. If people continued to go in, they would be blown down. There was strong wind in the hole. It was so strong that it could blow people down. It was really unbelievable. Obviously, it wasn't normal. Nobody knew the reason for it. Many people had tried to figure it out but failed. Afterwards, it was blocked with steel bars to prevent people from entering. It would be bad if something went wrong. In the past, Su Jingchen would just think that these things were just hearsay, and would only regard it as rumors and wouldn't take it seriously. However, ever since he learned that there were people with superpowers, monsters, and ghosts in this world, he didn't think that the strong wind was too shocking. He was only curious about whether it was true. If it could really blow people down, it must be unusual. He wanted to find out more about it. Otherwise, they wouldn't go so far in such cold weather. He was a strong man, so he could stand the low temperature, but he was worried about Zibeiing. He actually didn't want to take Zibeiing with them, but Zibeiing argued that she had to join them, so he agreed. Su Jinchen's description aroused Leng Xiaoting's curiosity. He was mainly afraid that there might be monsters or ghosts, which could hurt innocent people if they didn't get rid of them as soon as possible. If there were really monsters or ghosts, a few steel bars wouldn't stop them. It was child's play. Leng Xiaoting told Gu Ning about it, and Gu Ning agreed that they should go to see the hole. Su Jinchen believed it might have something to do with monsters or ghosts if the strange strong wind really existed. Therefore, it should be a dangerous trip. He didn't call other people except for Zibeiing and Chen Meng. Chen Meng came back with them yesterday, so when they gathered together, Su Jinlin shared the rumor with them. In fact, Su Jinlin had invited them to visit it, but Su Jinchen turned him down with the excuse that they needed to deal with something else. They could go there next time when they were free. Su Jinchen simply did that to stop Su Jinlin from going there. After all, Su Jinlin was too weak to handle it. He might be injured if he went there. Zibeiing and Chen Meng, on the other hand, were both strong. With Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning's help, they would be safe even if they weren't very helpful. Soon they were ready to go. They didn't meet in the city, but decided to directly meet at the foot of Xianyun Mountain. Xianyun Mountain was located in the south of the capital, about 70 kilometers away from the Nanxing district. It was the highest mountain near the capital, with an altitude of 15–18 meters. Xianyun Mountain was mainly composed of volcanic rocks. The mountains in the territory were towering and the valleys were deeply cut. It was a relatively dangerous scenic spot around the capital. Besides, it wasn't close to the capital, so there weren't many visitors, especially in winter. Actually, not many people came to climb the mountain in the winter, which was a good thing for Gu Ning and her friends, because it would be convenient for them to take action if anything unusual really happened. After Su Jinchen and the others arrived and waited for about 10 minutes, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting came. They had had breakfast, but it would take a long time to climb the mountain today, so they brought bread and water with them. If they were lucky and caught wild animals, they could eat the wild animals too. Once they met, they didn't waste any time and went to buy tickets before climbing the mountain. After all, it was a scenic spot, and the development of it cost money, so visitors needed to buy tickets. Although they came for the cave, they didn't rush. Like everyone else, they climbed the mountain at their usual speed, but given their physical strength, it was very easy for them to climb. As a result, they were much faster than average people. The cave was located at 2/3 of the height of the mountain, and the altitude of the mountain was very high, so it took a long time. Although they were very fast, they still had to spend slightly more than an hour on the road. Along the way, they only met about 20 visitors who came to climb the mountain as well. Perhaps because it was morning, there weren't many visitors. There were also several fork roads on the mountain which lead to different viewpoints, so there might be more visitors in other places and they just didn't see them. However, in addition to them, there was another group of 4 who also came to visit the cave. It was 2 men and 2 women. All of them were very young and should be college students about 20 years old. They hesitated to go in at the entrance of the cave because they had also heard the rumor. Although they weren't sure whether it was true or false, they still felt scared and wondered if there was a ghost inside. They didn't believe in ghosts, but felt frightened at the thought of ghosts. When they saw Guning and her friends come, they felt slightly relieved. If there was a larger group of people, they wouldn't be so scared. As Guning and her friends walked closer, the group of college students were stunned by their outstanding appearances. All the men were handsome and the women were extraordinarily beautiful. However, when the 2 college girls saw Guning and Zibang, they got jealous of them. They were pretty too, but were barely comparable to Guning and Zibang. The girl with short hair was only a little jealous of them and had no hatred for them. The girl with long hair, however, was full of jealousy and showed obvious hostility. Guning and Zibang didn't care about that, because they didn't bother to compare themselves with the 2 college girls at all. The next second, the long-haired girl who was jealous of Guning and Zibang walked towards them. She had what she believed to be the most attractive smile on her face. She originally walked towards Lung Xiaoding, but she paused for a while after a few steps, then turned to Su Jinshin. "Hi, are you going into the cave?" she asked in a gentle voice. The answer couldn't be more obvious, and the girl simply wanted to strike up a conversation with them. She actually wanted to strike up a conversation with Lung Xiaoding first, but he looked too cool, so she didn't dare to go closer. Su Jinshin, however, looked much nicer, so she turned to Su Jinshin. Guning and Zibang exchanged a glance. Zibang wasn't mad. She was honestly a bit displeased, but she didn't bother to argue with the girl. The short-haired girl witnessed everything the long-haired girl did and showed disdain. The long-haired girl's purpose was too obvious. She just couldn't get rid of the bad habit of striking up a conversation with handsome men whenever she saw them. Although the short-haired girl knew the long-haired girl's behavior wasn't right, she had no intention of stopping her. They didn't get along after all, and she would love to see the long-haired girl embarrass herself. The 2 college boys, however, didn't know much about girls' thoughts, so they thought the long-haired girl really wanted to find out whether Su Jinshin and his friends wanted to go into the cave as well. If they were going inside too, they would be more than willing to go with them. Therefore, they didn't stop the long-haired girl either. "Yeah," said Su Jinshin in a flat voice. He could see the long-haired girl's purpose, so he had a bad impression of her. However, if he didn't give an answer, he would seem impolite, so he replied to her question. "We'll go inside too, but we don't have many people. We're a little scared. Can we go in together?" said the long-haired girl. She even acted pitiful, trying to win Su Jinshin's sympathy. "You can stay outside if you're scared. We don't need more companions." "We're not afraid," said Su Jinshin coldly. Then he left the long-haired girl. He walked to hold Zibang's hand and entered the cave before the other people. Su Jinshin didn't do that just because he was afraid that Zibang might be mad. Even if Zibang was absent, he would still do that because he hated pretentious and calculating girls. Moreover, if those college students followed them inside, they would only be a burden. Su Jinshin didn't want to be burdened. However, he couldn't chase them away, so he thought they could leave those college students behind by walking faster. If the college students were scared, they should stop walking deeper. In addition, there were several forks in the cave. After they separated, those college students might not dare to enter the windy road. Other than that road, the other roads were safe, or the cave wouldn't be open to the public. You? The long-haired girl didn't expect Su Jinshin to embarrass her publicly and instantly became mad. What was worse, Su Jinshin held another girl's hand and directly walked by her. Although she had wondered whether they were a couple, she wasn't very sure of it. Not every man and a woman were a couple when they stood together. There were 4 of them and there was only one couple in their group. She and another boy weren't a couple. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tried to strike up a conversation with Su Jinshin. The short-haired girl gloated over the long-haired girl's bad luck. She had tried to strike up a conversation with the man right in front of his girlfriend. It wasn't surprising at all that she was ignored. The 2 college boys didn't think much about it. They only felt Su Jinshin's attitude was a little unacceptable. The short-haired girl's boyfriend said nothing. Although he was displeased with Su Jinshin's attitude, he didn't think Su Jinshin had to agree to go with them. The other boy, however, couldn't stand it. Because he liked the long-haired girl, he was protective of her. So he immediately stood out and stopped Su Jinshin and Zibeiing. "I think your behavior is out of line," he said angrily. The long-haired girl was very satisfied when the boy stood out for her. She enjoyed it when men chased and protected her, because it showed her charm. However, she disliked that boy. But she didn't reject him because he was good-looking and was born in a rich family. He also treated her very well, so she gave him hope, but never accepted him. "My behavior is out of line?" Su Jinshin frowned a little. He didn't understand why the boy criticized him like that. "Why? Do I have to agree to go with you?" Su Jinshin didn't want to argue with the boy, but he couldn't tolerate selfish people. If the boy didn't find fault with him, he would say nothing. But the boy picked on him. The boy suddenly didn't know what to say. It was true that they couldn't force Su Jinshin to go in with them. "It's all right. We can go in by ourselves." The short-haired girl's boyfriend immediately came over to pull the boy back. They had no position to criticize Su Jinshin. The boy also realized that he was being unreasonable, so he said nothing further, while Su Jinshin left with Zibeiing. Witnessing that, the long-haired girl was disappointed, but she knew that she couldn't criticize Su Jinshin for disagreeing with them. After that, Lung Xiaoting also walked into the cave, holding Gu Ning's hand. The long-haired girl felt heavily hit. Why were handsome men always other girls' boyfriends? Chun Meng was handsome too, but wasn't comparable to Lung Xiaoting and Su Jinshin. He was also much older than them, so the long-haired girl didn't pay special attention to him. After Lung Xiaoting and the others entered the cave, the 4 college students caught up with them. Even if they refused to go with them, they could follow them. There was nothing wrong with that. Gu Ning and the others indeed said nothing about it, but they could speed up to get rid of them. Without delay, Gu Ning and her friends walked faster. Seeing them walking forward so quickly, the 4 college students clearly knew that they were trying to get rid of them. They were very displeased, but had to swallow their anger because they couldn't blame them for that. At the beginning, they could still follow, but gradually they were left behind. There were many bends in the caves, so the 4 college students soon lost Gu Ning and the others when they were a distance away. Even though they knew that there were people ahead, they were still scared. After walking for another while, they reached a fork. At this moment, they had no idea which way Gu Ning and her friends took. They were clearly aware that Gu Ning and her friends deliberately got rid of them, but they thought that they could catch up by following closely behind. Unfortunately, they soon lost them after finishing 2/10 of the way. "Damn it! They're so bad. They got rid of us on purpose," said the long-haired girl in anger. "Why are you always blaming other people? It's not their duty to wait for us," said the short-haired girl. She couldn't stand the long-haired girl's temper. "You?" The long-haired girl was mad, but didn't know how to retort. The boy who liked her also agreed with the short-haired girl, so he didn't defend the long-haired girl this time. "I won't go ahead now. I'm going back," said the long-haired girl. This cave wasn't only scary, it was also creepy and cold. It was very uncomfortable. "Well, why don't we go back now?" The boy who liked the long-haired girl immediately agreed. He cared about the long-haired girl and was slightly frightened too. Although there were lights in the cave and the way was bright, the long and empty road filled them with horror. The short-haired girl and her boyfriend were also unwilling to go deeper, so they agreed to go back. After feeling that the 4 men and women stopped following them, Gu Ning and the others slowed down. Although they came because of the strange wind, they couldn't ignore the sight of the cave. The passage inside this cave wasn't that big. Sections of it were 2 or 3 meters high, while some were 7 or 8 meters high, but there was only a crack at the top. This cave was naturally formed. Even if it had been artificially transformed, at most it was paved with pebbles and lights placed on both sides. At the forks in the cave, there were road signs, so it wasn't difficult to find the hole leading to the windy road. The passage leading to the windy road was named Windy Hole. Is there really a strong wind? After hearing this rumor, Zibang was the one who didn't believe it the most, because she didn't know that there were ghosts and monsters in this world. However, after seeing this windy hole, she felt it might be true. "We'll see when we feel the wind," said Su Jinshin. Because there was still a long distance from the windy spot and there was no strong wind at the entrance of the cave, they weren't sure if there was really a strong and strange wind. However, as keen as Gu Ning and Leng shouting, they noticed the sound of the wind blowing in front of them, but it wasn't very loud. Before they witnessed it, they couldn't determine that it was abnormal even if it was windy. It was possible that it was an artificial wind in order to attract visitors. They continued to walk ahead. After walking for 5 minutes, they felt an icy wind blowing at their faces. It made the low temperature go down a few more degrees. However, Gu Ning and Leng shouting couldn't sense any breath of monsters or ghosts from it. They couldn't be sure that it had nothing to do with monsters or ghosts, because they were still a distance away from the destination. Anyway, they were certain that it wasn't an artificial wind. "There is really wind." Zibang was more surprised. To her astonishment, there was really wind. "Are you scared?" Su Jinshin asked. Because Zibang hadn't witnessed monsters and ghosts with her own eyes yet, Su Jinshin was worried that she might be afraid if there were really monsters and ghosts. "I'm not. There is nothing to be afraid of." "Are you afraid?" Zibang argued. She had been through a lot after all, and didn't think the wind was scary. "Baying, do you believe in monsters or ghosts?" Gu Ning asked. She felt it was necessary to help Zibang be mentally prepared. "No," said Zibang at once. However, when she thought about the question Gu Ning asked, she suddenly wondered whether monsters and ghosts were real. Thinking of that, Zibang stiffened a little in panic. "Do they really exist?" she asked with hesitation. Gu Ning smiled and said, "Anything can exist in this world, so I prefer to believe in them." Before they ran into monsters or ghosts, Gu Ning couldn't be honest with Zibang. At this moment, Zibang started feeling nervous. Did monsters and ghosts really exist? If so, it would be frightening. "Don't worry. If they are real, I'll protect you." Su Jinshin squeezed Zibang's hand a little and comforted her. "I'm not afraid at all." Zibang was relaxed. Gu Ning only told her that there could be anything in this world. It didn't mean that monsters and ghosts were real. Even if they were real, she wouldn't be afraid since the others didn't look scared. After that, they walked deeper and the wind became stronger. However, it seemed to be natural, and they still couldn't feel the breath of any monsters or ghosts. "Do you feel cold?" Su Jinshin asked with concern. "Not really," said Zibang. It wasn't cold, but she was getting worried as the wind grew stronger. Could it really have something to do with monsters or ghosts? However, even if she was anxious, she didn't show it on her face. After walking for another while, they finally reached the entrance of the hole that was cut off by steel bars. When they got here, they felt a strong wind. They could barely open their eyes and were shivering with cold. If it became stronger, it would be a gale, and they would hardly be able to walk then. Therefore, the scenic spot chose to cut off here because it was difficult for people to walk farther ahead, and it wasn't easy to develop the cave. Could there really be monsters or ghosts? "This wind is so weird," Zibang asked. At this time, she finally felt cold and looked scared, but she could still bear it. She was physically strong and had put on many clothes because she knew it would be very cold in the cave. Even Su Jinshin and Chen Meng felt very cold too. Only Gu Ning and Leng shouting stayed warm because they were protected by their magical power. "I don't think so," said Guning. She said that to comfort Zibang. And in fact, she and Ling Shouting indeed didn't feel the breath of any monsters or ghosts from the wind. However, it couldn't be natural wind because they were far from the outside world now. There were no lights ahead and it was completely dark. So Guning's jade eyes were of little use now. Shouting, and I will go in to have a look. You can guard out here. Don't stand facing the wind. Then you won't be very cold. No matter how long we stay in there, don't come in. If we don't come out within an hour, you can leave first and go back to the foot of the mountain to wait for us. Guning said to Su Jinshin and the others. Guning said that because she was afraid that they might encounter an accident and be unable to come back soon. If they were really in danger, Su Jinshin and the others wouldn't be able to rescue them, so they shouldn't come in no matter what happens. They had to leave. Guning didn't think that she and Lung Shouting would be injured. Even if they ran into trouble, they would get themselves out. What? You two are going in there? It's too dangerous. Zibang didn't think it was a good idea. Su Jinshin and Chun Meng understood Guning and Ling Shouting's worries, so they agreed. Even if they disagreed, it was useless. Therefore, Su Jinshin and Chun Meng said, "Sure." You? Zibang couldn't believe her ears. How could Su Jinshin and Chun Meng agree to let Guning and Ling Shouting go in without them? She was anxious and annoyed. She felt that they didn't care about Guning and Ling Shouting at all. All right, Shouting and Guning will be fine. It might not be so dangerous inside. Perhaps they'll soon come back. Su Jinshin actually wasn't sure whether it was dangerous, and simply said that to comfort Zibang. In case Zibang wasn't convinced, Su Jinshin added. Shouting also agreed with Guning. That's an order for us. We can't stop them. If we dare to stand in their way, we'll be punished according to the rules in the military. Do you want to see me and Chun Meng punished? Su Jinshin seemed very pitiful. He was reluctant to be punished for that. What? Zibang was surprised. They weren't carrying out a task. How come it was an order? Seeing Zibang's confused face, Ling Shouting said, "Yeah, we'll do what Ningning just said. This is an order." At this moment, Zibang couldn't say anything about it. She wasn't dumb, and she knew that soldiers could never say no to orders from their leader. She was unwilling to see Su Jinshin punished. In addition, since Su Jinshin and Chun Meng believed in Guning and Ling Shouting, she could only agree. Su Jinshin and Chun Meng had been Ling Shouting's comrades for years, so they should be very aware of his abilities. Ling Shouting agreed to go in with Guning, which meant that Guning wasn't weak. Otherwise, Ling Shouting wouldn't allow her to take the risk. Moreover, just as Su Jinshin said, they might come back soon. However, Zibang was still worried about their safety. So she said to Guning, "You must be careful. Come out as soon as possible." "Don't worry, we'll be fine," said Guning. After that, Guning and Ling Shouting were ready to go in. The hole was welded by steel bars, so if they wanted to get in, they had to cut them. Guning took out a dagger and handed it to Ling Shouting. Because Su Jinshin and the others were present, Ling Shouting couldn't use his sword, or it would expose more of his secrets. Dagger would be of the same use. However, a dagger wasn't able to cut the steel bars, so Ling Shouting used his magical energy. Used with magical energy, the dagger could easily ruin a building. Couldn't be easier to cut a few steel bars. Only Ling Shouting, a cultivator at a high level, could do that. "Are you going to use this dagger to cut those steel bars?" Zibang didn't think it was possible. Su Jinshin and Chun Meng were aware that Ling Shouting had superpowers, so they knew it wouldn't be a problem, but they didn't know that Ling Shouting was a cultivator. The moment Zibang finished speaking, Ling Shouting quickly cut 3 steel bars with the dagger, which shocked Zibang. It really could do that, and it seemed very easy. Before Zibang could figure it out, Ling Shouting cut off the lower parts of the 3 steel bars. As a result, the middle parts of the steel bars fell and showed an empty space big enough for a person to go in. Ling Shouting went in first, followed by Guning. Afterwards, they walked inside and soon disappeared in the darkness. Zibang didn't come back to her senses until Guning and Ling Shouting were totally gone. She glanced at the broken steel bars and still couldn't understand how Ling Shouting made it. Jesus! It's so unbelievable. No need to worry. Shouting is much stronger than you think, said Su Jinshan to comfort Zi Bang. He didn't think it was wrong that Zi Bang was worried about Guning and Leng Shouting, because he cared about them too. Even though they knew that both Guning and Leng Shouting were very strong and they believed that they would be fine, they were still a little worried. In fact, Zi Bang had taken Leng Shouting as her dream man before, but Su Jinshan didn't mind it. If it were another man, he might be mad and think that Zi Bang still had a place for them in her heart, and that is why she was worried about their safety. However, Su Jinshan didn't have that concern. He believed that Zi Bang was loyal to him. Sure. After witnessing Leng Shouting's ability, Zi Bang was less worried. Once Leng Shouting and Guning got in, they used the night luminescent pearl to light the hole. Even if it wasn't very bright, it was enough for them to see the path. The farther they went, the stronger the wind became. Ordinary people could barely move a step now, but Guning and Leng Shouting only had some difficulties. They could still move as usual. When the wind became so strong that it could blow people down, they found it hard to move ahead, but they were still able to walk forward. As Guning walked forward, she used her jade eyes on the road in front. Perhaps because of the magnetic field, she could only see a short distance of 10 meters. It was still completely dark ahead. It's really strange. Where does this wind come from? I thought there might be monsters or ghosts, but I can't sense them at all. Guning frowned with confusion. Right, I guess we can only keep going to see what's ahead of us, said Leng Shouting. He felt that it was strange too, but they needed more clues. As they walked ahead, the wind became stronger and stronger, and it became more and more difficult for them to move. However, because they still couldn't see anything dangerous, they had to continue to go forward. Right when they felt it was difficult for them to go ahead, they saw a sparkling barrier, but they didn't know what was behind it. Even Guning's jade eyes were useless now. She could only see white everywhere ahead. I can't see what's behind the barrier, said Guning with a big frown. She couldn't see through it, so she wasn't sure whether it was dangerous and whether they should continue to explore it. Let's go closer and throw something over, said Leng Shouting. After that, they moved closer to the barrier. Guning took out an ingot of silver from the telepathic eye space and threw it to the barrier. The ingot of silver hit the barrier and fell. Couldn't cross it. Could it be a time-traveling tunnel or something? Guning suddenly had such a bold idea, but she really thought it was a bit possible. After all, given her experience, she felt that nothing was impossible. Hearing that, Leng Shouting agreed it was possible, but didn't think it was very likely. There could be anything behind the barrier. Why don't we just go back now? Leng Shouting said. This was the first time that he wanted to give up. He was worried that they might not be able to bear the result if they touched the barrier. He was unwilling to take this risk. Sure. Guning hesitated for a second, then accepted Leng Shouting's idea. In fact, she was also worried about the unknown danger behind the barrier. Her jade eyes were useless in such a situation. If it was really a time-traveling tunnel behind the barrier, they might be separated after going in. In that case, they couldn't come back. What should they do then? Therefore, it was better if they did not touch it. Anyway, ordinary people couldn't get here, so nobody would be in danger as long as no one came here. If anyone dared to risk his or her life to come here, they could do nothing about it. They didn't want bad things to happen, but they couldn't save everyone. After that, they turned around and were about to leave. Unexpectedly, the accident happened right at this moment. All of a sudden, they felt that a powerful force was sucking them back, which made them pale in shock. However, before they had time to struggle and escape, they were completely absorbed by this force, then lost consciousness. When Guning woke up again, she found herself lying on a bed in a bedroom. The first idea that appeared in her mind was that she and Leng Shouting had left the cave. However, she didn't know how because she was unconscious at that moment. Anyway, since they were out now, Leng Shouting must be with her. Where was he? Upon thinking of Leng Shouting, Guning got up and looked for Leng Shouting. She glanced around, and strangely found that this bedroom was very familiar. Abruptly, Guning jumped out of the bed in horror. Wasn't this the single apartment she had lived in before her reincarnation? Why was she here? Did she? Gu Ning was scared and couldn't believe her eyes. She immediately left the bed and ran to the bathroom to look at herself in the mirror. After she saw her face in the mirror, Gu Ning backed up in fright. She was no longer Gu Ning. She saw Tang Aining's face in the mirror. How was it possible? How did it happen? She came back to the time before her reincarnation. It was hard for Gu Ning to accept it. It must be a dream. Gu Ning pinched herself a few times, and it hurt. If it was painful, it meant that she wasn't in a dream. Was that barrier really a time-traveling tunnel? Did she really travel in time back to the days before her reincarnation? Gu Ning couldn't accept that result. She went back to the side of the bed and drew out her phone. It showed the date before her reincarnation. It was a month before she was murdered by Qi Ziyue and Tang Yashin. She was off these days, so she enjoyed herself in her own apartment. In her memories, Qi Ziyue would call her out to have a meal together that afternoon. Gu Ning immediately read the messages in her phone. She was right. There were indeed messages between her and Qi Ziyue. It was 3 p.m. now, and she still had 3 hours. Although Qi Ziyue was only taking advantage of her, he seemed to be a very good boyfriend on the surface. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been fooled. However, Gu Ning was still unable to accept what had happened to her just now. Where was Leng Xiaoting? Where did he go? Did he travel back in time as well? Gu Ning called Leng Xiaoting without delay, but his phone was turned off. After that, she called the number she used after her reincarnation, the one she used as Gu Ning. The call was answered, and she heard a familiar voice. Hi, who is that? This is Gu Ning's mother. She isn't home and left her phone at home. It was Gu Man. Because she already took Gu Man as her own mother and had deep affection for Gu Ning. She almost cried when she heard Gu Man's voice. However, she was still in a mess now, and could easily lose control of her emotions. Gu Ning had to calm herself down. She said she had made a mistake and quickly hung up. After hanging up, Gu Ning was completely stunned. Did she just go back to the very beginning of the story? No, there should be a way back. Right, she needed to find the cave and the barrier, then she would be able to go back. Thinking of that, Gu Ning went to change her clothes. All of a sudden, Gu Ning remembered that ordinary people couldn't get into the cave, so she immediately checked whether her telepathic eye space and abilities still existed. Luckily, they still existed, and Gu Ning felt relieved. If she lost her abilities, she wouldn't be able to go into the cave. She went out later and drove straight to Xianyun Mountain. Because it was only 2 years before they climbed the mountain, Xianyun Mountain was still the same. Gu Ning drove there and climbed up the mountain as fast as possible. Because it was a cool autumn, which was very suitable for climbing mountains, there were many visitors. Seeing Gu Ning climbing up fast, other visitors were astonished. She didn't seem to be climbing the mountain at all. She seemed to rush to be reincarnated. It was true, because Gu Ning indeed rushed to leave this world and get back to her body after her reincarnation. However, when Gu Ning reached the cave, a question dawned on her. She and Leng Xiaoting were absorbed into the barrier and disappeared together. If she went back right now, Leng Xiaoting would be left alone. If she went back without him, Leng Xiaoting would be absent in the world after her reincarnation. Therefore, Gu Ning stopped. She decided to find Leng Xiaoting first. She was too shocked earlier, so she forgot that. Without delay, Gu Ning called Leng Xiaoting, but his phone was still turned off. Perhaps he was carrying out a task. Left with no choice, Gu Ning could only go back. In order to not lose Leng Xiaoting, she sent Leng Xiaoting a message so that he would call her back after he turned on his phone. Gu Ning. Xiaoting, this is Ningning. Call me back once you read this message. Gu Ning wanted to say a lot to him, but the message was too short. Most importantly, Gu Ning was worried about whether Leng Xiaoting still remembered her after he traveled back in time to 2 years ago. Therefore, it wasn't a good idea if she said too much in the message. Gu Ning was very afraid that Leng Xiaoting would forget her, because she honestly would know what to do then. Anyway, it was useless to be worried now. She needed to see him first. In case Leng Xiaoting forgot her or didn't call her back after reading her message, she called him every 2 hours. At 5:30 p.m., Gu Ning was on her way back to the city center. Her phone suddenly rang and it was Qi Ziyue. In a terrible mood, Gu Ning didn't want to pick up Qi Ziyue's call. She was unwilling to waste time on him now. Did she still hate Qi Ziyue after traveling back in time? She still hated him a little but didn't hate him to death. After all, she had already taken revenge after her reincarnation. However, it didn't mean that she would tolerate him if they dared to mess with her. Her phone continued to ring. Gu Ning couldn't turn it off, because she was worried that she might miss Leng Xiaoting's call. However, if Qi Ziyue wouldn't stop calling her, Leng Xiaoting wouldn't be able to get through to her because of the busy line. Therefore, Gu Ning directly blacklisted Qi Ziyue's number. About 10 minutes later, Gu Ning's phone rang again. She felt that it must be Qi Ziyue. He couldn't get through to her, so he used another number. However, even if it might be Qi Ziyue, Gu Ning felt that it could also be Leng Xiaoting, so she still answered it. The moment Gu Ning picked it up, she heard Qi Ziyue's angry scolding. "Tang Aining, what's wrong with you? I called you so many times. Why didn't you answer it? I couldn't get through to you afterwards. Did you blacklist my number?" She wasn't surprised that it turned out to be Qi Ziyue, but she was disappointed that it wasn't Leng Xiaoting. As a result, Gu Ning coldly said, "Qi Ziyue, don't call me again. Leave me alone, or I'm afraid I'll lose control and kill you." Qi Ziyue was obviously scared by Gu Ning's words. After seconds of silence, he said, "Tang Aining, what did you say? How dare you say that to me? How dare I say that to you? Because I know your real purpose. Qi Ziyue, I'm warning you to stay away from me, or I'll really kill you." Gu Ning threatened, then hung up on him. This time, she really didn't want to see Qi Ziyue, or she might lose control of herself and kill him when she saw him living a good life. She had the same attitude towards Tang Bingsen, Tang Yashin, and Ji Yijing. After that, Gu Ning didn't receive a call from Qi Ziyue again. About 10 minutes later, Tang Bingsen called her. Obviously, Qi Ziyue told Tang Bingsen what she had said to him, and Tang Bingsen took action. Gu Ning was unwilling to answer his call, but she didn't want him to occupy her line, so she picked it up in the end. "Ning Ning, come home tonight. We'll dine together," said Tang Bingsen in a cold voice without any affection for a daughter as a father. "No, I need to deal with something else." Gu Ning directly refused. She knew it was a treacherous plot and there was a trap laid for her ahead. She wasn't afraid, but she was in no mood to deal with them. If she went to see them, she might lose control of herself and kill them. After all, after she was reincarnated, it took a lot of effort to take revenge. Now they were alive and standing in front of her, and she would feel what she had done was meaningless. "What do you need to deal with? Come home now. I need to see you," Tang Bingsen ordered in a serious tone. Gu Ning almost swore at him. Without a word, she directly hung up on Tang Bingsen and blacklisted his number. After a few minutes, Gu Ning's phone rang again. It was Ji Yijing, but Gu Ning hung up without hesitation. No matter how they called her, she refused to answer their calls. They sent her messages afterwards and threatened her to go back home, but Gu Ning ignored all of them. When she got back to the city center, it was slightly past 6 p.m. It was time for dinner, but Gu Ning didn't have any appetite, so she went directly back to her apartment. However, right after Gu Ning got out of her car, she was surrounded by 5 men in black suits, including Qi Ziyue. Upon seeing Qi Ziyue, Gu Ning was mad and had the thought of killing him. Her mind was in a mess. She didn't realize that Tang Bingsen would send people to catch her at her apartment after failing to get through to her. Anyway, she was back now, and she didn't think those men could catch her. They were no match for her after all. Qi Ziyue looked at Gu Ning. No, Tang Aining with mixed emotions. Because she had said that she knew his real purpose on the phone, he got anxious and reported it to Tang Bingsen. They wanted to know whether Tang Aining had found out something abnormal. He believed that he had acted very well in front of Tang Aining. How could she find out their dirty secrets? "Aining, your father wants to see you," said Qi Ziyue in a gentle tone as always. However, he came with many bodyguards, which made his words barely persuasive. "Qi Ziyue, didn't you hear what I said on the phone?" Gu Ning squinted at him, her voice icy. She was so strange in Qi Ziyue's eyes now that he even felt frightened facing her. Qi Ziyue was only an ordinary man, while Tang Aining was a professional killer, so ordinary people couldn't bear the pressure she put on them. Qi Ziyue understood that Tang Aining was very strong, so he brought several strong bodyguards with him. Aining, what happened? Although Qi Ziyue guessed that Tang Aining might have found out their dirty secrets, he was reluctant to admit it without an affirmative answer. It seems you won't leave me alone if I don't make it very clear. Gu Ning sneered. Qi Ziyue seemed to hold out hope until faced with the grim reality. She had the intention of letting him go, but he wouldn't leave her alone. If she didn't do something right now, she might miss this great chance to punish him. Gu Ning put on a vague smile and said meaningfully, Qi Ziyue, aren't you trying to keep your position in the Tang family by being together with me? I know Tang Yashin is your real girlfriend. You refuse to have sex with me, not because you respect me, but because you don't want to anger Tang Yashin. If she's mad, she'll abandon you, and you won't be able to take revenge. Hearing that, Qi Ziyue turned pale in an instant. Gu Ning really knew his dirty secret, which even Tang Bingsen and Tang Yashin were unaware of. The next second, Qi Ziyue became aggressive and even had the idea of killing Gu Ning. Since Tang Aining found out his dirty secret, he couldn't allow her to live. If she told Tang Bingsen about that, his plan would be totally ruined. Catch her! Qi Ziyue gave an order at once. Those bodyguards were his people, so he could trust them. Even if he killed Tang Aining, they wouldn't tell Tang Bingsen. The moment Qi Ziyue finished, the bodyguards rushed to catch Gu Ning. If she were still Tang Aining before her reincarnation, it might take her some time to beat all of them. However, now she was a different person and she was much stronger than before. Once she moved, the bodyguards were barely comparable to her and could hardly fight back. Within a minute, they were all beaten up by Gu Ning without any strength to struggle. You? Qi Ziyue backed away in horror. Since when did Tang Aining become so strong? He knew that Tang Aining was very strong, but it turned out that she was much stronger than he thought. What? Gu Ning glared at him and walked towards him step by step. Qi Ziyue was scared and stepped back with a deathly pale face. What do you want to do? Qi Ziyue asked. Although he could see that she was unkind to him, he still hoped that she could let him go. If Tang Aining attacked him, he would be injured in a second. What do I want to do? I warned you not to mess with me, but you wouldn't listen. Gu Ning sneered. Aining, I didn't mean to hurt you. It's your father who ordered me to take you back to the Tang family's house. He told me if you refuse, I can use violence. Qi Ziyue explained. Although it was the truth, he wouldn't admit that it was actually his idea to kill Tang Aining, or he would be doomed. And, Aining, I really love you. I don't understand why you think I'm taking advantage of you. I swear there is nothing between me and Tang Yashin, said Qi Ziyue. He even acted hurt as if he was purely innocent. I wasn't born yesterday. Gu Ning sneered. She didn't bother to waste more time on Qi Ziyue and directly attacked him. Qi Ziyue subconsciously fought back, but he was too weak compared with Gu Ning. Once he failed, Gu Ning kicked him to the ground. Before Qi Ziyue could get back to his feet, Gu Ning punched and kicked him heavily. She didn't mean to injure him seriously, because she had no intention of disabling or killing him. She just wanted to vent her anger on him and beat him black and blue. Qi Ziyue screamed in pain and attracted the attention of other people in the parking lot. However, there were only a few people in the parking lot. Several people stood out because they had a sense of justice, but they soon figured out that Qi Ziyue came to cause the woman trouble. Unfortunately, the woman beat him instead. Therefore, nobody bothered to stop Gu Ning. In fact, Gu Ning looked very violent, and no one dared to stop her. They didn't want her to vent her anger on them. After a while, Gu Ning stopped. She coldly looked at Qi Ziyue, who shrank on the ground, and warned him. Disappear from my sight from now on. Don't ever try to fool me again, or I'll injure you more seriously than this time. As soon as Gu Ning finished, she got in her car and drove away. She didn't want to go back to her apartment now. She didn't go to stay in a hotel either, but went straight to Mountain River Garden. Although she wasn't sure whether Leng Xiaoting also kept the memories before they traveled back in time, she had to go see him. Normally, Leng Xiaoting would stay in Mountain River Garden when he was back in the capital. She also had a key to her house in Mountain River Garden, so she decided to go there. She only wanted to find Leng Xiaoting and try to go back to their life. Mountain River Garden was the same before and after she moved in, while Leng Xiaoting's house had the same lock. So Guning easily opened it and got inside. The layout of the house was what she was familiar with. After Guning got in the house, she didn't move anything in it. She just quietly sat on the sofa, looking at her phone, waiting for Leng Xiaoting to call her back. Even though Leng Xiaoting could be gone for days or half a month to do a task and she might have to wait for many days, she still hoped that Leng Xiaoting would reply to her as soon as possible. It had been a long time. Su Jinchen and the others must be very worried about them, and she was more anxious than them. There were so many people who loved and cared about them in that world. If they heard that they were missing, they would be heartbroken. Although what happened in that world might disappear because they traveled back in time, she had no idea what was really happening. While she waited for Leng Xiaoting to come back, she was extremely anxious. She didn't feel sleepy at all and checked her phone once in a while. All of a sudden, at 3 a.m., Guning heard a car stop outside the house. The first idea that appeared in her mind was that Leng Xiaoting was back, and she immediately used her jade eyes to look out. It was really Leng Xiaoting's car. He stopped it outside the door, then got out of it to open the door before driving into the house. Guning didn't stop her car in the house, but somewhere else. She didn't show up when Leng Xiaoting was back, because she couldn't sense the breath of a cultivator from him. It meant that Leng Xiaoting wasn't a cultivator now. In other words, this wasn't the Leng Xiaoting who was already engaged with her. No wonder he didn't call her back. If he was the Leng Xiaoting she knew, he would certainly call her back after the accident happened. He would search for her and make sure that they were safe. Then they would go to Xianyun Mountain together to see whether they could go back to their life. Suddenly, Guning didn't know how to face Leng Xiaoting, but she had to meet him. She didn't go out and waited for Leng Xiaoting to come in. The lights were off in the room, but Leng Xiaoting found out that someone was in his house when he took out his key and was about to open the door. Instantly, Leng Xiaoting was mad. Who was in it? He only arranged for his subordinate to clean his house regularly. His subordinate never stayed here, so Leng Xiaoting believed that it wasn't his subordinate. Who could it be then? Leng Xiaoting could only walk in to see who the person was. Therefore, even if he was aware that there was a person in his house, he still opened the door and walked inside. If he left right now, he wouldn't be able to know who was in his house and what the person wanted. Being alert, Leng Xiaoting went into the house. He could feel that the person was in the living room, but the person didn't move at all or seem aggressive after he came in. Confused Leng Xiaoting. "Who are you? Why are you in my home?" Leng Xiaoting asked. He didn't turn on the lights. "I'm the one who sent you messages. I need to talk with you about something serious." "Don't worry, I have no intention of hurting you," said Guning. Then she stood up and walked towards Leng Xiaoting. Although the house was completely dark, Guning could still see Leng Xiaoting's face clearly. He was as cold as when she met him for the first time. Somehow, Guning was very disappointed. Because Leng Xiaoting felt no hatred from Guning, he didn't attack her right after he got into the house. However, she told him that she was the person who sent him messages, but he didn't know a girl called Ningning. He had read the messages, but it was too late, so he didn't call her back. He decided to do that the next morning. Even though he didn't know this girl called Ningning, since she knew his number, his name, and even wanted to talk with him about something serious, he would still call her back. Leng Xiaoting turned on the lights afterwards, then saw Guning, or Tang Aining to be specific. However, it was just a strange face in his eyes, but he could see that this woman was very strong. "How did you get in here?" Leng Xiaoting coldly looked at her and asked. Although Leng Xiaoting coldly stared at her, Guning remained tender to him. "I have my own way." Guning didn't tell him how she got in, because he would be suspicious of his subordinate if she told him that she had a key to his house. Since Guning refused to tell him, Leng Xiaoting stopped asking about that. He asked her about something else. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Do you know a girl called Guning?" Guning asked. She knew that she would receive a negative answer, but she was still full of hope. "No, I don't," said Leng Xiaoting in a flat voice. It was his real reaction. Although Guning knew that it would be a negative answer, she was still upset when she heard it from his mouth. She was unwilling to give up, so she asked, "Do you believe in people with superpowers, monsters, and ghosts?" Leng Xiaoting frowned. He felt that it was a very strange question, but he still said, "No." "Have you been to City F?" Guning asked. "No," Leng Xiaoting replied. Guning was more and more disappointed. "If I tell you people with superpowers, monsters, and ghosts really exist in this world, and incarnations are real, will you believe it?" Guning asked. Even if Leng Xiaoting wasn't a cultivator now and couldn't recognize Guning, he was Jing Yunyao's son after all. He had cultivator's blood, so Guning thought that she could talk about that with him. "Who are you? What are you talking about? It's really strange." Leng Xiaoting stopped answering Guning's questions, because it sounded ridiculous. However, he didn't think that she was crazy, so Leng Xiaoting somehow felt that what she said might be true. "If you want to know who I am, answer my questions," said Guning. Leng Xiaoting was cold to other people, but he had patience. He actually had great patience because they had to wait at the airport for days and nights to catch their target when they carried out a task. It required a lot of patience. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting wasn't mad just because Guning didn't tell him right away. He was only used to being cold. "How could I believe your words just like that? If you want to convince me, show me the proof." Seeing the serious expression on Guning's face, Leng Xiaoting frowned. Did people with superpowers, monsters, and ghosts really exist in this world? This was the first time that he had ever heard about that, so he was very curious about it. Besides, if they really existed, it would be harmful for the whole society. Therefore, he couldn't stand on the sidelines. "I surely can prove that, but you must be prepared," said Guning. After a few seconds, she let the monster fox out of her telepathic eye space. Witnessing the fox show up from nowhere, Leng Xiaoting was stunned. With a single move, Guning convinced Leng Xiaoting that people with superpowers, monsters, and ghosts really existed in this world. Ordinary people couldn't make a fox come out of nowhere. Was she a monster? "You?" Staring at Guning, Leng Xiaoting suddenly didn't know what to say. "Do you believe it now?" Guning asked, but she could see that Leng Xiaoting was convinced from his expression. Yes. Although it was hard for Leng Xiaoting to digest the news right now, he still did his best to calm himself down. "Well, tell me who you are. What's your purpose?" "It's a long story. I hope you have patience," Guning said. "Since you now accept that people with superpowers, monsters, and ghosts really exist in this world, you should know this world is different from what you believe. In fact, you'll meet me in a month and I will actually be another girl by then. I'll die in a month, and my soul will possess the body of a girl named Guning in City F. You'll carry out a task in City F. You'll be injured and we meet by accident." Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was shocked. What? Did she just say that they will meet in a month? She will die by then and her soul will possess another person's body? It sounded so unbelievable that Leng Xiaoting could barely believe it, but Guning just proved it right in front of him. Guning continued, "After we meet a few times by chance, we'll begin to interact with each other. Then we fall in love and become boyfriend and girlfriend." They would fall in love? Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting looked at Guning with mixed emotions, but he had no affection for her. After all, she was only a stranger in his eyes now. Instead, he felt a little embarrassed. At this time, he couldn't imagine that he would fall in love with a girl. "I know you can't believe my words, but I know everything about you. I won't talk about your family background. It isn't a secret and doesn't mean anything. There is something about that and not many people know it. I know you're the chairman of the Shengshi organization. Only your grandfather is aware of that. Other family members of yours don't know it. I also know the names of your comrades. They are Su Jinchen, Chun Meng, Siming, Ai Wishan." Guning said the names of Leng Xiaoting's comrades, and Leng Xiaoting became more and more surprised. Only a very few people were aware of that. "Your mother, Yunyao, loves ancient yards, so your father built Xiaoyao Mountain Villa for your mother. I also know about the Singapore munitioner, the Z family. I know Z Xiaomin and Z Beiying, and I also know..." Gu Ning said many things that only Leng Xiaoting or people who were close to him could be aware of. It was nearly impossible for outsiders to know that. Was what she said true? If not, how did she manage to know all of this about him? Looking at the serious expression on Gu Ning's face, he didn't think she was lying. After we've been together for more than a year, we meet each other's family. Although we're not officially engaged, we believe that we're going to marry. We introduced ourselves as a couple to other people. Therefore, I have a key to your house and I got in with it. In fact, I also have the key to Mid-Level's mansion and the Sihiyuan. Saying that, Gu Ning took out the key and showed it to Leng Xiaoting. At this time, Leng Xiaoting was more shocked than ever and didn't know what to do. However, he didn't interrupt Gu Ning and let her continue. Actually, your mother isn't dead. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting couldn't stay calm any longer. He immediately asked, "What? My mother isn't dead. Right, but she lost her memories after the accident happened that year. She's been living at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. By chance, we'll find her and help her get her memories back. In fact, your mother is a cultivator. Although she was seriously injured and was about to die that year, she was rescued afterwards. She lost her memories, so she couldn't come back to see you. You inherited her cultivator's blood, so you're also a cultivator. You just need some time," said Gu Ning. "My mother is a cultivator. I'm also a cultivator." Leng Xiaoting could hardly believe it. It was difficult for him to accept it. He knew what a cultivator was, but he had only seen them on TV before. It was normally a role in fantasy novels, and he couldn't believe that cultivators really existed. In addition, both his mother and he were cultivators. "Right, and I'm actually a cultivator too. We have the same master. His name is Shangguan Yang," said Gu Ning. Leng Xiaoting received too much shocking news at a time, so he didn't know what to do all of a sudden. After a while, Leng Xiaoting asked, "Since you said we'll meet in a month and so many things will happen afterwards, why did we meet right now?" "That's the ultimate purpose of my coming to you today." Su Jingchen heard rumors of a strange hole in Xianyun Mountain from Su Jinglin. It said that there is a strong wind inside, which can blow people down. After we heard, we were worried. There might be monsters or ghosts, so we went to have a look. Because we're cultivators, we are able to keep going against the wind. Then we reach a barrier. First, we threw stuff at the barrier, but it bounced back. I even joked that the barrier could be a time-traveling tunnel or something, and we stopped touching it. Because we're worried that accidents might happen, we turned around and walked away. However, right as we turned around, we were absorbed by a powerful force. After I woke up, I found that I traveled about a year back in time. "I'm back in my own body now," Gu Ning said. "I decided to find you first, and we can go to Xianyun Mountain together. I want to see whether we can go back to our life through that barrier. If we disappear just like that, our life in a year might not exist. Even if it still exists, our families and friends will be worried about us," said Gu Ning, feeling very sad. She even cried. Because Leng Xiaoting didn't know Gu Ning yet, he felt nothing when Gu Ning told him that they were actually a couple. However, he somehow felt sorry for her when she cried. "Sure, I'll go with you," Leng Xiaoting agreed. He didn't bother to think about the result or whether Gu Ning lied to him. In fact, Leng Xiaoting was mostly convinced by Gu Ning, so he wanted to know whether what she said was true. If Gu Ning told the truth and he could go back to his life in a year, he would be willing to go with her. Gu Ning's face lit up when Leng Xiaoting agreed. She said in a hurry, "Let's go there right now. There won't be visitors at night, and we can take action." Leng Xiaoting nodded, so he drove Gu Ning to Xianyun Mountain. Along the way, they barely talked. After all, they were strangers now, and honestly didn't know what to say in addition to serious matters. In fact, Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning wanted to talk with each other. Gu Ning hoped that Leng Xiaoting could remember her by finding out more of what had happened between them. However, he wasn't the Leng Xiaoting she knew right now, and he had no affection for her. She was worried that he might hate her if she talked with him about their story. Leng Xiaoting, on the other hand, actually wanted to ask Gu Ning about what would happen between them. He also wanted to see whether he would remember her, but the condition was that he really traveled a year back in time. After thinking about it for a while, he felt it might be a little sensitive. He didn't want to make Gu Ning more upset. Therefore, Neither of them said anything. The city center wasn't close to Xianyun Mountain, but there was little traffic on the road late at night, so they soon arrived. Xianyun Mountain was very scary late at night with wild animal howls everywhere. If ordinary people came, they would certainly be frightened and wouldn't dare to go in. However, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting weren't bothered. They climbed up at their fastest speed. Once they reached the cave, they went into it without a pause. Although Leng Xiaoting was mostly convinced by Gu Ning, he still had doubts. However, when he felt the wind in the cave and noticed that the wind was getting stronger, he gave up some of his doubts. It was indeed abnormal for there to be such a strong wind in this cave. He also had the idea that it might be a publicity stunt made by the scenic spot to attract visitors. However, if it was really a publicity stunt, it should be done during the day when there were visitors, or it would be meaningless. When they went to the place where the steel bars were welded, Leng Xiaoting obviously felt his body become cold. After all, the current Leng Xiaoting wasn't the Leng Xiaoting after he became a cultivator, and his physical fitness was naturally much worse. Gu Ning was also worried about that. Leng Xiaoting wasn't a cultivator now. Could he get in? No matter what, they had to try. If they couldn't get in, she would tell him to go out. Whatever happened, she wouldn't allow any accidents to happen to him. How do I get in? Leng Xiaoting asked, looking at the welded hole, frowning slightly. They didn't have the tools to open it now. Leave it to me, said Gu Ning, and a dagger appeared in her hand. She put magical energy into it and cut the steel bars in an instant. Witnessing that, Leng Xiaoting was shocked again. He didn't expect this dagger to be so sharp. Couldn't be the effect of this dagger, so Gu Ning must be very strong. She said that she was a cultivator, so it should be easy for her to cut open the steel bars. After that, Leng Xiaoting followed Gu Ning inside. As they walked ahead, Leng Xiaoting felt it was becoming more and more difficult for him to go ahead. Seeing that, Gu Ning protected him from the strong wind. Are you all right? Leng Xiaoting asked. Although he felt a little uneasy with a woman protecting him, he didn't take Gu Ning lightly. He knew that there were many strong women, especially in the army. In addition, Gu Ning wasn't an ordinary girl. She was a cultivator, so it was very normal that she was stronger than him. At this time, Gu Ning could still go ahead against the strong wind, while he could barely move a step forward. Therefore, in order to not be a drag on Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoting could only hide behind her. Due to the help of Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoting could go farther ahead. However, Gu Ning could only block half of the wind because she was little and Leng Xiaoting was tall. As a result, as they went further ahead, it was increasingly difficult for Leng Xiaoting to move ahead. So Gu Ning decided to help him by pulling his hand. Leng Xiaoting subconsciously wanted to get rid of her hand, but Gu Ning said, "The wind is becoming stronger. I must hold you tightly." Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting didn't get rid of her. But he soon got used to it, perhaps because Gu Ning told him that they were a couple. He only felt a little embarrassed, but he had to tolerate it in order to keep on going ahead. Gu Ning pulled Leng Xiaoting ahead, so it became difficult for her as well, but she wouldn't give up. She was determined to go back to their life in a year. She wanted Leng Xiaoting to be the same Leng Xiaoting she knew. Right as they struggled to step forward, they finally saw the barrier, which was only 10 meters away from them. After a glance at the barrier, Leng Xiaoting was shocked and was more convinced by Gu Ning's words. He also hoped that he could travel a year later in time with Gu Ning through this barrier. Even though he knew nothing about himself after a year and could barely imagine it, he sincerely hoped that they could go back to their life. However, when they were 5 meters away from the barrier, a person showed up at the front. It was Leng Xiaoting, and he was still wearing the same clothes when they were absorbed into the barrier. Gu Ning was struck dumb for a second. Then her face lit up. Xiaoting! The Leng Xiaoting who was pulled by Gu Ning was astonished. Looking at the man who looked exactly the same as him, he thought that the man must be him a year later. Ning Ning, let him go. Leave with me. We can't stay here too long, Leng Xiaoting said to Gu Ning, standing before the barrier. Do we need to send him back? Gu Ning asked. She was talking about the Leng Xiaoting pulled by her. For some reason, she had a strange feeling that this Leng Xiaoting would be in trouble once she let him go. No need. What happens here is the past. It doesn't matter. As long as we enter this barrier, everything in this place will become the past, said Ling shouting. Gu Ning agreed on that, so she let the Lung shouting go, but he turned to catch her hand. Gu Ning was surprised and turned to look at him. Before she could say anything, he said, I think there is something wrong with him. He was talking about the Lung shouting standing in front of the barrier. He couldn't tell why, but he just had that feeling. Gu Ning was taken aback. There was something wrong with that Leng shouting? How was it possible? Ning Ning, let him go right now. Come over here. We must leave as soon as possible. Leng shouting urged her, sounding anxious. All of a sudden, Gu Ning felt that he looked very strange. Was there really something wrong with him? Gu Ning turned to stare at him and said, Shouting, let the flood dragon out. I need it. Once she said that aloud, it meant that she was also suspicious of Leng shouting. If he was really Leng shouting, her words would hurt him. However, Leng shouting's reaction aroused her suspicion. In such a situation, she must be careful. Leng shouting frowned in displeasure and questioned Gu Ning. Ning Ning, are you suspicious of me because of him? Hearing his reply, Gu Ning became more suspicious of him, because Leng shouting would never question her like that. Instead, he would directly let the flood dragon out to prove that he was the real Leng shouting. I wasn't suspicious of you earlier, but now I think you're not the real shouting. The real shouting would never question me like that. He just let the flood dragon out to prove himself, said Gu Ning, looking at him coldly. Hearing that Leng shouting blinked and explained. It's an emergency. Stop wasting time on arguing. If we don't leave right now, we won't ever be able to leave this place. Although that Leng shouting only blinked, Gu Ning still caught it. It seemed that he wasn't the real Leng shouting. Who was he then? Why did he have the same appearance as Leng shouting instead of someone else? Why did he suddenly appear? It won't take you much time to let the flood dragon out. Why can't you do that? Even if Gu Ning was sure that he wasn't the real Leng shouting, she still wanted to make him expose himself. If so, you don't need to go back now. All of a sudden, that Leng shouting changed his attitude and became violent. The next second, he attacked Gu Ning with a pair of angry eyes. Gu Ning was sure that he wasn't the real Leng shouting, but she was still sad when he attacked her. Left with no choice, she fought back at once. The Leng shouting at her back was unwilling to burden her, so he let Gu Ning go once the other Leng shouting attacked her. However, Gu Ning immediately turned to grab his hand. If she let him go, he would quickly be blown away by the strong wind. He might knock against the walls in the cave. As a result, he could die or be seriously injured. You don't need to worry about me. Leng shouting felt touched that Gu Ning was so protective of him. Although she protected him because she cared about the Leng shouting a year later, he was protected by her right now. No, I won't let you go, Gu Ning said with determination. Because the other Leng shouting was fake, this Leng shouting must be real. No matter what, she wouldn't allow him to be injured. Leng shouting tried to get rid of her, but found that Gu Ning was unbelievably strong. He couldn't get rid of her, so he gave up in the end. Gu Ning wasn't dumb and wouldn't fight against the fake Leng shouting alone. Without delay, she let the monster fox out of her telepathic eye space. Even though the monster fox wasn't at a high level, it was very helpful in such a situation. Besides, the man was a fake Leng shouting, so he wasn't stronger than her. With the help of the monster fox, Gu Ning was able to fight against him, while she protected the real Leng shouting at her back. Unfortunately, Gu Ning failed to defeat the fake Leng shouting and was finally forced to leave the cave. If the real Leng shouting wasn't with her, she could defeat the fake Leng shouting, but she refused to abandon the real Leng shouting. After Gu Ning and the real Leng shouting were far from the barrier, the fake Leng shouting didn't chase after them. Are you all right? The real Leng shouting asked Gu Ning with concern. Because of him, Gu Ning failed to defeat the fake Leng shouting, which made him feel guilty. He also blamed himself for not helping her. I'm fine, said Gu Ning. Even though she failed to defeat the fake Leng shouting, she wasn't wounded. She knew that she couldn't win, so she chose to protect herself first. I'm sorry, the real Leng shouting apologized. He just burdened Gu Ning, so she failed. You don't need to apologize to me. I brought you here, so I should say sorry to you, said Guning. I agreed to come. If I wasn't willing to come here, no one could force me. Leng Xiaoting didn't want Guning to blame herself. Guning knew Leng Xiaoting very well, so she stopped talking about that topic. What should we do now? Leng Xiaoting asked. Guning didn't reply to him right away, because she didn't have an idea either. She wouldn't abandon Leng Xiaoting anyway. All of a sudden, Guning thought of Jing Yunyao. Although Jing Yunyao had still lost her memories now, she was a cultivator in the Yuaning period. If Jing Yunyao came to help them, they could easily get into the barrier. I thought of someone. Let's go now, said Guning. Sure, said Leng Xiaoting. Then he walked out with Guning. At this moment it wasn't bright yet, but it was nearly dawn. So Guning and Leng Xiaoting immediately climbed down the mountain. They needed to go back to the car before dawn. Because it was about the summer, the sky turned bright very early. Luckily, Guning and Leng Xiaoting successfully got back into the car before dawn. Who did you think of? Leng Xiaoting asked. Your mother, said Guning. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was surprised. See, can you find her right now? He got excited. Although he asked that question, he was sure that Guning could find his mother, or she wouldn't say that to him. Moreover, they met in a year, so Guning must have the number of his mother. As long as his mother used the same phone number, it should be easy for them to find his mother. Guning had told Leng Xiaoting too many things earlier, and Leng Xiaoting couldn't digest all of them within a short time, so he forgot about Jing Yunyao for the time being. In fact, if he could travel a year ahead in time with Guning, he should be able to see his mother. I have her phone number, but it's still early now. We don't need to rush. Let's go have breakfast first. I'll call her when she's up, said Guning. No problem. Even though Leng Xiaoting couldn't wait to see his mother, it was indeed very early now. His mother should still be asleep, so he decided to be patient. After that, Guning and Leng Xiaoting went to have breakfast. After having breakfast, it was nearly 7:30 a.m., and Jing Yunyao should be up at this moment. Therefore, once Guning and Leng Xiaoting were in the car, Guning called Jing Yunyao. She got through to Jing Yunyao, and Jing Yunyao asked, Hi, who's that? Hi, Mrs. Jing. This is Guning. I know what I'm going to say might be a little abrupt, but I think it's better for me to be straightforward. I know the real reason why you lost memories 15 years ago. Do you want to know? Guning hit the point once Jing Yunyao answered her call. She called Jing Yunyao Mrs. Jing instead of Mrs. Shen, which meant that she knew her real identity. What? Jing Yunyao was very surprised at this time. She was astonished that Guning knew who she was and the fact that she had lost her memories after being injured 15 years ago. Guning even knew the truth behind the accident. Didn't her cousin tell her that nobody knew that? Therefore, Jing Yunyao became alert and asked coldly, Why should I believe you? Why? Since Guning knew who she was and what had happened to her, it should be very convincing. Because I know your real identity. Your name is Jing Yunyao, the daughter of the Jing family, one of the 4 major families in the cultivation world. Your mother died when you were young. Because you're not talented, you were always bullied by your stepbrothers and sisters. Your father didn't care about you. Only your cousin, Jing Jining, treated you well and defended you. However, he couldn't protect you all the time, so you worked very hard on cultivation. You made quick progress and finally won some attention, but you were very disappointed at the Jing family and left the cultivation world afterwards. You can't remember what you've been through after you left the cultivation world. You now live at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. You changed your name to Xin Yao. Your cousin, Jing Jining, doesn't allow you to go to the capital because you might regain your memories there. Your enemies are there too, said Guning. Hearing that, Jing Yunyao became silent. It wasn't because she was surprised that Guning knew all the above about her. They weren't secrets, and all the cultivators in the cultivation world were aware of them. She was silent because Guning called her after knowing she was still alive. Did Jing Jining tell Guning about that? She didn't think it was possible. Then why did Guning do that? How do you know so many things about me? What's your purpose? Jing Yunyao coldly asked. Mrs. Jing, as a cultivator, you should know there are many unbelievable things in this world. like the fact that people can travel in time. I know that because we'll meet in the future. Because of an accident, I traveled back in time. Now I must go back to my future life, but I encountered some trouble. Someone who's stronger than me blocked my way. I can't go back on my own. I thought of you, so I hope you can help me, said Guning. In fact, Guning wasn't sure whether Jing Yunyao would agree to help her. After all, even if she knew many things about her, Jing Yunyao might not believe her. Instead, Jing Yunyao might think that she had a malicious purpose and refuse to come. Anyway, Guning had to give it a try. Travel in time? As a cultivator, Jing Yunyao understood that there were many unbelievable things in this world, but she wasn't familiar with time traveling. However, she didn't think it was impossible just because it sounded strange to her. When Guning told Jing Yunyao that she traveled back in time and they would meet in the future, Jing Yunyao was astonished. She wasn't fully convinced, but wasn't completely doubtful either. Whether it was the truth or not, she really wanted to get her memories back. Because of that, she had to agree to help Guning. Therefore, Jing Yunyao agreed to go to the capital to help Guning, and also warned Guning not to fool her, or she would punish her. Jing Yunyao was in the Yuaning period right now, and there were only a few cultivators who were at a higher level than her, so she wasn't afraid of Guning. Upon thinking that he was going to see his mother soon, Leng Xiaoting got nervous. They had been apart for 15 years and the affection between them was much weaker, but they were related by blood, so he couldn't control his emotions. In the meanwhile, Guning and Leng Xiaoting stayed at Xianyun Mountain. They originally planned to go to pick Jing Yunyao up at the airport after she arrived, but Jing Yunyao rejected. She told them to choose a place for their meeting. Guning and Leng Xiaoting understood that Jing Yunyao was very cautious, so they agreed and waited for her at Xianyun Mountain. Although Jing Yunyao wouldn't arrive until that night, Guning and Leng Xiaoting didn't want to go anywhere now, so they stayed at Xianyun Mountain. Leng Xiaoting seized the chance and asked Guning more about Jing Yunyao. Guning told him everything, so Leng Xiaoting learned more about Jing Yunyao. After knowing the story, Leng Xiaoting felt sad. He was sorry for Jing Yunyao and began to hate the Jing family. When Jing Yunyao arrived at Xianyun Mountain, it was completely dark, because she needed to take a 5-hour flight to get to the capital from City Gu, and it took about 1.5 hours to reach Xianyun Mountain from the airport. She took the circular road around the city, so it was actually fast. If she took the roads through the city, it would take 2 or 3 hours. Because Xianyun Mountain was a scenic spot, there was a commercial district at the foot of the mountain. There were all kinds of businesses like hotels, restaurants, and so on with many visitors, so it wasn't strange that Jing Yunyao came here late at night. If no one stayed there, the taxi driver might refuse to drive Jing Yunyao here. If it was the wilderness and she came alone, the taxi driver might think that she was a female ghost or something. It was scary, and the taxi driver might be frightened. After getting out of the car, Jing Yunyao needed to go to the parking lot before Xianyun Mountain through the commercial district, which was 100 meters long. Guning and Leng Xiaoting were waiting for her in a car. Right after Jing Yunyao got off the plane, she kept observing the surroundings to see if there was anything wrong. Although she found nothing wrong along the way, she stayed alert, because there could be a trap anywhere. It might even be set at Xianyun Mountain. Once Jing Yunyao showed up at the parking lot, Guning and Leng Xiaoting saw her. The moment Leng Xiaoting saw Jing Yunyao, he was struck dumb. Filled with excitement, he had an impulse to rush to her. But Guning had told him that Jing Yunyao had lost her memories. Jing Yunyao didn't know him, so he had to control himself. Since Jing Yunyao was here, Guning and Leng Xiaoting also got out of their car. When they got out of the car, Jing Yunyao noticed them and turned to look at them. There was a distance of 20 meters between them. It was dim around, but Jing Yunyao could still recognize them immediately. When she saw Leng Xiaoting, Jing Yunyao stiffened a little, because she felt his appearance was familiar and strange. However, she was sure that she had never seen him before. Jing Yunyao couldn't figure out why right now, so she gave it up for the time being. She knew it was the girl who called her, so she directly walked to Guning. Guning and Leng Xiaoting walked towards her as well. After they were closer, Guning greeted Jing Yunyao. "Nice to see you, Mrs. Jing. I'm Guning." "Nice to see you too, Miss Gu," said Jing Yunyao. But but she couldn't help glancing at Lung shouting next to Guning. Somehow, she felt this man looked very familiar, but he seemed very young. He should be about 24. If she was just familiar with his face, it wasn't a big deal, because they might have met before and she couldn't remember his face. However, the point was that she felt there was intimacy between them. How could that be possible? Lung shouting noticed that Jing Yunyao was sizing him up. He looked calm on the surface, but he was actually quite excited in his heart, because she was his mother. She had only lost her memories. Guning just told him that cultivators could live longer, especially cultivators at high levels. They could stay young forever. So because Jing Yunyao was at a high level, she seemed to be in her early 30s. Therefore, Lung shouting didn't have doubts when he saw that Jing Yunyao looked much younger than he thought. In addition, he found that she closely resembled the woman in his memories. Most importantly, he had a strange feeling that they were very close. Only mother and son could have such intimacy. Mrs. Jing, do you think he looks very familiar? Gu Ning asked in an affirmative tone. Jing Yunyao came back to her senses, but didn't reply to Gu Ning right away. She stared straight at Gu Ning, trying to figure out her purpose from her expression. However, she couldn't see any malice from Gu Ning's expressions. Gu Ning must be good at acting, or she really had no evil purpose. Anyway, Jing Yunyao still didn't answer Gu Ning's question. Instead, she asked, "When can you tell me the truth of the accident which happened 15 years ago?" "I can tell you about it right now," said Gu Ning. She wasn't worried that Jing Yunyao might regret agreeing to help her deal with the fakeling shouting in the cave if she told her about it now, because she had spent some time with Jing Yunyao and knew that Jing Yunyao always kept her promises. So she was willing to trust her. "Aren't you afraid I'll leave and won't help you deal with your enemy if you tell me right now?" Jing Yunyao was surprised that Gu Ning was willing to trust her. Since Jing Yunyao asked that question, it proved that she was an honest person. "I know you, and I think I can trust you. If you really regret it, it only means that you don't believe me. After all, I'm just a stranger to you right now," said Gu Ning. If Jing Yunyao wouldn't help her deal with the fakeling shouting, Gu Ning wouldn't blame Jing Yunyao. She would only think that Jing Yunyao didn't believe her. After all, she was just a stranger to Jing Yunyao, and it was understandable if Jing Yunyao didn't believe her. Therefore, even if Jing Yunyao didn't help her, she wouldn't complain about it. Hearing Gu Ning's answer, Jing Yunyao said nothing further. Although she wasn't sure whether she would get along with Gu Ning in the future, she wouldn't regret it as long as Gu Ning told the truth. "If you don't mind, we can talk about it while we climb up the mountain. The person I'm going to deal with is in the cave up the mountain," said Gu Ning. "No problem," said Jing Yunyao. After that, 3 of them climbed up the mountain and Gu Ning said to Jing Yunyao, "Because you didn't want to stay in the cultivation world, you left and met a man called Lung Yuanhan." Gu Ning told Jing Yunyao how she met Lung Yuanhan and fell in love with him and they got married afterwards. Because Gu Ning didn't know many details, she only told her a brief story. Jing Yunyao was shocked to know that she actually had a husband and a son. Unfortunately, her husband died 15 years ago. "Where is my son now?" Jing Yunyao asked in a hurry. "This is your son. His name is Lung shouting," said Gu Ning. Hearing that, Jing Yunyao was struck dumb. She immediately turned to look at Lung shouting. He was her son? In an instant, she had mixed emotions. No wonder she felt there was intimacy between them. Unexpectedly, he was her son. At this moment, Lung shouting lost control of his excitement. Because he usually stayed cold, he didn't have an emotional reaction. "You're indeed exactly the same as my mother. You only look younger. Gu Ning told me that you're a cultivator at a high level, so you can stay young for a long time." Because Jing Yunyao had no memory of her marriage and son, she had stayed alone for the past years. Now her son suddenly showed up, and she didn't know what to say or do all of a sudden. Anyway, she had no intention of pushing Lung shouting away. Instead, she felt quite comforted. They were related by blood after all. "I'm sorry, I can't remember anything now." So, Jing Yunyao apologized. His biological mother was right in front of him now, but she couldn't remember him. It was painful, so Jing Yunyao apologized to Lung shouting. She felt bad about it, because she couldn't remember her son even if her son was right in front of her. Never mind. Ling Xiaoting understood that it wasn't easy for Jing Yunyao to digest the shocking news within a short time, so he didn't urge her. He only felt a little sad, because it was such a twist of fate. After composing herself, Jing Yunyao asked, "Why did Leng Yuanhan and I die?" She always wanted to know why she was injured, but Jing Jining only told her that she would be killed if she dared to enter the cultivation world again. She believed that she must have messed with someone, and the person who wanted her dead must be at a higher level than her. She was no match for that person, so she stayed out of the cultivation world. Although she was a member of the Jing family had a very important and stable position in the cultivation world. She was only an unimportant daughter in the Jing family, so her father wouldn't stand out for her against anyone. However, it seemed more complicated than she thought. "You fell in love with a mortal, which was against the rules in the cultivation world. So your father got mad and ordered to kill you too," said Guning. "What?" Hearing that, Jing Yunyao was shocked. Turned out to be her father. She was surprised, but didn't think it was impossible, because her father was very cruel. Leng Xiaoting, on the other hand, was astonished. He couldn't believe that it was his so-called maternal grandfather who ordered the killing of his father and mother. "I'm not lying because your cousin is aware of the truth. If you want to make sure of it, you can ask him," said Guning. After knowing the truth, both Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao were in a bad mood. Only after a long while did they finally feel better. After that, Guning told Jing Yunyao what had happened after she traveled back in time. Jing Yunyao said, "Since you traveled back in time through a barrier, everything here shouldn't really exist. It might just be an illusion. You just intruded into an illusion. That's my guess, and I'm not sure of it, but I think it's highly likely." An illusion? Hearing that, Guning suddenly felt it might be true. It wasn't easy to travel back in time after all. "If so, I think it can be the truth. If it's really an illusion, what should I do now?" Guning asked. Guning understood what an illusion was, but she knew very little about it. It was still a strange thing for her. There is an entrance and exit to each illusion. As long as you can find the entrance, you can get back to your life. "I think the barrier you just mentioned could be the entrance and exit," said Jing Yunyao. She wasn't sure, but it was very likely to be the answer. "Then I guess we have to go back to the barrier," said Guning. She had also thought that they could go back to where they came from through the barrier. Although Jing Yunyao just met her son and had to watch them leave right now, she knew that they couldn't stay here if it was really an illusion. Because an illusion could continue to change and make trouble, it would torture people and drive them crazy. And after they went crazy, they would die. If Guning and Leng Xiaoting died, what should their families and friends do? Jing Yunyao would suffer the pain of losing her son in the future. Therefore, no matter how reluctant she was, she had to do her best to help them get out of here. They went to the cave again and walked into it. Although Guning already told her there was wind in it, Jing Yunyao still felt it was strange when she felt it in reality. After all, this was the first time that she had ever met such a thing. After a while, they reached the place where the steel bars were welded. Because Guning and Leng Xiaoting connected the steel bars before they left, no one found out. However, instead of welding it, they directly glued it together with superglue and could easily take it apart with a little force. Therefore, when they went to the hole where the steel bars were welded, Guning went directly to take down the broken steel bars. Then they got in. Because Jing Yunyao was in the Yuaning period, the wind barely bothered her, while Leng Xiaoting could only stand behind her. Due to Jing Yunyao's help, it was much easier for them to get closer to the barrier. The still fake Leng Xiaoting was still standing in front of the barrier. As soon as the fake Leng Xiaoting saw Guning coming back, his face lit up. "Ning, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for so long. Let's go back now." It seemed as if nothing had happened before. He seemed to be the real Leng Xiaoting. He was so good at acting that Guning was almost convinced, but in the end it was impossible for her to believe him. If he was the real Leng Xiaoting, he wouldn't have no reaction when he saw Jing Yunyao. "Stop acting. I won't believe you," said Guning coldly. "Ning, what happened? I'm not acting. Did something go wrong? I don't want you to misunderstand me," said Leng Xiaoting. looking a little hurt. It made Gu Ning feel that he might be the real Leng Xiaoting. However, he was the fake Leng Xiaoting and it wouldn't be changed. If Gu Ning was an ordinary girl, she might have been convinced by him. Do you think I'm an idiot? Gu Ning sneered. Ning, stop arguing. We should go back right now. We've disappeared for so long. Jin Chen and the others should be very anxious. Facing Gu Ning's mockery, Leng Xiaoting wasn't mad at all. He only looked anxious. If you want me to believe that you're the real Xiaoting, let the flood dragon out now, said Gu Ning. Hearing that, the fake Leng Xiaoting became angry in an instant and came to attack Gu Ning right away. Leave him to me. Seize a chance and go through the barrier, said Jing Yunyao, and immediately went to fight with the fake Leng Xiaoting. The fake Leng Xiaoting obviously was no match for Jing Yunyao, so she soon controlled him. At this time, Gu Ning pulled the real Leng Xiaoting and rushed to the barrier. Before the barrier, the two turned back and gave Jing Yunyao a glance, then ran into the barrier. However, an accident happened at this time. Gu Ning successfully got in the barrier, but Leng Xiaoting was bounced away the second he touched it. In the barrier, Gu Ning was scared. She subconsciously wanted to catch Leng Xiaoting, but everything in her sight suddenly disappeared. So did the barrier. Even though Gu Ning wanted to go back, she couldn't see the road. Now, she was sure that Leng Xiaoting and she had entered an illusion. She didn't actually travel in time back to the days before her reincarnation. That Leng Xiaoting, however, didn't make it. Did it mean that he wasn't the Leng Xiaoting who traveled back in time with her? Thinking of that, Gu Ning felt it was possible. If he was the Leng Xiaoting who traveled back in time with her, he wouldn't have no memory and ability while she kept all her memories and abilities. Because of that, Gu Ning didn't feel upset when Leng Xiaoting failed to go through the barrier with her. Where was Leng Xiaoting right now? Did he go into another illusion alone? That must be the answer. It was true that Leng Xiaoting entered another illusion. After he woke up, he didn't travel back in time to a certain year, but he went to a misty forest. The first idea that appeared in his mind was that he traveled back in time to this misty forest. He also had other guesses. Perhaps this was another world, like the Cultivation world, which was separated from the mortal's world. Anyway, for the time being, Leng Xiaoting couldn't believe that it was an illusion. He didn't care about whether it was another world or not. He was very anxious once he found that Gu Ning was absent. He had to find her as soon as possible. Unfortunately, in an unknown situation, Leng Xiaoting had no idea where to search for Gu Ning. Ning, are you with me? Can you hear me? Say something if you can hear me. Leng Xiaoting shouted as he looked for Gu Ning. Because it was a misty forest with poor visibility, it was hard for him to see anything with his eyes. In addition to shouts, Leng Xiaoting also used his senses to search for Gu Ning. However, after a few hours, he still couldn't find Gu Ning, nor could he walk out of the misty forest. Leng Xiaoting became more anxious. He didn't know whether Gu Ning was safe. After looking for Gu Ning for a while longer, Leng Xiaoting heard noises of a fight. Therefore, he quickly went there. When he was closer, he saw two women in a fight. One of them was Gu Ning. However, Gu Ning was no match for the other woman and was beaten back step by step. Ning. The second Leng Xiaoting saw Gu Ning, his eyes lit up. He immediately ran to Gu Ning to help her and used his magical energy to hit the woman who was fighting against Gu Ning. Once Leng Xiaoting took action, the woman who was in the fight with Gu Ning couldn't fight back. She was hit by Leng Xiaoting's magical energy and flew a few meters away till she fell on the ground. The woman turned to look at Leng Xiaoting in shock. She sadly criticized him. Xiaoting, how could you hurt me for her? Hearing her criticism, Leng Xiaoting frowned in confusion, because her tone and expression closely resembled Gu Ning's. However, her face and voice were totally strange to him. He didn't think he had met her before. Why did he feel that she looked like Gu Ning? Xiaoting, you're finally here. Gu Ning, who stood next to Leng Xiaoting, said happily. Upon hearing Gu Ning's voice, Leng Xiaoting came back to his senses. He was eager to see whether Gu Ning was injured, so he ignored that woman. The woman who was injured by Leng Xiaoting was Tang Aining. In other words, Tang Aining had a fight with Gu Ning, appearing in Leng Xiaoting's illusion. It was a test for him. It had nothing to do with the real Guning because it was all fake images in the illusion. Normally, people and things that you cared about most would show up in the illusion, and you had to choose. Ning Ning, are you all right? Leng Xiaoting asked with concern. I'm fine, said Guning. Great. Leng Xiaoting felt relieved. Xiaoting, let's go now. Guning pulled Leng Xiaoting and wanted to leave. She didn't bother to punish Tang Aining. Wait! Tang Aining, however, wouldn't let them go. She stood up and stared at Leng Xiaoting with a sad expression. Shouting, I'm the real Guning. She is fake. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting frowned, because that woman didn't look or sound like Guning at all. However, Leng Xiaoting somehow felt there was a close similarity between Guning and her. At the same time, he had a strange feeling when Guning held his hand. Anyway, the feelings didn't last long, and he forbade himself from thinking like that. Ningning by his side now. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting turned to look at Tang Aining coldly. Miss, I'm not blind. I can recognize my fiancée. No, she's fake. I'm the real one, said Tang Aining. Tang Aining, enough. You tried to possess my body in order to be alive again. It's so selfish, said Guning angrily. She seemed very mad and hurt. Tang Aining? Leng Xiaoting had heard of that name. He knew that she was Tang Bingson's daughter and Gu Ning's master. Did she try to rob Gu Ning of her body in order to come alive? In an instant, Leng Xiaoting was mad at Tang Aining. As a cultivator, he wasn't surprised that a person became a ghost after she died and wanted to possess someone else's body. Could happen. Gu Ning, you know that you're already dead. If I hadn't been reincarnated into your body would have been rotten long ago. You wouldn't be able to meet Xiaoting. Tang Aining sneered. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was struck dumb. What? Gu Ning was already dead before meeting him? After Tang Aining died, her soul possessed Gu Ning's body? Although Leng Xiaoting wasn't fully convinced by Tang Aining's words, he couldn't help but take it seriously. So what? Since your soul has left my body, it means you shouldn't stay in my body any longer. You should leave me now. This is my body, and I'm Gu Ning. Gu Ning admitted that what Tang Aining just said was true. Because even Gu Ning admitted it now, Leng Xiaoting suddenly didn't know what to do. Without a word, he gave a glance at Gu Ning, then at Tang Aining. Shouting, you can only choose one of us. Will you choose her or me? Gu Ning asked Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting hesitated, because they were both Gu Ning no matter if one had her body while the other had her soul. It was a very difficult choice. Shouting, I'm the one who's been in love with you for over a year. Will you leave me just because I have a different appearance now? Tang Aining asked. Of course not, said Leng Xiaoting subconsciously. He loved Gu Ning not for her beautiful appearance. Gu Ning interrupted. How about me? My body has been with you for more than a year as well. Will you abandon me? No, I won't, said Leng Xiaoting. Although he was cornered now, he couldn't abandon Gu Ning, or he would be irresponsible. What should he do now? Who will you choose between us? Gu Ning and Tang Aining asked him at the same time. Leng Xiaoting didn't want to say because it was really hard. It wasn't realistic for him to take both of them away. He couldn't accept that, and they wouldn't be willing to do that either. Tell us, who will you choose? Say it. Leng Xiaoting was cornered. In the end, he replied, if it's possible, I only want to go back to my life before I entered the barrier. I only want Gu Ning with both her body and soul. Only when her soul is in her body is she the girl I love. Upon hearing that, Gu Ning and Tang Aining shut their mouths. Then their bodies disappeared in the air. Seeing that, Leng Xiaoting was scared. Ning Ning! He searched around in anxiety, but couldn't find Gu Ning and Tang Aining. Finally, he realized something wasn't right. Perhaps he didn't really see Gu Ning and Tang Aining, and might be in an illusion now. Thinking of that, Leng Xiaoting felt it was highly likely, because they shouldn't have disappeared so abruptly if they were real. Luckily, Shangguanyang had told him about illusions, so it wasn't strange to him. However, how should he get out of here now? Where was Ning Ning? Since he could enter an illusion, Gu Ning must be in an illusion too. He wondered whether they were in the same illusion. Most importantly, He wanted to know whether Guning was safe and whether she could leave the illusion. Lung's shouting was filled with worry, but he couldn't do anything about it. If Guning was in the same illusion as him, he hoped that they would meet as soon as possible, then go out together. If she wasn't, he hoped that he could leave this place quickly. He hoped that he would see Guning after he got out of here. He entered this illusion on his own, so he had to leave it by himself as well. After Guning crossed the barrier, she didn't go back to where she was before she entered the barrier. Instead, she found herself in a white place. It was covered entirely in white, and she couldn't find its beginning or end. Guning understood that she was in another illusion now. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy for her to go back to her own life. Guning didn't know what to do now, so she could only walk along to see if there were any clues. She had no idea how long she had walked, but suddenly she saw a beam of light quickly approaching her from the front. Guning was frightened and immediately avoided it. However, even though she was very agile, she was still almost hit by the beam of light. Before Guning could relax, the beam of light attacked her once more. Guning swiftly avoided it again. The light beam attacked Guning endlessly, and more appeared. Although Guning used her magical power to make herself faster, after a long time, she was losing strength and slowed down. Finally, she was injured by a beam of light. The beam of light cut Guning's arm, and it felt as if she was being burned by fire, leaving Guning in pain. However, the beams of light wouldn't stop attacking her, and Guning continued to dodge, but more and more parts of her body were injured. Gradually, Guning was out of strength and almost passed out. However, right at this moment, Guning felt that the energy in her lower abdomen was running around, especially in her energy center. She felt that the flow of magical power was expanding as if it was going to explode. She understood that the energy in her body had reached another level, and she was about to break through to the next level now. Guning stopped paying attention to the beams of light which were attacking her and her injured body. She immediately sat down cross-legged and relaxed, trying to focus on the energy inside her body. She moved it to hit the barrier. In such a situation, if she didn't break through to the next level right away, the energy in her body would expand till it exploded. Then either her tendons or energy center would be broken. She would suffer a very terrible result. As a result, Guning had to ignore the aggressive beams of light and sit down at once. Normally, cultivators could feel it when they were about to go to the next level, and would be prepared for that. Just like what Jing Yunyao had done before. They were all prepared beforehand. It wasn't strange that Guning always advanced to the next level in a crisis, but it wasn't common. It usually happened when a cultivator was about to go to the next level, and there were outside influences that urged the energy in their body to gather, so the cultivator suddenly needed to break through to the next level right away. When Guning was fighting against the beams of light, the energy inside her body became active, so she needed to break through to the next level now. The beams of light continued to attack Guning, but they couldn't injure her anymore. Once they touched her body, they were absorbed. It wasn't easy to break through the barrier, and might take a very long time. Therefore, at the beginning, when Guning moved her magical energy to hit the barrier, it stood firm. Luckily, Guning had the blood of the phoenix. With its magical power, Guning became stronger and the barrier began to shake after a short while. Due to the magical power, Guning's wounds started healing. Once the barrier shook, Guning gave it another heavy hit and it finally broke. After the final hit, she successfully broke through. She managed to get to the peak of the heartbeat stage by turning the power into chi. It was significant progress. Guning actually wanted to seize this chance and tried to directly get to the golden core stage of turning chi into energy, because she felt that she could continue. However, right after she got to the stage of turning chi into energy, she had to suffer 9 heavenly thunders. Therefore, as soon as she broke through the barrier, the heavenly thunder came down. It was impossible for her to go to the next level right now. She had to avoid the heavenly thunder as fast as possible, or she might die, and she didn't want to lose her life. Although Guning lost a lot of strength when she broke through the barrier, she quickly filled herself with strength under the help of her magical power. Therefore, she could still avoid the heavenly thunder. Because the heavenly thunder was very powerful, Even if it failed to hit Gu Ning was still affected by its great force. So she was slightly injured inside. Right when heavenly thunder came down, a crack appeared in the illusion and Leng Xiaoting saw it. Leng Xiaoting knew that it was the heavenly thunder, and there must be a cultivator who was going through the heavenly tribulation. However, Leng Xiaoting thought that he might get out of here through the crack. He wasn't sure of it, but he thought that it was possible and he wanted to try. Without delay, he took out his sword and flew towards the crack. He did his best to avoid the heavenly thunder along the way. It was very difficult because the heavenly thunder was close to him. He could easily be hit if he wasn't careful enough. As a result, Leng Xiaoting failed several times when he avoided the heavenly thunder. At the fourth time, he succeeded in rushing out of the crack. He wasn't hit by the heavenly thunder, but he was shocked by their great force. Even his soul trembled a little and he almost fell from his sword. If he really fell, all his efforts would become a failure. After he rushed out of the crack, Leng Xiaoting indeed got back to the barrier in the cave with strong wind. In other words, he was really out of the illusion. However, Leng Xiaoting wasn't happy, because he didn't see Gu Ning. If Gu Ning got out before him, she would be waiting for him here. Therefore, if she was absent, she must be in the illusion. So Leng Xiaoting couldn't be happy. He wanted to get into the illusion again to search for Gu Ning, but he knew that he might not succeed. If he couldn't find the exit the next time, Gu Ning would also be worried if she could see him after coming out. However, wasn't there anything he could do? Because he was worried about Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoting didn't go out. He understood that Su Jinqin and the others must be very concerned. But Gu Ning didn't come out yet, so he was unwilling to leave. At the same time, Gu Ning also saw the crack and it was very close to her. She also thought that it might be the exit and she could get out through it. She wasn't sure of it, but she wanted to try. However, if she wanted to get out through the crack, she could only knock against the heavenly thunder and go up through it. It was very dangerous, but nothing good came without risk. Therefore, no matter what the result might be, she would give it a try. Only 3 heavenly thunders were left, so Gu Ning only had 3 chances. If she couldn't leave through the crack within 3 times, she would have to think of another way. Without delay, Gu Ning took action. She summoned up all her strength and rushed to the heavenly thunder. However, it wasn't easy. Gu Ning failed the first time and the heavenly thunder hit her in her arm. Instantly, her face contorted in agony and she almost cried. Even if only her arm was hit, the force nearly killed her. She could feel that her arm could have been broken. Fortunately, she was only injured, and her arm wasn't broken. She survived. She was injured, but she wouldn't give up. After a second, 2 heavenly thunders came down together, which meant it was Gu Ning's last chance. Gu Ning summoned up her courage. Facing the heavenly thunder, she rushed to the crack. This time, she knocked against the heavenly thunder and was heavily hit by it. Gu Ning felt that her body was about to be torn apart. Her soul trembled and she began to lose consciousness. However, she did her best not to faint and continued to rush to the crack. If she couldn't get out through it, or the crack wasn't the exit, all she was doing would be meaningless. She chose to risk her life and go against the heavenly thunder simply because she wanted to leave through the crack. If she didn't knock against the heavenly thunder, she wouldn't be seriously injured. Accordingly, if the crack wasn't the exit, she would be greatly disappointed. After the heavenly thunder finished, the crack was about to disappear. Gu Ning was seriously injured and felt that she might give up at any moment, but she still persisted and ran towards the crack. Finally, when the crack was about to disappear, she got out of it. When she went into a dark space from a white space, Gu Ning couldn't get used to it for a few seconds, so she saw nothing in front of her. However, she smelt something familiar. It was Leng Xiaoting's unique smell. Gu Ning didn't care whether she traveled back. She felt relieved when she smelt Leng Xiaoting. She relaxed at once and lost her strength. Ningming. Leng Xiaoting stood and waited outside, so he saw Gu Ning once she got out. His face lit up at once, and he also noticed that she was injured, so he supported her right away. Leng Xiaoting could see that she was injured and also felt that the energy was out of control in her body. Without delay, he helped her stabilize it. When he did that, he sensed that her level was different now and was surprised. Given Gu Ning's current level, she should be at the peak of the heartbeat stage. In other words, it was Gu Ning who was going through the heavenly tribulation just then. Thinking of that, Leng Xiaoting felt scared for her, because it was very dangerous. He was absent when she was risking her life. He even got out from the crack while she was suffering the heavenly tribulation. Leng Xiaoting felt a little guilty. Luckily, both of them survived and Gu Ning was safe although she was injured. After Leng Xiaoting's help, the energy in Gu Ning's body began to stabilize over time. Gu Ning's face became ruddy as well, and she gradually regained consciousness. "Xiaoting, is it you?" Gu Ning asked with uncertainty, because she was afraid it was just an illusion. "Yes, it's me. We're both out now." Leng Xiaoting could feel Gu Ning's anxiety and immediately hugged her to comfort her. "Great," said Gu Ning, feeling very relieved. Afterwards, Gu Ning used her own magical power to cure herself. After a while, she was much better. Then she stood up and left with Leng Xiaoting. "Let me carry you on my back," said Leng Xiaoting. Because Gu Ning was injured, Leng Xiaoting was worried about her. "Thanks," said Gu Ning. She wasn't completely well yet, but she could walk and looked fine. However, since Leng Xiaoting wanted to carry her on his back, she was unwilling to reject his kindness. There was a distance from here to the exit, so they talked with each other about what they had been through after entering the illusion. When Leng Xiaoting told his story, he hesitated to tell Gu Ning every detail, because he wasn't sure whether he should. It wasn't only an illusion in Leng Xiaoting's eyes, but was also something real. "What's wrong?" Gu Ning asked. "Don't be mad if I tell you," said Leng Xiaoting. He still wanted to know the answer. "What? Did you do something that'll upset me in the illusion?" Gu Ning joked. Although she joked about that, it aroused her jealousy. "Of course not," Leng Xiaoting denied at once. "It's something else." "What is it? Tell me now or I'll really be mad," said Gu Ning, acting angry. From Leng Xiaoting's expression, she could see that it wasn't something normal, so she was a little nervous. "I met you in the illusion and a woman called Tang Aining. Tang Aining told me." At this moment, Leng Xiaoting paused, while Gu Ning stiffened. "What did she say?" she asked. Feeling that Gu Ning's body stiffened, Leng Xiaoting was sure that what Tang Aining had told him might be true. However, he still wanted to hear the answer from Gu Ning's mouth. Even if it was the truth, he didn't mind. He was only worried that what had happened in the illusion might happen in their real life. He honestly didn't know whom to choose if it happened in reality. No matter who he chose, he would hurt the other, and there wouldn't be a complete Gu Ning if either of them was absent. He wouldn't stop loving Gu Ning even if she was incomplete, but the condition was that the other incomplete Gu Ning didn't exist. After that, Leng Xiaoting told Gu Ning about his conversation with Tang Aining and Gu Ning in the illusion. Gu Ning felt a little uneasy when she heard the whole story. In fact, she was willing to admit that she possessed Gu Ning's body after Tang Aining died. After all, she never planned to keep it a secret from Leng Xiaoting forever, and she had already told Shangguan Yang about that. She just hadn't told Leng Xiaoting yet. Since he was aware of that now, she thought that she could tell him everything about it. However, because she didn't know whether Leng Xiaoting would be bothered by it, she lacked confidence. After a deep breath, she finally opened her mouth. "It's true that my soul possessed Gu Ning's body after I died as Tang Aining. I told you that I took revenge for Tang Aining, but it's actually for myself. I didn't know how to explain it to you back then, so I lied and said that Tang Aining is my master. I met you a few days after my reincarnation. Do you mind?" "I don't mind it at all. I'm just scared that it might happen in our real life." "I don't know what I'd do then," said Leng Xiaoting, sounding a little aggrieved. He was a strong man. He had never been scared of facing danger before. Before Gu Ning successfully became a cultivator, he had to face her early death while he would stay young forever. But he still decided to die with her and leave his mother who he just met. However, what happened to him this time was really a problem for him. Leng Xiaoting soon accepted the fact that Gu Ning's body was actually possessed by Tang Aining's soul. As a cultivator, he had witnessed many unbelievable things. Knowing that Leng Xiaoting wasn't bothered by that, Gu Ning felt relieved. She wasn't worried that it might happen in reality, so she comforted Leng, shouting, "Relax, it won't happen in reality. When I successfully became a cultivator, my soul was completely integrated with Gu Ning's body. We won't separate." "Really?" Leng Shouting's face lit up. "If so, it would be for the best." "Of course. In fact, our master is already aware of it. Because he could see that my body and my soul belong to different people, I told him the secret. Master said I have the blood of the phoenix, so it should be easy for me to become a cultivator. I just need to mix my soul with my body so that I can cultivate. So I didn't begin to cultivate until my soul mixed with my body," said Gu Ning. After hearing that, Leng Shouting was more relieved. When Gu Ning and Leng Shouting had almost reached the entrance of the cave, Gu Ning told Leng Shouting to let her down. She used her jade eyes to look outside, and she could see that Su Jinchen and the others were still there. If they saw Leng Shouting carrying her on his back, they would think that she was injured and would be worried about her. Gu Ning and Leng Shouting were actually a little surprised that Su Jinchen and the others were still waiting for them outside. They had disappeared for so long. Why didn't they look worried? Gu Ning had that thought not because Su Jinchen and the others didn't seem worried, but because she thought that they should be worried after they had disappeared for so long. Therefore, an idea dawned on Gu Ning. Was the time different after they entered the illusion? Thinking of that, Gu Ning took out her phone and glanced at the time. She was right. Although she had stayed in the illusion for nearly a day, only an hour had passed outside. Obviously, a day in the illusion was an hour in reality. If so, Gu Ning and Leng Shouting weren't worried. It was the truth. Although Gu Ning had stayed in the illusion for almost a day, only an hour had passed in the outside world. Therefore, Su Jinchen and the others were slightly anxious, but they could stay calm and didn't leave. "Hey, you're out. How is it? Is anything wrong inside?" Seeing Gu Ning and Leng Shouting come out, Su Jinchen and the others were relieved. "Nothing abnormal, but it's indeed not safe inside. I think we better block this entrance with stones," said Leng Shouting. He wouldn't tell what he had been through in the cave. Hearing that, Su Jinchen and the others agreed. "Do we need to do that by ourselves or leave it to the staff of this scenic spot?" Su Jinchen asked. Even if the scenic spot should be responsible for that, they might not be reliable, so Su Jinchen asked Leng Shouting about that. "You can go out before us. Guard 10 meters away. Ningning and I will deal with it," said Leng Shouting. "Sure." Su Jinchen and the others agreed, then walked away. They knew that Leng Shouting could handle it well. Once they were gone, Leng Shouting let the flood dragon out and told it to block the entrance of the cave. There were many stones and the entrance wasn't large, so it wasn't difficult. Within a short time it was done. Instantly the wind was gone on that path. Su Jinchen and the others could also feel it from 10 meters away. Although they were aware of Leng Shouting's and Gu Ning's abilities, they were still amazed by their efficiency. Zi Beiying was especially shocked. "Jesus, they're so fast. They're always more efficient than other people." Su Jinchen was surprised, but felt more proud of them. "You're not as efficient as them. Why are you so proud?" Zi Beiying rolled her eyes at Su Jinchen. "Leng Shouting is my boss." Su Jinchen wasn't affected at all. He admired Leng Shouting and didn't feel jealous of him at all. Several visitors who climbed up the mountain for the wind suddenly felt the wind was gone halfway. It aroused their doubts. "What happened? I just felt the wind, but it's suddenly gone." "Right. The breeze can't be the so-called strong wind. I think it might be a lie that there is an abnormally strong wind. Actually, I heard that the wind in this big cave is actually created by the scenic spot. The staff put a blower in the cave or some kind of machine that can blow strong wind, then deliberately spread such a rumor as a gimmick to attract visitors. I've heard of that too. I didn't believe it at the beginning because it's very electricity consuming, but now I think it's possible. The wind is gone all of a sudden. I bet the machine is out of electricity. Do we need to go there now? The wind is gone. Why do we have to go there now? It'll just be a waste of time. Why don't we go to other roads? There are a lot of beautiful views. Perhaps there is wind ahead. Let's go farther forward to have a look." In the end, they still decided to have a look, but they planned to not go far. If they couldn't feel the wind within a few minutes, they would turn around. After blocking the entrance, Gu Ning left. Gu Ning, you're so amazing. How could you finish that work so quickly? Once Gu Ning came, Zi Beiying complimented her excitedly, holding her arm. Zi Beiying wasn't trying to find out any secrets about Gu Ning. She was just curious about it. Sorry, it's a secret. I can't tell you. Gu Ning joked, but she really couldn't tell Zi Beiying. Fine. Zi Beiying didn't insist or get mad. They climbed down the mountain and met several people who came because of the strong wind. When they saw Gu Ning coming from the cave, one of them asked, "Excuse me, is there really a strong wind ahead?" "Not at all," Gu Ning said. "Oh, there is no wind. Well, then I think we'll just go home." As soon as they heard that there was no wind, they were quite disappointed. Since there was no wind, they felt it was unnecessary for them to continue to go forward. Because Gu Ning and her friends came to Xianyun Mountain to see the windy cave and to have a trip, they didn't go back right after the problem was solved. Instead, they continued to enjoy themselves at the mountain. Because the problem with the windy cave was done, they could relax more and enjoy their trip. It was almost noon now, so there were more visitors climbing up the mountain than before, but most of them were the same age as Gu Ning. They probably had a tour together while they were on vacation. Gu Ning and her friends were very good-looking, so they attracted a lot of attention along the way. A girl even fell down the stairs when she couldn't look away from Leng shouting. Luckily, her friends supported her, and she wasn't seriously injured. "Well, I think someone is too attractive to have a look around. It may hurt other people," said Gu Ning acidly after they walked far away. Hearing that, Su Jinchen and the others turned to look at Leng shouting. They wanted to see how he would make Gu Ning happy. Leng shouting didn't seem worried at all, because he knew that Gu Ning wasn't really mad. "Do you want me to put on a face mask in the future? You've said that before, but you never put it on," Gu Ning argued. "I don't have a face mask now. If we can find any places selling face masks after we climb down the mountain, I'll buy one and put it on. How about that?" Leng shouting said in a serious tone. Actually, he had a face mask, but it was in the Chenkuan bag. Because Su Jinchen and the others were present, he couldn't take it out. Although he knew that Gu Ning was just joking, he was willing to have fun with her in order to make her happy. "Do you think shouting will really go buy a face mask and put it on?" Zi Beiying approached Su Jinchen and asked. She knew that they were just joking, but she was very curious about it. If Gu Ning was serious, would Leng shouting really go to buy a face mask and put it on? "I think shouting will do it as long as Gu Ning is serious," said Su Jinchen seriously. Even though it was childish, it was how a loving couple got along with each other. Leng shouting loved Gu Ning deeply and would do whatever Gu Ning wanted him to do. Gu Ning and Leng shouting heard Zi Beiying's conversation with Su Jinchen. She was actually just joking and didn't mean to let Leng shouting put on a face mask, but she suddenly wanted to see Leng shouting with a face mask on after hearing Zi Beiying's conversation with Su Jinchen. "No need to buy one after we climb down the mountain. We'll be back by then. It's meaningless to put it on. I have a face mask here. You can wear it?" said Gu Ning and took a face mask out of her bag. Leng shouting needed to open his Chenkuan bag to take stuff out, but Gu Ning didn't need to do that. She could take out her stuff at any time with the cover of her backpack. "Sure." Leng shouting put on a resigned look, but there was love in his eyes. He took the face mask from Gu Ning's hand, then put it on. Seeing that, Gu Ning was very satisfied. After Leng shouting put on the face mask, he attracted less attention from other females, and Gu Ning felt much better. In fact, Gu Ning was displeased when so many females were staring straight at Leng shouting, but she wasn't mad or jealous. If it was possible, she hoped that those women could stop staring at Leng shouting, because they seemed to ache to swallow him alive. There must be some of them who were obscenely undressing him with their eyes. "No way, you have a face mask with you?" Zi Beiying was shocked. "Well, when I need to do some bad things, I must cover my face, or it'll cause trouble if my face is exposed," said Gu Ning. "Oh, I understand." Zi Beiying immediately understood what Gu Ning was implying. Gu Ning had some fame after all, so she had to pay more attention to her image and not expose herself or she could be in trouble. And it was not only celebrities, Ordinary people also needed to cover themselves when they did bad things. Afterwards, they continued to walk. After Lung's shouting put on the face mask, there were fewer women staring at him. But this time, Su Jinshin became their focus. Su Jinshin wasn't much less attractive than Leng shouting, and those women actually weren't only focusing on Leng shouting earlier. Su Jinshin and Chen Meng were also attractive to them. After all, different people had different tastes. Leng shouting was just too noticeable to be ignored, so there were more people who were staring at him than Su Jinshin and Chen Meng. The girl who fell had that accident precisely because she couldn't move her eyes away from Leng shouting. Therefore, it was Zi Beiying's turn to be unhappy now. If they only gave Su Jinshin a few glances, Zi Beiying wouldn't be really mad. But some girls even came to ask for his WeChat account. Su Jinshin rejected them, but Zi Beiying was still displeased. Gu Ning, do you have another face mask? I think someone here also needs one, said Zi Beiying in annoyance, hearing that Gu Ning and the others were amused. Sorry, I don't have any more face masks, said Gu Ning. Although she had another one, she had used it before, so she couldn't give it to Su Jinshin. Zi Beiying could only give Su Jinshin a glare. It's not my fault that I'm handsome, said Su Jinshin, feeling aggrieved. Then he tried to please Zi Beiying. If I were ugly, I wouldn't have won your heart. I wouldn't have had the courage to pursue you. Zi Beiying laughed and felt much better, but she still snorted a little. I'll carry a face mask with me next time. All right? Su Jinshin continued. I didn't say that. You can make the decision on your own. Zi Beiying was pleased by Su Jinshin's words, so she became happy again. She wouldn't force Su Jinshin to put on a face mask, but she was very happy that Su Jinshin was willing to please her. That was how a loving couple got along with each other. Women were sensitive. However, even if they were mad after arguing with their men, as long as their men were willing to please them, they would soon be fine. Some women might be different, but it was that way in most cases. Sure. I decided to do it on my own, said Su Jinshin at once. He didn't want Zi Beiying to think that he was forced to do that, so he tried to look sincere. Zi Beiying said nothing further, and just held Gu Ning's arm while walking. They began to chat and laugh. After Zi Beiying and Gu Ning walked away, Chen Meng joked with Su Jinshin. How do you feel now? How did he feel now? Su Jinshin understood what Chen Meng was implying. Chen Meng asked him how he felt when Zi Beiying put pressure on him. Chen Meng didn't think that Zi Beiying was bullying Su Jinshin. He just wanted to know how Su Jinshin felt when he spoiled his girlfriend. Whether it was his fault or not, he was always wrong. Su Jinshin didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he enjoyed it, so he said blankly, I feel very good about it. I'm more than happy to make my girl happy. Chen Meng put on a resigned smile and said nothing. In fact, he enjoyed it too. At 11:30 a.m., they began to climb down the mountain. It took much less time climbing down the mountain, so they reached the foot in half an hour. It was soon 12 p.m. and was time for lunch, so they went to dine at a restaurant in the commercial district. After they finished the meal, they left. Because Gu Ning and Shouting needed to visit the Lung family that afternoon, they didn't go with Su Jinshin and the others, and instead went straight to the Sihiyuan. Before that, Gu Ning called Jing Yunyao and asked where she was at the moment. Jing Yunyao was at the Flowers and Plants Trading Center, so Gu Ning told her to go back to the Sihiyuan, so that they could go visit the Lung family a bit later. Gu Ning didn't tell Jing Yunyao that she broke through to the next level. She decided to tell Jing Yunyao and Shangguanyang when they met. Because Jing Yunyao was close to Sihiyuan, she arrived there earlier than Gu Ning and Leng Shouting. Gu Ning had the blood of the phoenix, so her level couldn't be seen. So Shangguanyang and Jing Yunyao didn't see any differences. Gu Ning didn't bother to say anything, and instead directly showed her abilities. When Shangguanyang and Jing Yunyao witnessed her new skills, they were both shocked and excited. Ning, when did you break through to the next level? Shangguanyang asked in a hurry. It wasn't strange, but it was a shock, so Shangguanyang was curious. Su Jinshin called us and invited us to climb up Xianyun Mountain together this morning. He heard from his older brother that there is a strange cave filled with strong wind. Can easily blow people away. It sounded abnormal, so we went there in case there were monsters or ghosts. And when we reached the point of the strong wind in the cave, we found welded steel bars, which were used to stop visitors from going forward. Shouting and I were afraid there were monsters and ghosts, and the steel bars could only stop mortals, so we went in. The wind was indeed very strong. It was even difficult for us to move forward. At the end of the cave there was a barrier. I threw something at it, but it bounced back once it touched the barrier. It looked very dangerous, so Shouting and I decided to leave. However, once we turned around, we were absorbed into the barrier and Guning told them the whole story. After knowing that they had gone into illusions, Shangguanyang and Jing Yunyao were scared. Although they were already out and safe now, they were still frightened by the danger they had run into in the illusions. Even if it was an illusion, they could really be injured. If they couldn't escape from it, they could die inside, because if they couldn't find the exit, they would be trapped in it. Luckily, it was dangerous, but they survived, and Guning even broke through to the next level. She was at the peak of the heartbeat stage now, which was significant progress. "I'm glad you're both fine. I guess it was a blessing in disguise," said Shangguanyang. Because it was an accident, he didn't criticize them. He only reminded them to be careful in the future. "How's the cave right now? Although people can't get in it, it might be dangerous. What if other innocent visitors are absorbed?" said Jing Yunyao. "Don't worry. I've already blocked the road. Nobody should be hurt. I'll go to check on it again if I have free time in the future," said Ling, shouting. It was blocked now, but that place was very strange, so he decided to visit the cave as long as he had time in the future to prevent any accidents from happening. Great! Jing Yunyao was relieved. After staying in the Sihyuan for a while, Lung Shouting and the others left for the Lung family's house. Every time they visited the Lung family, the atmosphere was always the same. Master Lung and Lung Yuanjian's family were happy to see them, and they chatted with laughter. Zhang Shuyuan and Lung Xiaojia, however, avoided seeing them. Lung Yuanqian also kept his distance from them as usual, but they talked once in a while. He was a mature man after all, and wasn't as mean as Zhang Shuyuan. Although he never liked Lung Shouting, he didn't forget his manners when they were in the same room. After the meal, Zhang Shuyuan and Lung Xiaojia went upstairs, while the other people chatted in the living room. When Zhang Shuyuan and Ling Xiaojia left, Jing Yunyao said to Lung Yuanqian, "Yuanqian, if it's possible, tell Shuyuan to have a medical check in the hospital." Jing Yunyao said that because she could see that Zhang Shuyuan was in bad health. Although Jing Yunyao didn't know about medicines, she could see whether a person was in good health. Although Jing Yunyao didn't get along with Zhang Shuyuan, she was willing to help if Zhang Shuyuan was in a bad condition. She could see that Zhang Shuyuan wasn't well, so she decided to remind Lung Yuanqian to pay more attention to Zhang Shuyuan. Everyone was surprised, and Lung Yuanqian anxiously asked, "Do you mean Shuyuan is ill?" He wasn't mad at Jing Yunyao for saying that Zhang Shuyuan was in bad health. He was simply astonished. In addition, he had no reason to doubt Jing Yunyao's words, because Zhang Shuyuan was his wife. They slept together, and he had noticed that Jing Yunyao couldn't sleep well recently. However, it wasn't too serious, so he didn't think that she was physically ill. He had asked her whether she felt uncomfortable, but Zhang Shuyuan denied it. She only said that she couldn't sleep well, so he didn't pay much attention to that. "Yeah, but you better not tell her that I told you, or she'll refuse to have a medical check," said Jing Yunyao. Zhang Shuyuan hated Jing Yunyao after all, and would certainly act against anything Jing Yunyao said. Although it was none of Jing Yunyao's business, she hoped that Zhang Shuyuan could have a medical check, so she reminded Lung Yuanqian about that. For Master Leng's sake, Zhang Shuyuan should stop harboring the grudge between them. "I know," Lung Yuanqian said and thanked her. "Thanks, Yunyao." Jing Yunyao did it out of kindness, so he had to be polite and show his gratitude. After that, Lung Shouting and the others left. Jing Yunyao's kindness also impressed Master Lung and other members of the Leng family. Even though Zhang Shuyuan was very bad towards Jing Yunyao still reminded Lung Yuanqian to care more about Zhang Shuyuan. If Zhang Shuyuan learned about that, would she be grateful? Would she change her attitude and get along with Jing Yunyao afterwards? After Lung Shouting and the others were gone, Lung Yuanqian went back to his room. In the room, he said to Zhang Shuyuan, "I haven't felt well recently. Why don't we go to have a medical check together in the hospital tomorrow? You don't sleep well these days either." Lung Yuanqian was worried that Jiang Shuyuan might think too much if he directly told her to have a medical check. So he made up an excuse. Have you been working too hard? Upon hearing that Lung Yuanqian didn't feel well, Jiang Shuyuan asked with concern. Jiang Shuyuan wasn't a nice person, but she cared about her husband and kids. Yeah, I'm indeed stressed, said Lung Yuanqian. Sure, I'll go with you tomorrow. I can have a medical check too. Jiang Shuyuan didn't think much and agreed. Although Jiang Shuyuan didn't feel uncomfortable anywhere, she was willing to do a medical check since she was going to the hospital with Lung Yuanqian tomorrow. After Gu Ning and the others left the Lung family's house, they went back to the Sihiyuan. Lung Xiaoting really wanted to have some private time with Gu Ning, but it was late. It would be about 11:30 p.m. after sending Jing Yunyao back to the Sihiyuan. If they still went out at this time, it would be too late, so Lung Xiaoting and Gu Ning decided to stay in the Sihiyuan tonight. After arriving at the Sihiyuan, Gu Ning chatted with the others for a while before she went to Cultivate. She just broke through to the next level and needed time to stabilize it. When Gu Ning went to Cultivate, Lung Xiaoting stayed by her side. The next day, because Gu Ning was going back to City B today, she went to her company that morning and told Chen Songyi that she was leaving. Lung Yuanqian took Jiang Shuyuan to have a medical check in the hospital. Due to their high status, they didn't wait long for the result. Lung Yuanqian was healthy, but there was indeed a problem with Jiang Shuyuan's body. She had myelodysplasia. Myelodysplastic syndromes were a group of heterogeneous myeloid clonal diseases originating from hematopoietic stem cells, characterized by abnormal differentiation and development of myeloid cells, manifested as ineffective hematopoiesis, refractory cytopenia, hematopoietic failure, and high-risk acute myeloid leukemia transformation. There were no obvious leukemia lesions, but there was a trend, and changes would occur within a short period of time if there was no surprise. There weren't pathological changes yet, so it wasn't difficult to cure. If there were, it would become hard. Hearing the result, both Lung Yuanqian and Jiang Shuyuan were shocked. They didn't expect that Jiang Shuyuan was really ill. At this moment, Lung Yuanqian felt more grateful for Jing Yunyao's kindness. If it hadn't been for her, they wouldn't have found out about the illness until it got a lot worse. Jiang Shuyuan didn't know it was because of Jing Yunyao that Lung Yuanqian took her to have a medical check in the hospital. She only felt grateful that they found out before it became serious. Back in their home, Lung Yuanqian told Master Lung, and Master Lung was shocked too. Since Jing Shuyuan was ill, she had to be treated. Master Lung called Jing Yunyao at once and told her the result of Jiang Shuyuan's medical check. He also thanked her for her kindness. Jing Yunyao didn't care about that too much, but neither she nor Gu Ning would treat Jiang Shuyuan. It wasn't a serious disease, and Jiang Shuyuan could be treated in the hospital. Gu Ning would only help her if she had serious cancer. It wasn't a bad thing for Jiang Shuyuan to be taught a lesson in the hospital. At 1 p.m., after they had lunch and rested for a while, Lung Xiaoting drove Gu Ning to the airport. Gu Ning flew to City B at 2:40 p.m. Separation was always sad. Even if Gu Ning didn't go back to City B, Lung Xiaoting had to go back to the military base that afternoon. In other words, they had to separate. No matter how unwilling they were to leave each other, Lung Xiaoting could only watch Gu Ning disappear from sight. Myelodysplasia is a rare type of blood cancer. After Gu Ning was gone, Lung Xiaoting also left. While Gu Ning waited to board, she received a call from Bailey Zongyang. "Hey, what are you doing now?" Bailey Zongyang asked. "I'm at the airport. I'm going back to City B." "May I help?" Gu Ning asked. Bailey Zongyang normally wouldn't call her when there was nothing wrong. They weren't familiar enough to have a casual talk on the phone. Therefore, Bailey Zongyang only called Gu Ning when he needed her help. "Oh, I see. I just need a favor. Can you help me with something?" Bailey Zongyang said with slight embarrassment. "What is it?" Gu Ning said. "After I learned that your fiancé is Qing Feng, I always had the idea of having a spar against him for fun. I just didn't know how to ask. However, a few days ago, my master, the senior elder of Tiandazong, visited Senior Shangguan's residence and met you. He told me that he wanted me to have a competition with Qing Feng if it's possible. But he isn't familiar with Senior Shangguan, so he didn't know how to plan it. I thought that since we're not strangers, you might be able to help me with that. Can you ask your fiancé whether he's willing to have a spar against me? Bailey Zongyang said. Bailey Zongyang understood that Lang Xiaoting wouldn't refuse if his master brought him to see Lang Xiaoting, because Lang Xiaoting had given his master that promise. However, he wasn't sure whether Lang Xiaoting was truly willing. If Lang Xiaoting was unwilling to do that, he wouldn't insist, so he hoped that Gu Ning could help him ask if Lang Xiaoting was willing. As Shangguan Yang's disciple, Lang Xiaoting wouldn't say no if Shangguan Yang asked him to do it. However, Gu Ning was Lang Xiaoting's fiancé, so Lang Xiaoting didn't need to take too many things into account. Bailey Zongyang originally didn't rush, and decided to talk to Gu Ning about that when they met. His master, however, wouldn't stop talking about it. Therefore, he called Gu Ning today. Gu Ning was a little surprised when she heard that Bailey Zongyang was Yu Zhanghong's disciple, but she didn't think it was a big deal that Bailey Zongyang wanted to have a spar against Lang Xiaoting. "Oh, Elder Yu is your master?" Gu Ning said. "Of course you can have a spar against Xiaoting. I believe he'll be more than willing to do that. Can also help him improve his skills. Xiaoting will be going back to the military base today, and I'm going to City B too. Can I call you when we're free? We can do it then." Bailey Zongyang was relieved when Gu Ning told him that Lang Xiaoting was willing to have a spar against him. If he was turned down, it would be embarrassing. "Sure, no need to rush. We can do it when we're all free." After hanging up, Gu Ning called Lang Xiaoting and told him about it. Although she knew that Lang Xiaoting was willing to have a competition with Bailey Zongyang and accepted Bailey Zongyang's invitation for him, she still felt that she needed to talk to Lang Xiaoting about it to show respect for him. Hearing that, Lang Xiaoting agreed. Bailey Zongyang also told his master about it. Yu Zhanghong didn't know that Bailey Zongyang had met Qing Feng and Qing He before until now. They also kept in touch. However, Bailey Zongyang didn't tell him Qing Feng's and Qing He's names in the mortal's world. Instantly, Yu Zhanghong got mad. "You young brat, why didn't you tell me that you've met them?" He kept on wondering how he should bring Bailey Zongyang to see them, but it turned out that they had already met before. "Didn't you say you want to bring me to see them? I left the chance to you. If you weren't bothered by it, I wouldn't have called her." Bailey Zongyang joked with Yu Zhanghong. "You young brat, how dare you make fun of me?" Yu Zhanghong was mad, but he understood why Bailey Zongyang didn't tell him that he had met Gu Ning and Lang Xiaoting before. Now that Lang Xiaoting and Gu Ning agreed to have a competition with Bailey Zongyang, Yu Zhanghong was relieved. Gu Ning had told the Tang family that she was coming back to City B beforehand, so the Tang family arranged for a chauffeur to pick her up. Therefore, Gu Ning didn't ask her subordinate to pick her up. Gu Ning didn't rush to go to her company in City B, and instead went to see her family first. All the members of the Tang family were excited to see Gu Ning back. They knew that Gu Ning was a mature and stable girl, but she was very young. As the chairman of a large business group, they were worried that she might be too stressed. Gu Ning was their pride, and they cared about her. Knowing that Gu Ning was home, Chao Wenxin came to see her at once. Tang Jekai was also back, and they kept talking to Gu Ning about everything. They kept in touch on WeChat, but they rarely met. It was totally different when they could meet in reality. Gu Ning said that she was doing very well, and they could see that she had a ruddy face and kept in shape, so they were relieved. After having dinner and resting for a while, Chao Wenxin left. Because Chao Wenxin had her own career now and she needed to work tomorrow morning, she didn't stay. If she didn't need to work, she would have stayed and slept with Gu Ning. The next day, Gu Ning went to her company after lunch. Gu Ning didn't tell Fu Yanming that she would come to the company. She didn't mean to surprise him. Even if she didn't trust Fu Yanming, Chun Sangyi had her trust. After all, she hired him. Moreover, Fu Yanming managed the company very well. Gu Ning didn't know why. Every time she came to the company, she ran into unpleasant things. Last time, Fu Yanming was in trouble with his ex-wife, and this time it was about a general staff member. As soon as Gu Ning's car entered the company gate, she saw under a tree not far from it a flimsy and shabby old man in his 60s standing there. A bag in both hands, he looked at the gate, shivering with cold. He didn't seem to be a beggar, and must be looking for someone. Gu Ning had sympathy for such a poor old man, so she didn't drive to the underground parking lot. She directly stopped the car at the parking space outside the company. Afterwards, she got out of her car and walked towards the old man. "Hi, may I help?" Gu-ning asked. "Oh, miss, are you working for this company as well?" The old man smiled kindly at Gu-ning. "Yeah, who are you looking for? Perhaps I can help you." Gu-ning said, "It's very cold outside. Why don't we go in?" No, I'm too dirty. I don't think I should go in. But would you please help me find a person?" The old man refused to go in at once. He was from a poor countryside and was dirty everywhere. He didn't want to dirty Gu-ning's beautiful company. "It's fine. Let's go in now," said Gu-ning. Although the old man was a little dirty, Gu-ning didn't care. If this old man had a choice, Gu-ning believed that he wouldn't wear dirty, thin clothes. There must be a reason for it. "No need, thanks," said the old man. "It's fine. Come on, let's go in," said Gu-ning and went to pull the old man. Seeing that, the old man immediately avoided her. "Miss, I'm dirty. You shouldn't touch me. I don't want to dirty your hand. I'll just follow you." The old man didn't want to dirty such a clean young girl, so he stood away from her. When Gu-ning insisted on taking him inside, he accepted her kindness. All of a sudden, Gu-ning felt sad. She took the old man to the hall of her company. On the way, she asked, "May I know the name of the person you're looking for?" "I'm searching for my son. His name is Ma Lichuan, but I don't know which department he's in," said the old man. Hearing that, Gu-ning slightly frowned. If the old man's son was working for the Shengning organization, his son should have a high salary. Why didn't his son buy thick clothes for him in such a cold winter? Was there another reason? "Did you contact him before you came here?" Gu-ning asked. Hearing that, the old man seemed a little embarrassed. "I lost my phone and I can't remember his phone number, so I could only wait here." "It's fine. I'll take you in to rest for a while. I'll help you find him," said Gu-ning. "Thank you so much, miss. You're really a good girl." The old man was grateful and excited. Gu-ning took the old man in and all the staff respectfully greeted her. The old man didn't know why they all called her Chairman Gu, but he could see that they were very respectful of her. He thought that this girl might have an important position in the company, but he didn't ask. Gu-ning took the old man to have a seat on the sofa. The old man didn't dare to sit down at first, because the sofa was too clean, but he listened to Gu-ning after she persuaded him to sit down. Afterwards, Gu-ning ordered a staff member to pour the old man a glass of warm water. Then she walked to the reception. "Hi, Chairman Gu." Once Gu-ning walked closer, the receptionist smiled at her. "Which department is Ma Lichuan working in?" "Tell him that his father's here," said Gu-ning. "No problem, Chairman Gu," said the receptionist. She immediately found out which department Ma Lichuan worked in, then called him. "What? My father is in the company now? What is he doing here?" Ma Lichuan was very displeased when he heard that his father came. Hearing Ma Lichuan's tone, Gu-ning frowned. So did the receptionist. His attitude was really bad. However, they were outsiders, so they couldn't judge. "Where is he now?" Ma Lichuan asked. "In the hall," said the receptionist. Her voice wasn't as gentle as just now, and had become a little cold. "Tell him to wait outside." "I'm coming down," said Ma Lichuan, then hung up on the receptionist. The receptionist turned to look at Gu-ning with mixed emotions. "Chairman Gu, Ma Lichuan said he's coming down, but he told me to tell his father to wait outside." The receptionist was mad, because it was so cold outside. How could Ma Lichuan tell his father to wait outside? His father only wore thin clothes, and it must be very uncomfortable for him to wait outside. Exactly because his father had waited outside for too long, Chairman Gu brought the old man in. Speaking of that, Gu-ning was a really good boss. People nowadays mostly stayed away from the poor and tried to form a close relationship with the rich. If other rich people saw Ma Lichuan's father in thin and shabby clothes, they might take him as a beggar and chase him away. It was impossible for them to take him in. Because of that, the receptionist admired Gu-ning very much. In fact, the staff working in the Shengning organization had high salaries. Even the receptionists were paid more than those in other companies. Ma Lichuan was in the planning and marketing department, and his salary was more than 15,000 yuan. But he was such a terrible son that he refused to buy better and warmer clothes for his father. "No need, just wait in the hall," said Guning. She was also slightly angered by Ma Lichuan's attitude. However, before she figured out the reason why Ma Lichuan treated his father so badly, she couldn't jump to conclusions. Perhaps Ma Lichuan was guilty, but there might be a problem with his father. Ma Lichuan's father could have done something bad before, to cause Ma Lichuan to hate his father now. Therefore, Guning didn't go upstairs right away. She decided to learn more about the situation before taking action. In order to not let Ma Lichuan see her and hide his real attitude, Guning went to stand by the reception after telling the old man that Ma Lichuan was coming down. Guning had no intention of minding other people's business, but she had to do something if she found such a terrible person working in her company. Before long, Ma Lichuan came down. Once he walked into the hall, he saw his father sitting in the seating area. In an instant, he was filled with displeasure and looked mad. After that, he immediately walked to his father. Standing in front of his father, he questioned angrily, "Didn't I tell the receptionist to let you wait outside?" The old man was embarrassed when he faced Ma Lichuan. He stood up at once and carefully said, "The girl told me to wait here. She didn't tell me to go out." Hearing that, Ma Lichuan wanted to vent his anger on the receptionist, but he didn't do that right now. He only told his father to leave and said that they would have a talk outside. This time, Guning didn't stop them, but she followed them when they went out. Seeing Guning walking out, the receptionists immediately understood what she was going to do. In an instant, she admired Guning more than ever. Their boss was really a nice person. Ma Lichuan took his father to the door of the company. Under the tree where no one was there, he said angrily, "Who told you to come to the company to see me? Didn't you know to call me first? Look at your clothes. If my colleagues know that you're my father, I'll be humiliated." He showed obvious disdain. Standing not far away, Guning had a big frown. Ma Lichuan's behavior was unacceptable. Given the old man's reaction, it seemed that his son had done that many times before, but he still felt sad. However, because he was already used to it, he didn't argue with his son. "I lost my phone, and I can't remember your number, so I didn't know how to call you. Didn't your girlfriend say that she'll marry you after you buy a house in City B? I know we're too poor to afford a house, but since you're determined to marry her, your mother and I decided to sell our old house in the town. We have 300,000 yuan now. I came to give it to you. You can pay the down payment for a house in City B," said the old man, then handed Ma Lichuan the bag he held in his arms. Hearing that, Ma Lichuan changed his attitude and took the bag at once. "Where do you live then?" Ma Lichuan asked. "We built a small house on the land. We can live inside for a while. After you buy a house we can," said the old man. "I'll just rent an apartment for you in the town. It only costs several hundred yuan a month. I can afford that." Before the old man could finish, Ma Lichuan interrupted. He didn't want his parents to move in and live with them. His girlfriend had made it very clear that she wouldn't live with his parents after they married. They had totally different habits, and it might cause conflicts. Actually, it was Ma Lichuan who disdained his own parents. Otherwise, he wouldn't have quarreled with his parents for his girlfriend. He even took away his parents' savings, but didn't allow them to live with him. The old man was completely disappointed, but he didn't oppose it since his son already made the decision. "Well, no need to waste money. Your mother and I will just live in the small house. It's on the vegetable field and very convenient." The old man disagreed with Ma Lichuan's idea of renting an apartment for them. They wanted to move in and live with their son simply to see them more often. If they couldn't see each other, they would just live in the small wooden house. "Fine, you can leave now. I still need to work." Because his father rejected his offer, he didn't insist. It wasn't bad, because he could save some money every month. "Oh, sure," said the old man. Then he turned around and was about to leave. He looked very upset. "Wait a second." At this moment, Guning opened her mouth and walked over. Ma Lichuan's attitude was so unacceptable that she couldn't stand it any longer. Just because his girlfriend wouldn't marry him until he bought a house in City B, He robbed his parents of everything? Although his parents were willing to help him, Ma Lichuan wasn't grateful at all. He even refused to live with them and let them stay in a small crude wooden house on the vegetable field. It was indeed easy for young people to have conflicts with the old generation, but they still should take care of their parents. If they wanted to buy a house in City B, they should do it on their own. How could they rob their parents of all the money? He was so selfish that even his parents were hurt by him. He could be harmful for the company too. Ma Lichuan and the old man turned to look at Gu Ning. Upon seeing Gu Ning, Ma Lichuan was scared. He respectfully called, "Hi, Chairman Gu." Because he was a little guilty, he avoided meeting her eyes. Although he was already used to treating his father like that, he knew that it wasn't right. He was afraid that Gu Ning might have a bad impression of him after hearing their conversation. He didn't want to be fired. "Ma Lichuan, it seems that you don't care about your father at all. He's wearing thin clothes, yet you didn't ask him whether he's cold or not. You didn't take him to buy thicker clothes. If you need a house to get married, why don't you work hard on your own? Why did you rob your parents of money? They're willing to do it because you're their son. Why did you refuse to let them move in and live with you? I don't think you should take your parents' money. You should work hard and buy a house by yourself," said Gu Ning. Ma Lichuan felt very embarrassed. He didn't think it was a big deal until Gu Ning criticized him face to face. However, without his parents' help, it was impossible for him to buy a house. If he couldn't buy a house within a year, his girlfriend would break up with him. He loved his girlfriend deeply and was reluctant to break up with her. Gu Ning continued, "If a girl really loves you, she won't force you to do something you can't do. She'll be willing to work hard with you for your future. Do you think it's really acceptable to treat your parents like this? I know it's your family affair. As an outsider, I shouldn't interfere, but you're working for me. I think I can tell you to keep some moral principles." Ma Lichuan was frightened. He didn't want to leave the Shengning organization because he earned a high salary here. He had mixed emotions. "Are you a leader of this company?" The old man realized that this young girl wasn't ordinary, but she was too young to be a leader of such a big company. Although he was touched when Gu Ning defended him and he felt grateful to her, he didn't want his son to lose his job because of him. "Yes, I'm the owner of this company," said Gu Ning. The old man thought that Gu Ning was only Ma Lichuan's supervisor, but unexpectedly she was the owner of this company. Scared him. "Miss, please don't fire my son. His mother and I are willing to give him the money. We want to help him," the old man explained in case his son was fired. Even if he was aggrieved earlier, he now was filled with worries. He was a father after all, and he cared about his son even if his son treated him badly. "I know you're willing to do that, but I've witnessed his attitude. As the owner of this company, I can distinguish the bad from the good. Ma Lichuan was accepted by my company, so he must be very skilled. I don't want to lose talent, but I dislike unethical people. I can give him a chance, but he must prove himself," said Gu Ning. Although Gu Ning disliked Ma Lichuan's attitude towards his father, she wouldn't fire him just because of that. He was merely self-abased and cared too much about his face. They were a family after all, and his father gave him money simply because he wanted him to live a good life. Gu Ning wouldn't stir things up between them. If it was possible, she hoped that Ma Lichuan could feel grateful to his parents and stop exploiting them. He accepted his parents' kindness, so he should take care of them. If he could prove that he wasn't a bad son, Gu Ning was willing to keep him in his position. She didn't have the right to order him to change, but she could decide whether to fire him. "I'm sorry, Chairman Gu. I shouldn't have asked my parents for money. I'll give the money back to my father right now. Please forgive me this time." Ma Lichuan immediately admitted his fault. Although he was unhappy about it, he was respectful of Gu Ning, so he was willing to listen to her. Besides, his behavior was indeed unacceptable. Without delay, he returned the money to his father. Well, the old man didn't want to take the money because he sincerely wanted to help his son. However, after knowing Gu Ning's importance, he was worried that Ma Lichuan might be fired if he didn't take the money. Therefore, the old man held the money in hands, having no idea what to do. "Sir, I won't stop you from helping your son, But I hope that you can care more about your wife and yourself, said Guning. Because it was their family affair, she couldn't judge. After that, she turned to Malachuan and said, I didn't mean to forbid you from taking the money. You just can't leave your parents behind after taking their money. They sold their only house to support you. It's unacceptable that you don't allow them to live with you. Let me say it again. If your girlfriend really loves you, she won't force you to do something that is beyond your abilities. It's understandable that she needs a house and safety, but you better work on that by yourself. Guning didn't say that to stir things up between Malachuan and his girlfriend. She simply wanted to remind him to keep his reason. Chairman Gu, I understand. I'll reflect on my fault, said Malachuan. He indeed accepted Gu Ning's advice and realized that he shouldn't treat his parents like that. However, he couldn't make a complete change within a short time, because his character was formed over a long time. Gu Ning didn't expect him to be a filial son overnight, but she hoped that he could care more about his parents. He shouldn't exploit his parents just to live a good life. There was no perfect man in this world. We all had our burdens to bear. As long as she didn't catch him doing bad deeds, she wouldn't fire him casually. After Gu Ning's involvement, Malachuan stopped exploiting his parents. He realized that it wasn't right, and he stood in awe of Gu Ning. Malachuan's father still gave him 200,000 yuan, and only kept 100,000 yuan for his wife and himself. Malachuan also didn't abandon his parents. He transferred a certain amount of money to them every month. It wasn't much, but was enough for their living expenses. However, that was what happened afterwards. Before Guning left, she told Malachuan to have a meal with his father and buy some thicker clothes for his parents. It was very cold outside, and his father was only wearing thin clothes. When it was done, Malachuan should send his father to the train station before coming back to work. Malachuan's parents lived in a town, but it wasn't far from the capital, so his father could get home in 2 hours. The receptionists at the front desk looked out once in a while. They tried to see how it went after Guning walked out. Although there was a distance and they couldn't hear their conversation, they could see them. From their behavior, it was obvious that Guning criticized Malachuan and Malachuan was scared of Guning. Oh, I hope that Malachuan isn't so bad. His father looks so pathetic. Yeah, but it seems that our boss just criticized him. Hope that he can change his attitude and treat his father well. Although there must be a reason for that, and some kids hate their parents because their parents treat them badly first, I don't think his father is a bad father. All right, Chairman Gu is coming. Stop talking about it now. Hearing that, they closed their mouths at once. Fu Yanming didn't know what had happened downstairs just then, nor that Guning came. He didn't hear about it until Guning was in the office. He reported the recent situation of the company to Guning. Even if they were targeted a few times, no serious trouble was caused. Sales of their products were as high as always. Guning stayed in the company for about an hour, then left. She called Yuzi and asked whether she was free to meet. Yuzi now enjoyed great fame in the fashion industry. She was a famous designer, so Charm was promoting more expensive gowns. Many celebrities even wanted Yuzi to design and make customized gowns for them. Yuzi received too many orders to finish, so she was always occupied. However, no matter how busy she was, she still had time to eat, sleep and date. She only had less time to date now. Yang Ziqian was unhappy about that, because his girlfriend was too busy to date him. Therefore, he came to spend some time with Yuzi once he was free and she was too busy to go see him. Therefore, many staffers were envious of Yuzi and her boyfriend's affection for her. Even though Yuzi was famous and made much more money now, she didn't think she was superior to other people. She still loved Yang Ziqian deeply as usual. Because Guning was back in City B, Yuzi had to see her, but they could only meet at the company this time. As a result, Guning needed to go there in person. Guning had no plan to let Yuzi come to see her. She only asked whether Yuzi was in the company so that she could go meet Yuzi. After arriving at the company, she saw Peng Xiaoman by chance. Hi, Chairman Gu. Upon seeing Guning, Peng Xiaoman excitedly greeted her. Ever since she came to work in City B, she hadn't seen Guning again. However, they weren't very familiar since they had only met a few times after Guning saved Peng Xinghao. And because Gu Ning had saved them, she respected and admired Gu Ning a lot even if they weren't familiar. "Hey, how do you feel after working here?" Gu Ning asked with a smile. "Everything is great here. Chairman Gu, I should thank you for that," said Peng Xiaoman. She felt very lucky to meet Gu Ning. Without Gu Ning's help, she and her younger brother wouldn't be living a good life today. "It's all right. Everything will become better," said Gu Ning. "I believe so. Everything will become better. Chairman Gu, I should stop bothering you now. I'll get back to my work." Peng Xiaoman understood that Gu Ning came to see Yuzi, so she stopped bothering her. Gu Ning gave a nod, then went to Yuzi's studio. Speaking of Peng Xiaoman, we must mention Zhou Weifan here. When Peng Xiaoman stayed in the hospital, Gu Ning had arranged for Zhou Weifan to protect them for a while. During this time, Peng Xiaoman gradually fell in love with him, but they were separated before they had a chance to get to know each other better. After they separated, Peng Xiaoman thought of Zhou Weifan once in a while. However, because Zhou Weifan said nothing about their relationship, she could only keep her affection for him in her heart. Actually, Zhou Weifan had special feelings for Peng Xiaoman as well, but he didn't realize it back then because he knew very little about romantic relationships. In fact, Zhou Weifan often thought of Peng Xiaoman as well after he left her. He couldn't stop thinking about what she was doing, whether she had eaten, whether she was living a good life. However, he lacked courage to contact her, since there was no good reason. When he finally had a few days off, Zhou Weifan deliberately visited City B and asked Peng Xinghao out for a meal. Peng Xinghao formed a good relationship with Zhou Weifan when he stayed in the hospital, so they exchanged numbers, but Zhou Weifan didn't have Peng Xiaoman's number. He wanted to get it, but felt embarrassed to do so. When Zhou Weifan asked Peng Xinghao out, he also tried to ask Peng Xiaoman out. He said that he came to City B for business and wanted to see them. Peng Xinghao didn't know whether Zhou Weifan really came for business, but he was aware that his older sister liked Zhou Weifan. He also had a good impression of Zhou Weifan. If it was possible, he hoped that Zhou Weifan could become his brother-in-law. Therefore, Peng Xinghao felt excited when Zhou Weifan came and asked them out for a meal. Peng Xiaoman was also thrilled when she heard that Zhou Weifan came and invited them to have a meal together, but she was nervous too. Nevertheless, she still went to meet him because she also wanted to give each other a chance. They weren't familiar yet, so it was too early for them to get together. When Zhou Weifan saw Peng Xiaoman, he was also anxious, but that was very normal because both of them had special feelings for each other. After they met, Zhou Weifan talked very little with Peng Xiaoman, but they were interacting with one another. Even when they were in the capital, they rarely talked. Afterwards, Zhou Weifan came to see them twice in a month. Even when he didn't come, he would contact them once in a while. Although Zhou Weifan and Peng Xiaoman weren't a couple yet, they gradually became familiar and got to know each other better. As time went by, they became more and more clear of their affection for each other. And if nothing unexpected happened, they would be together after a while. Gu Ning was unaware of all the above, because she was unwilling to interfere in her subordinate's personal affairs. If Zhou Weifan could really get together with Peng Xiaoman, Gu Ning would let him choose whether to come over to City B after her security company was established here. In the capital, her security company was on track. Because it was affiliated with the Shengning organization, it was very popular. If nothing unexpected happened, Gu Ning would open a branch in City B next year. She had to keep a strong team of security guards in City B in case the Tang family needed them. The Tang family owned a large business group, controlling countless companies in different industries, but it didn't have a security company. As a result, if anything bad happened, they needed time to summon a team of strong security guards. If Gu Ning prepared a strong team for them in City B, they could summon them whenever they needed it. After Gu Ning met Yuzi, it was late, so she went back to the Tang family's house. She was staying there because she came back to City B alone. When Gu Ning was free in City B, she regularly gathered together with Chao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai. Chao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai invited her separately, but Gu Ning didn't accept their invitation and let them compete. In the end, Chao Wenxin defeated Tang Jiakai, because all of Tang Jiakai's friends were males, while Gu Ning was a girl. If there were rumors, it would cause Gu Ning unnecessary trouble. Tang Jiakai also realized that after Chao Wenxin pointed out the problem, so he gave in. Tang Jiakai originally didn't think much about it. He only wanted to show off his beautiful and outstanding younger sister in front of his friends. Since Guning agreed to meet Chao Wenxin and her friends, he didn't bother to meet with his friends. Instead, he went with Chao Wenxin and Guning. Chao Wenxin had an appointment with her old friends like Gao Chengyun and the others because it was a weekend and they were free today. Guning was familiar with all of them and there were no strangers. This time, Guning noticed that Gao Chengyun had already changed his attitude towards Chao Wenxin. He wasn't closer to Chao Wenxin, but seemed to be in an intimate relationship with Tong Jiao. Gao Chengyun had admired Chao Wenxin for a very long time, but there was no happy ending. Actually, nothing romantic happened between them. Chao Wenxin got a boyfriend afterwards, so Gao Chengyun gave up on her over time. Since he got over it, he could and would pay his attention to other girls, and Tong Jiao attracted him. Tong Jiao was Zhu Yuanjin's friend, but they rarely met before. They didn't become familiar until they met more often later. Tong Jiao was a beautiful and strong lady, and she easily attracted men's attention and appreciation even if they only met several times. After all, only when a man's heart was occupied by another woman would he ignore other outstanding girls. Gao Chengyun and Tong Jiao weren't a couple yet. Because neither of them wanted to have a sexual relationship, they took it very seriously and wouldn't get together until they knew each other better. Chao Wenxin often gathered together with them, so she could see the change between them. Chao Wenxin wasn't a self-centered person, so she didn't think it was wrong that one of her admirers started to chase another woman. Instead, she felt happy for Gao Chengyun because he could start a new life. They were true friends, so they each hoped that the others could live a better life. They drank together, but Chao Wenxin felt like vomiting after a short while, so she immediately ran to the washroom. Seeing that, everyone was surprised. No way. She goes to vomit after drinking so little? Did she do that on purpose to avoid drinking? It's not her style. Is she carrying? And Ran suddenly said, implying that Chao Wenxin might be pregnant. It was just a joke, so everyone began to laugh about it. All right, her younger brother is here. Don't make such jokes. Don't take it seriously. Zhu Yuanjin immediately told them to stop. If Tang Jiakai took it seriously, Chao Wenxin might get mad at them after she learned about it. I wasn't born yesterday. I know you're joking. Tang Jiakai was displeased. He was several years younger than them, but he was already 22 this year. He was a grown-up man. He even shared dirty jokes with them, so it was no big deal in his eyes. If you think I'm too young for that topic, Ningning is 3 years younger than me, Tang Jiakai argued. Guning didn't leave us an impression that she's a young girl, said Gao Chengyun. Oh, do you mean she's old? Tang Jiakai squinted, looking dangerous. He turned to Guning and said, Ningning, Gao Chengyun just said that you're old. I didn't say that. I just mean that Guning is mature and stable. I always feel that she's a mature woman. Gao Chengyun explained at once with an innocent expression. He didn't say that Guning was old. It was Tang Jiakai who said that. Guning put on a resigned smile. She wasn't mad because she knew that they were just joking. In addition, she was indeed the eldest one among them. She was actually nearly 30, while they were mostly about 26 years old. Humph! Tang Jiakai snorted at Gao Chengyun and stopped talking about it. I need to see how Wenxin is now. Chao Wenxin had stayed in the washroom for a while, and Guning was worried about her, so she stood up and went there. She didn't take it seriously when Zhu Yuanjin joked that Chao Wenxin might be carrying, but now she thought it might be true. She only had doubts. After all, feeling like vomiting didn't mean that Chao Wenxin was pregnant. Could be a problem with her stomach. Outside the door of the washroom, Guning knocked on it. Wenxin, are you all right? I'm fine, Chao Wenxin replied inside, but she sounded weak. It seemed she just vomited heavily. Do you need to have a medical check in the hospital? Guning said. She was afraid that Chao Wenxin might really be pregnant and alcohol could be harmful. If Chao Wenxin only felt uncomfortable, she could give her a power crystal to help her get better. However, if Chao Wenxin was really pregnant, she should stop drinking now. Although Guning disapproved of pregnancy before getting married, They must face the problem if Chao Wenxin was really pregnant. Chao Wenxin opened the door and walked out. Her face was a little pale and she said, "No need. Perhaps my stomach is acting up after I ate hot pot today. I'll be fine tomorrow." Even if Chao Wenxin said that, Gu Ning was still worried and decided to have a look with her jade eyes. After that, Gu Ning used her jade eyes to look at the inside of Chao Wenxin's stomach. With a glance, Gu Ning made sure that Chao Wenxin was really pregnant. However, she couldn't tell her about it right now, so she took out a power crystal and gave it to Chao Wenxin. "Stop drinking tonight. If you continue to drink, this medicine will be useless. You'll still feel uncomfortable in your stomach," said Gu Ning. For the time being, she agreed with Chao Wenxin that there might be a problem with her stomach. Sure. Since she felt uncomfortable in her stomach, she didn't want to drink any longer. She wouldn't harm her own body. After taking the power crystal, Chao Wenxin felt much better. Back in the room, Ran asked, "Wenxin, are you all right? Why did you vomit after drinking so little?" Everyone turned to look at Chao Wenxin with concern. "Maybe the hot pot we had today is too spicy. My stomach is acting up now," said Chao Wenxin. They indeed had hot pot this afternoon, so they thought it might be the reason. "If you feel uncomfortable, stop drinking now, or you'll feel more uncomfortable," said Gao Chengyun. Chao Wenxin nodded. Then she stopped drinking. She only had some water with them. When it was late, they separated. Chao Wenxin went back to the Tang family's house with Gu Ning and Tang Jiakai. Although Chao Wenxin had a separate room in the Tang family's house, Gu Ning told her to sleep with her in the same room tonight. She wasn't going to tell Chao Wenxin that she was pregnant. She just wanted to talk about it with Chao Wenxin so that Chao Wenxin could be mentally prepared. After they washed themselves, they began to chat while lying in bed. As they chatted with each other, Gu Ning deliberately talked about pregnancy. She asked, "Wenxin, have you ever thought about what you'll do if you had an unintended pregnancy?" "What?" Chao Wenxin was struck dumb. She didn't know how to reply to that question. She had thought about that before, but they were very careful normally. However, they didn't take any precautions against pregnancy last time. No, surely she wouldn't get pregnant just because of that. "If you get pregnant before getting married, will your parents be mad?" Gu Ning asked. "Of course, they'll surely be mad," said Chao Wenxin. Although she had never thought about getting pregnant before she was married, she didn't want it to happen, so she got anxious upon thinking that it might really happen. "What if you're pregnant? What will you do?" Gu Ning asked. "If I'm really pregnant, I'll surely get married. I can't have an abortion. I won't do that unless Xian Bei refuses to marry me," said Chao Wenxin. Although she believed that Xian Bei was a responsible man, she worried that Xian Bei might refuse to marry her and not want their baby. Gu Ning wasn't very familiar with Xian Bei, but she also believed that Xian Bei was a responsible man, so she wasn't really worried about that. She was only afraid that it might be difficult for Tang Yunrong and the Tang family to accept. Although they were very satisfied with Xian Bei, it wasn't an honorable thing that their daughter had a premarital pregnancy. Nobody wanted it to happen. "All right, let's drop that topic." Gu Ning didn't want to talk about it too much in case Chao Wenxin was bothered. "Oh, are you free tomorrow?" "Yeah, I'm free on weekends," said Chao Wenxin. "Go somewhere with me," said Gu Ning. She planned to take Chao Wenxin to have a medical check, but she couldn't tell her about it right now, or Chao Wenxin might not be able to sleep tonight. "Where?" Chao Wenxin asked. "To visit a friend in the hospital," said Gu Ning. They were going to the hospital, but they actually wouldn't visit a friend. "Oh, sure," said Chao Wenxin and agreed. It was late and they soon fell asleep. Because Chao Wenxin had no idea about the truth, she had a sound sleep. The next morning, they had breakfast in the Tang family's house, and after resting for a while, Gu Ning went out with Chao Wenxin at 9 a.m. Tang Jiakai wanted to follow them, but Gu Ning told him to stay at home. Since Gu Ning didn't want him to go with them, Tang Jiakai didn't insist. After walking away from the Tang family's house, Gu Ning said to Chao Wenxin, "Wenxin, I need to tell you something very important. It's about you. Don't be scared." Hearing that, Chao Wenxin had a premonition. "What is it? Do you know why I talked about premarital pregnancy with you last night?" "Actually, I thought that you might be pregnant given the reaction of your body last night. I only had that thought, so I talked about it with you beforehand. I wanted to know your thoughts. Anyway, we need to do a medical check to make sure of it, said Guning. Even if she was already sure of it, she couldn't tell Chao Wenxin right now. It was hard for her to explain how she managed to know. Chao Wenxin was stunned. What? She might be pregnant? After thinking for a while, she remembered that her period was indeed a few weeks late. However, because her period was irregular and she just started her business recently, she didn't pay much attention to it. In an instant, Chao Wenxin had mixed emotions. If she was really pregnant, she would be excited and scared. She felt happy because she loved Xian Bei, and she was scared because she didn't know how to face her family. Really? Chao Wenxin said after she came back to her senses. Although she really hoped that she could marry Xian Bei, she didn't think it was the right time now. After all, they weren't married yet, and a premarital pregnancy was really embarrassing. She didn't care about that, but her family might feel humiliated. So, we need to have a medical check to make sure of it. Be prepared, said Guning. Chao Wenxin immediately realized why Guning told her that they would go to visit a friend in the hospital. In fact, Guning just wanted to take her to have a medical check. What if I'm really pregnant? What should I do? Chao Wenxin panicked. What else do you want to do? You should get married. Xian Bei and you are adults. You can get married now, said Guning. It was the best way to solve that problem. She didn't think that Chao Wenxin should have an abortion. It would hurt her body, and also meant that she wasn't going to marry Xian Bei. If so, there was no need for them to be together further. Accordingly, they had to get married. Chao Wenxin might be criticized if Tang Yunrong and the Tang family learned about it, but it already happened and they had to face it. Well, I'm afraid that my parents... Chao Wenxin felt guilty. You have to face it even if you're scared. If you're really pregnant, you can't keep it a secret for long, said Guning. Chao Wenxin fell silent, because Guning told the truth. No matter how scared she was, she had to face the problem. However, she was extremely anxious. Although she wasn't sure of it yet, it was very likely to be true. Guning couldn't help her, so she left Chao Wenxin alone. After they arrived at the hospital, they soon had a medical check. The result was out and Chao Wenxin was sure that she was pregnant. She had been pregnant for about 10 days. After making sure of it, Chao Wenxin was completely struck dumb. She was happy yet worried. Back in the car, Chao Wenxin asked Guning, Ning, what should I do now? Even though she knew that she had to face it, she was too scared to do it now. If you're not prepared to talk about that with your family yet, wait for a few days. You can tell Xian Bei about it first, said Guning. Chao Wenxin indeed needed time to digest the news and be prepared for the baby. So she listened to Guning and decided to wait for a few days. Ning, can you drive me back to my own apartment? Chao Wenxin asked. She needed to be alone for a while. No problem, call me whenever you need me. Take care of yourself these days. Guning wasn't worried that Chao Wenxin might lose her reason, because Chao Wenxin was very mature. Thanks, said Chao Wenxin. It was true that she wouldn't lose her reason just because of that. She was only afraid to meet her family, but she was actually very happy that she was pregnant. After that, Guning drove Chao Wenxin back to her apartment. In her own apartment, Chao Wenxin didn't call Xian Bei at once, but calmed herself down first. She didn't call Xian Bei until she was calm, because Chao Wenxin just called Xian Bei yesterday. She knew that he didn't have a task now, so she could get through to him. However, although Xian Bei didn't need to carry out a task, he still needed to work, so he couldn't come to see Chao Wenxin. Before long, Xian Bei answered the call, joking. What? Do you miss me? I need to tell you something, Chao Wenxin stammered. She believed that Xian Bei was a responsible man, but she was still worried. She didn't know what Xian Bei would do after hearing the news. Would he be happy or unhappy when he learned that he was a father now? Even if he would take responsibility, she would still be sad if he was unhappy to hear the news. What is it? I'm listening, said Xian Bei. Hearing Chao Wenxin stammer, he was afraid that it might be bad news. I'm pregnant, said Chao Wenxin. What? Hearing that, Xian Bei was amazed. He abruptly stood up from the chair, too shocked to believe his ears. Did you just say that you're pregnant? Yes, Chao Wenxin said. She was very nervous, because she wasn't sure whether Xian Bei was happy or unhappy to hear it. Oh my, you're pregnant. You're pregnant. I'm a father now. I'm going to be a father. I'm so thrilled. Xin, will you marry me? No, you must marry me. I'll marry you right now. Just give me some time, said Xian Bei excitedly. He loved Chao Wenxin so much that he couldn't wait to marry her. Actually, since Chao Wenxin became his girlfriend, he decided to marry her, especially after their relationship became stable. He always wanted to propose to Chao Wenxin, but they hadn't been together for a long time, so he didn't want to scare Chao Wenxin if she wasn't prepared. However, since Chao Wenxin was pregnant now, he didn't have to worry. It was time for him to make a proposal. Chao Wenxin was surprised for a second, then felt greatly relieved. She was excited too, because the baby was welcome. He loved her and wanted to marry her. Xin, give me some time. I'll go to ask for leave from shouting right now. Just give me some time, said Xian Bei. Sure, said Chao Wenxin. After that, they hung up and Xian Bei immediately went to see Leng Shouting. Because they didn't have a task now, Leng Shouting let him go as soon as he heard the reason. Leng Shouting wasn't prepared to be a father now, but Xian Bei had gotten a girlfriend later than him and became a father earlier than him. Most importantly, he was going to be married soon. Leng Shouting would be lying if he said that he wasn't jealous of Xian Bei. However, he could do nothing about that because Ningning was too young and didn't reach the age of consent yet. If she reached the age of consent, he would definitely take her to get the marriage certificate as soon as possible. Afterwards, they would have their baby. With Leng Shouting's permission, Xian Bei went upstairs to pack up at once. Because he ran upstairs, he almost knocked Si Ming over at the turn of the stairs. Seeing Xian Bei running in a hurry, Si Ming asked, Xian Bei, did anything go wrong? Xian Bei said excitedly, No, Wenxin's pregnant. I'm going to propose to her. What? Si Ming was astonished and got jealous at the same time. He had been together with Qiu Yusen for a longer time than Xian Bei and Chao Wenxin, but Chao Wenxin got pregnant before Qiu Yusen. He wasn't blaming Qiu Yusen because they were very careful. Qiu Yusen and he were occupied with work now, and they seldom spent vacations together, so it wasn't appropriate for them to marry or have a baby. He wanted to marry, but he respected Qiu Yusen. He wouldn't force Qiu Yusen to stop working just because he wanted to get married. He was very respectful of Qiu Yusen's work as well. Although he was envious of Xian Bei, as Xian Bei's close brother, he still felt happy for him. Congrats! We must celebrate it after you settle the date. Of course, I'm going to pack now. I can't wait to propose to her, said Xian Bei, then was about to run away, but Si Ming stopped him. Do you plan to propose to her like that? It's too simple. I don't see your sincerity. Look, you must make a good plan and we all must be present. It must be a grand proposal, said Si Ming. Although he wasn't romantic, he knew that a proposal must be grand to show the importance of the girl. Xian Bei was taken aback, then realized that it was indeed too simple and abrupt if he went to propose to Chao Wenxin like that. He didn't want Chao Wenxin to think that she wasn't important in his heart. Well, everyone is busy now. Can you go with me? Xian Bei said. Even if not all of us can be present, at least a few of us could go with you. There isn't much work these days. Shouting will let us go. You must make a proposal in front of your close brothers. As for the setup, I'm afraid you can only turn to Shouting for help if you want to propose today. Although you better do it on your own, it's a special situation. We need to treat it differently. If you decide to propose tomorrow, you can do the setup by yourself today. As an outsider, Si Ming could clearly see the problem, but Xian Bei was too excited to think about details. Xian Bei's anxiousness could easily ruin the big night. I want to propose today. I'll ask Shouting whether he can allow a few bros to go with me. Oh, I also need him to help me with the setup, said Xian Bei. Without delay, he ran outside. He couldn't wait a moment longer to go back to City B to propose. Si Ming was free now, so he followed him. When Xian Bei ran downstairs, he almost knocked Su Jinshan over. Luckily, Su Jinshin avoided him quickly. "Where are you going?" Su Jinshin asked. "To see Shouting." Xian Bei didn't tell Su Jinshin that Chao Wenxin was pregnant, and he was going to propose in case Su Jinshin stopped him and asked for details. Su Jinshin indeed let him go. It was true that if he learned about Chao Wenxin's pregnancy, he would certainly stop Xian Bei and ask about the details. The moment Xian Bei ran away, Siming came downstairs. Even though Siming didn't rush out as hurriedly as Xian Bei, he also walked fast. "Why are you also in a hurry? Are you going to see Shouting as well?" Su Jinshin asked. "Come on, let's go. I'll tell you on the way. Xian Bei's girlfriend is pregnant. He's going to propose." He rushed to leave, but I stopped him. "Proposal is very important. He must take it seriously, so I told him to ask Shouting for help. Some of us must go with him and make a good setup for a romantic proposal. He must show how much he loves his girl by doing that." "He accepted my advice, so he's running to see Shouting," said Siming. Su Jinshin was surprised and had mixed emotions. Xian Bei's girlfriend was already pregnant, but he was still single. Anyway, his close brother was going to be a father and get married. He surely felt happy for him. Xian Bei went to see Leng Shouting again and told him that he was going to propose. Leng Shouting didn't know that Xian Bei wanted to get married as soon as he went back home, so he didn't think about that. If Xian Bei was going to propose, Leng Shouting certainly would let a few of their brothers go with him. Because Leng Shouting needed to deal with something, he wouldn't go with them. Otherwise, he would go to see Guning along the way. Leng Shouting told Ai Weishun and Zhao Weixian to go with Xian Bei since they were free now. 2 soldiers who were led by Xian Bei also went with them. Leng Shouting's subordinates were all men, so he didn't think they could set up a good proposal. So he decided to turn to Guning for help. After all, Guning was a girl, and knew girls much better than men did. Chao Wenxin was also Guning's cousin, so Guning knew her very well. After Xian Bei and the others walked out of his office, Leng Shouting called Guning. He chatted with Guning for a short while before he got to the point. "Ningning, I need you to help me with something." "What is it?" Guning asked. "Do you know that Wenxin is pregnant?" asked Leng Shouting. He wanted to make sure whether Guning knew or not. Guning understood that Chao Wenxin must have called Xian Bei, and Xian Bei shared the news with Leng Shouting afterwards. After all, Xian Bei needed Leng Shouting's permission to leave so that he could propose to Chao Wenxin. With Leng Shouting calling her and saying that he needed her help, it must have something to do with Xian Bei and Chao Wenxin. However, Guning didn't know what exactly it was. "Yeah, I know. Only she and I are aware of that right now. She doesn't know how to face her family, so I told her to relax for a few days. I bet Xian Bei already heard the good news," said Guning. "Right, Xian Bei just asked me for leave. He wants to propose to Wenxin right away, but he doesn't have much time to set up a good proposal. Can you help us with that?" said Leng Shouting. "He'll propose." Guning was surprised, but it was understandable that Xian Bei wanted to make a quick proposal after knowing Chao Wenxin got pregnant. "No problem. I'll handle that. Keep it a secret from Wenxin. Xian Bei will contact you once he arrives. You two can discuss what to do next," said Leng Shouting. "Sure, I know," said Guning. "She definitely wouldn't let Chao Wenxin know, or it wouldn't be a surprise." Well, all of a sudden, Leng Shouting gave a sigh. "What?" Guning asked with a smile. "Ningning, why haven't you reached the age of consent yet?" "I have to wait another 2.5 years," Leng Shouting complained. It was torture for him to wait so long. Although they were determined to marry each other and would get married sooner or later if nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be legal until they had the marriage certificate. PFFTTT. Guning snorted with laughter. It turned out that Leng Shouting was upset because Xian Bei was going to propose to Chao Wenxin. "It's not my fault. It's fate which made me be reincarnated in a body of 18 years old. Anyway, if I was reincarnated in the body of an over 22-year-old, I might not have met you. I might have had a boyfriend or gotten married already," said Guning. It was hard to tell what exactly would have happened. Compared with other possibilities, it was the best result that she was reincarnated in Guning's body. Leng Shouting was scared. It was true that he might not be able to meet Gu Ning and be together with her if she was reincarnated in another person's body. So it is what it is, said Gu Ning. Right? And we're fated to be together this life. Leng Xiaoting stopped complaining about it. Yes, we're meant to be together, said Gu Ning with a smile. She was willing to please Leng Xiaoting by saying something he wanted to hear. After chatting for another while, they hung up. Because Gu Ning was driving, Leng Xiaoting didn't want to distract her. Xian Bei needed a romantic proposal set, so Gu Ning didn't go to eat in the Tang family's house, but went to work on it right away. It was a lot of work, and she alone couldn't finish it within a limited time. She needed a professional planner. Due to the weather, they could only make the proposal indoors. So after pondering over it, Gu Ning chose Shangshi Hotel. She would call Chao Wenxin to dine together in the hotel, which wouldn't arouse any suspicions. In case there were no good rooms left later, Gu Ning went to book a large private room first before going to meet a professional planner. Because they didn't have much time, they hired a lot of people to finish the setup at 3 p.m. At noon, Gu Ning received a call from Xian Bei. Xian Bei said that he should arrive at City B before 4 p.m. and the city center at about 5 p.m. if nothing unexpected happened. Xian Bei didn't tell Chao Wenxin that he was coming to City B today. Instead, he told her that he would go to see her tomorrow. He made an excuse that he was occupied today and couldn't leave until his work was done. Therefore, Chao Wenxin thought that she would only see Xian Bei tomorrow. Gu Ning also called Chao Wenxin at noon. She said that she was going to treat a few friends this afternoon and invited Chao Wenxin to join them. Chao Wenxin seldom turned Gu Ning down, so she agreed. Afterwards, Gu Ning called Gao Chengyun and directly said that Xian Bei was going to propose to Chao Wenxin at Shangshi Hotel today. If they were free, they could come. Gao Chengyun was greatly surprised to hear the news, but he already got over Chao Wenxin, so he wasn't very sad. Chao Wenxin was still his good friend, so they had to be present. Even if they weren't free, they would clear their schedule for that. Therefore, Gao Chengyun agreed at once, and Gu Ning reminded him to keep it a secret from Chao Wenxin. Gu Ning didn't tell them that Chao Wenxin was pregnant. She thought that it was better to keep it a secret for now. She would let Chao Wenxin tell them later. At 5 p.m., Xian Bei and his bros arrived, but they had rushed over, so Xian Bei didn't buy a proposal ring yet. He needed to buy one right now. He could buy an average ring for the proposal and book a custom-made ring for their wedding. Before long, Xian Bei bought the ring he needed. Although he didn't have time to carefully pick a ring, the one he bought wasn't cheap. At 5:30 p.m., they reached the set. Upon seeing the set Gu Ning made for him, Xian Bei and the other men were all amazed. As soon as Xian Bei reached the set, he began to get nervous. He was nervous not because he was afraid that he might be rejected, because Chao Wenxin wouldn't do that. It was just his first time, so it was unavoidable for him to be nervous. "Be careful, single men. Don't get too jealous of the loving couple," said Zhao Weixian. The other single men agreed and laughed. "If you don't want to be single any longer, find yourself a girlfriend," said Ai Weixian. "That's easy for you to say. No matter who wants to date us, she must tolerate the long distance. We can only meet once in several months. I don't think many girls can stand that. If there are, I wouldn't have stayed single for so long," said Zhao Weixian. Zhao Weixian had a girlfriend before, but they broke up precisely because of the long distance. He met another girl later and had a good impression of her. He tried to chase her, but she rejected him because he spent most of his time in the military base and carrying out tasks. Different people had different aims. You just haven't met the right one yet. "See, many of our bros have a girlfriend now," said Ai Weixian. It was hard to tell when people would fall in love with the right one. Nearly everyone had his or her own problems in love. Not everyone could meet someone who loved them too. We couldn't force another person to accept us just because we liked him or her, and vice versa. It was very normal that people fell in love with someone who didn't love them the same way. However, usually people could find their right one. Only when two people were both in love could they be happy together. Zhao Weixian understood that as well, so he never forced any girl to stay with him. He completely understood their worries. However, he still felt upset sometimes. Gao Chengyun and the others arrived at Shangshi Hotel at about 5:30 p.m. Although they had seen countless romantic proposal sets before, they were still shocked by the set Gu Ning made this time. Not only was it impressive, but it was also full of love. They were all sensitive people, so they unavoidably got excited. Gu Ning arrived at Huafu Hills at 5:30 p.m. to pick Chao Wenxin up. She deliberately delayed it so that the other people could have enough to arrive. Chao Wenxin didn't ask Gu Ning who she was going to treat, because she might not know them. Gu Ning had too many friends, and she only knew a few of them. As soon as Gu Ning parked the car at the hotel, Gu Ning sent a message to Xian Bei and told them to get ready. The second Xian Bei read her message, he told the others to light the candles. Because there were many of them, they soon lit all the candles, then turned off the lights. After a few minutes, Gu Ning and Chao Wenxin came. When Gu Ning pushed the door open, she slightly pushed Chao Wenxin ahead, so Chao Wenxin became the first one who entered the hall. The moment the door was open, Chao Wenxin was struck dumb by the setup inside. The private room was full of rose petals and candles, surrounded by many balloons and colorful lights. From under her feet to the middle of the private room was a carpet of rose petals, with candles lit on both sides. In the middle of the hall was a large peach heart paved with rose petals, and there was also a circle of peach heart candles around it. Standing in the middle of the peach heart, Xian Bei was wearing a military uniform with a huge bunch of roses in his hands. And behind Xian Bei, there was a banner that read, "Chao Wenxin, please marry me." Obviously, Xian Bei was proposing to her. Chao Wenxin understood that Xian Bei would make a proposal sooner or later after she told him that she was pregnant, but she didn't expect it to happen today. Xian Bei had just told her that he couldn't come back until tomorrow. Chao Wenxin immediately realized that Xian Bei purposely did it to surprise her. Chao Wenxin burst into tears of excitement. Standing there, she didn't know what to do. Xian Bei walked towards her instead. She didn't come back to her senses until Xian Bei was in front of her. Holding Chao Wenxin's hand, Xian Bei walked to the peach heart in the middle. Without a word, Chao Wenxin followed him to the center of the peach heart. All of a sudden, Xian Bei let her go. Flowers in hand, he stared at her with a pair of tender eyes. "Xin, I know we've only been together for a short time, but it's not that short. We seldom meet and I know I'm always absent, but I'm sure that I love you. I love you deeply. You're the one I want to spend the rest of my life with. Perhaps because of my profession, I can't be with you every day, but I'll do whatever I can to take care of you and protect you. Xin." Saying that, Xian Bei knelt down on one knee, handing the flowers to Chao Wenxin. "Will you marry me?" he said very seriously. Chao Wenxin didn't take the flower and say yes right away, because she was too excited and surprised to stop crying. She covered her mouth with both hands, trying not to be ugly with tears. "Marry him! Marry him! Marry him!" Right at this moment, Ai Weishan, Gao Qingyun, and the others walked out and shouted. Because they hid in the darkness and Chao Wenxin focused on Xian Bei, she didn't see them until they walked out and she was astonished again. "Marry him! Marry him! Marry him!" Chao Wenxin didn't take the flowers from Xian Bei's hands yet, so they wouldn't stop urging her. They recorded the romantic proposal scene with their phones, and Zhao Weixian had a video call with Su Jinshin, so Su Jinshin could see the proposal live. Su Jinshin, Leng Xiaoting, Chun Meng, and Si Ming were watching the video and felt excited too. Su Jinshin and Si Ming also urged Chao Wenxin to accept Xian Bei's proposal. This was the first time that they had ever witnessed a proposal made by their bro. But unfortunately they couldn't be present because they were busy with work. Leng Xiaoting could see Gu Ning once in a while in the video. Whenever Gu Ning appeared, he couldn't move his eyes away from her. He ached to make a grand proposal to Gu Ning, but he couldn't do that right now. Seeing the romantic scene, Gu Ning couldn't help imagining how Leng Xiaoting would propose to her in the future. To be honest, she was looking forward to it. Once Chao Wenxin came back to her senses, she took the flowers from Xian Bei's hands. Then Xian Bei put the proposal ring on her finger. After that, they hugged each other and had a long, loving kiss, surrounded by their friends' loud applause. At this moment, Chao Wenxin was filled with love. There was nothing more touching than a proposal and wedding in a woman's life. When the proposal was over, they were ready to have a meal. Dishes were ready, so once they sat around the table, the dishes were served. Before Guning and Chao Wenxin came, no one talked about Chao Wenxin's pregnancy, so Gao Chengyun and the others had no idea about that. They didn't know until they began to chat after the dishes were placed on the table. As soon as they heard that Chao Wenxin was pregnant, they were astonished. No way. It was just a joke I made yesterday. It's true. And Ran was struck dumb. Joke? What joke? Chao Wenxin asked curiously. Didn't you vomit yesterday? I joked that you might be carrying, but I didn't expect it to be true. You said you were better, so we just thought your stomach was acting up, said Ran. Chao Wenxin was a little embarrassed. It turned out that they had already talked about her pregnancy when she vomited in the washroom. They didn't take it seriously, but Guning did. Does your family know yet? Zhu Yuanjin asked. Not really, said Chao Wenxin and became anxious. Xian Bei noticed her emotions, so he held her hand tightly and comforted her. Don't worry. I'll visit your family with you tomorrow and we can talk about it then. In fact, Xian Bei was also worried. Although he didn't think Chao Wenxin's family would stop them from getting married, premarital pregnancy wasn't an honorable thing after all. Her family could still be mad at him. If they were really mad, Xian Bei hoped that they would vent their anger on him instead of Chao Wenxin. Chao Wenxin felt better after Xian Bei comforted her. Everyone could see her anxiety, so they changed the topic at once. Even if they agreed that premarital pregnancy wasn't a good thing, they didn't think it was shameful. Chao Wenxin was already pregnant, so Xian Bei had to take responsibility. Luckily, he was a responsible man. Xian Bei proposed to Chao Wenxin once he learned that she was pregnant, which proved that he truly loved her and their baby. Xian Bei, I'll give you the bill for the proposal setup later. Don't forget to settle it, Guning said half-jokingly. But Xian Bei indeed needed to pay the bill. It didn't cost much, but was very meaningful, so Xian Bei had to settle the bill by himself. Guning brought it up in front of them not because she was afraid that Xian Bei would deny it. Xian Bei had over 100 million yuan after all, so a few thousand yuan was nothing in his eyes. Most importantly, it was his proposal to Chao Wenxin, and he even bought a ring which cost hundreds of thousands of yuan for her. Guning mentioned it simply because they were very familiar. She knew that they wouldn't mind and she wanted to make them laugh. No problem. Xian Bei laughed. He didn't feel embarrassed or annoyed when Guning said that. He wasn't mean and he accepted the joke. After the meal, Xian Bei invited them to have fun together in a club. It was a special day today, so there was no reason for them to be a wet blanket. And after they separated for the night, Ai Weishan and his bros went to stay in Shengshi Hotel, while Xian Bei went to Huafu Hills with Chao Wenxin. It was late, so Guning went back to her house at Huafu Hills as well. Although her house at Huafu Hills was always empty, it was cleaned regularly, so it was spotless all the time. She could sleep there any time. She simply needed to get a quilt cover. Back in Huafu Hills, Guning talked with Leng Xiaoting on the phone for a while before she went to bed. However, at 2 a.m., Guning's phone suddenly rang and the caller was Leng Xiaoting. Seeing his call, Guning squinted and abruptly sat up. Without delay, she picked it up. It must be something serious, so Leng Xiaoting called her in late night. Xiaoting, what's wrong? Guning asked seriously. Ningning, I need your help. We've been chasing a criminal who just arrived in City B. I can't go to City B now, so tell Ai Weishan and the others to handle it. The criminal is a professional killer, so he's very strong. Most importantly, there is a mysterious person with him. I think the person isn't normal. I'm afraid they might be injured, so I need you to help them, said Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was unwilling to drag Guning into the trouble. Even though she was skilled and strong, it was a very dangerous task. He didn't want Guning to be hurt. However, if Guning didn't help, he was worried that Ai Weishan and his other teammates might not be able to handle the situation. If they were ordinary men, even if there were 5 professional killers, they wouldn't be afraid. Ai Weishan and the other men were well-trained special forces and weren't worse than those professional killers. They were even stronger than those professional killers. Unfortunately, the criminal might be with a person with superpowers, so Ai Weishan and the others might not be able to defeat them. Leng Xiaoting didn't want Guning to be hurt, But the criminal held one of his bros hostage. His teammate was injured and was in a very dangerous situation, so he had to do something. Anyway, he believed that Guning could handle it. He was worried simply because he cared about her. Sure, but I need to take action alone, said Guning. She didn't disdain AI Wishun and the other men, but her action might be limited if they went with her. No, it's too dangerous if you're alone, said Ling, shouting, and disagreed at once. I'll be fine. I have a monster fox and the tree vine with me. If your teammates go with me, I can't let them out and my actions will be limited, so will my abilities. I could be in greater danger, Guning explained. Well, Ling shouting had to agree with Guning. In addition, if there was really danger, Guning alone could quickly run away. If AI Wishun and other men went with her, she would have to protect them and even spare effort to save them. She might put herself in danger because of that. Well, I think you can just stay. We can do it after I arrive, said Ling shouting after thinking about it for a while. He was still afraid that Guning might be injured if she took action alone. Shouting, I know you're worried about me, but I need more practice to improve my skills. If you're always worried and won't allow me to put my skills into practice, I can't make progress. Since you already told me about it, you can't stop me from catching the criminal, said Guning seriously. She knew that Ling shouting was worried about her, but she needed practice to improve her skills. During these days, she rarely had a fight. Only Shangguanyang and Jing Yunyao practiced with her when they were free, but it was different from a real fight. If she wasn't in real danger, she couldn't exploit her potential. Since Guning said that, Ling shouting understood that he shouldn't stop her, so he gave in. Fine, but you must protect yourself from being injured. They are holding one of my soldiers hostage, but if there is any danger, protect yourself first. Ling shouting wasn't selfish and he cared about his soldiers, but it was unreasonable to put Guning in danger just to rescue the hostage. If the hostage couldn't be rescued and Guning was injured, it would have been a bad decision. No problem. I promise that I'll protect myself well. If there is any danger, I'll run away, said Guning. She mainly wanted to set Ling shouting's mind at rest. She would do her best to save people, but wouldn't put herself in danger. She was helpful, but she couldn't save everyone. Hearing Guning's promise, Ling shouting was relieved. After that, they hung up. Guning needed to change. Then she went out and contacted Ling shouting for the location of the criminal. Ling shouting called AI Wishun and told them not to take action. Knowing that Guning asked to take action alone in case her abilities were limited, AI Wishun wasn't mad. He knew that Guning and Ling shouting weren't ordinary people. Both of them had superpowers, so they were naturally much stronger than them. Although they knew that both Ling shouting and Guning had superpowers, they weren't clear about their specific abilities. Ling shouting and Guning also kept some secrets from them. Therefore, AI Wishun understood why Guning wanted to take action alone. However, he was also worried about her safety. Boss, are you sure that Guning will be fine alone? AI Wishun asked with concern. Of course, no need to worry about her, said Ling shouting. He actually didn't want to let Guning take action alone, but Guning insisted and he couldn't stop her. Since Ling shouting said that, AI Wishun said nothing further. Xian Bei was ready to go out and would meet AI Wishun and his other brothers with Guning. However, before Guning came, he received Ling shouting's call, and Ling shouting told them that Guning would go alone. Xian Bei was astonished. He directly asked Ling shouting, Boss, are you sure you'll let Guning go there alone? He was aware of Guning's unbelievable abilities and believed that Guning could solve the problem, but he was surprised that Ling shouting would agree. After thinking about it for a while, he realized that Ling shouting had to agree if Guning insisted. She insisted? Said Ling shouting, sounding a little unhappy. Fine. Since Ling shouting already agreed, Xian Bei couldn't stop Guning. As soon as Xian Bei finished the call with Ling shouting, he saw Guning. Guning, are you sure that you'll be fine if you take action alone? Xian Bei walked towards her. Although he believed in Guning, he still couldn't help worrying about her. I'll be fine, said Guning. You must be careful. No matter what danger you run into, protect yourself first, said Xian Bei. although one of their mates was held hostage and he was very worried about him and hoped that Gu Ning could rescue him. Gu Ning was innocent after all. If anything dangerous happened, he still wanted Gu Ning to be safe. "Sure," said Gu Ning, then drove away. At this moment, Leng Xiaoting sent photos of the criminal, the person with superpowers and the hostage to Gu Ning. After remembering their faces, Gu Ning called Leng Xiaoting and asked him for the location of the criminal. Leng Xiaoting tracked them by hacking into surveillance cameras. Because their car never stopped moving, he could only tell Gu Ning their current location. Gu Ning couldn't end her call with Leng Xiaoting, so that Leng Xiaoting could tell her wherever they went over time. Gu Ning sped up and immediately chased after the criminal. Seeing Exan Bei coming back after walking out, Chao Wenxin asked, "What? Don't you need to carry out a task?" "No need. Someone else replaced me," said Exan Bei as he hugged Chao Wenxin. He didn't tell her that it was Gu Ning. Chao Wenxin was pregnant now, so he didn't want to worry her. Chao Wenxin didn't bother to ask further about it. It was Exan Bei's work, and his work was always confidential. She was a smart girl and knew what she shouldn't ask about. The criminal obviously didn't intend to stay in the city, so he moved towards the suburbs until he reached a barren mountain, where there were no surveillance cameras. As a result, Leng Xiaoting couldn't find out where he was right now. Gu Ning had to search for the criminal on her own afterwards. Normally, criminals would find an unobtrusive place to stay for a while after they came to the wilderness. It was the best place for them to hide since there were no surveillance cameras. It was large, but Gu Ning could easily look for what she wanted with the help of her jade eyes. Leng Xiaoting lost the criminal, so Gu Ning ended her call with him and directly put her phone into her telepathic eye space. After Gu Ning drove into a place where there were no surveillance cameras, she put the car into her telepathic eye space as well, then set out on 4 to find the criminal. The car would be noisy and would easily be noticed. Gu Ning didn't want to alert the criminal. Gu Ning walked very fast, but barely made any noise. At the same time, it was a little windy, so nobody could hear her. With the help of her jade eyes, Gu Ning searched for the criminal as she walked. The criminal and the other 2 people drove there, so they should be easily found. Gu Ning first walked ahead along the traces left by their car, and didn't stop using her jade eyes to look for them. However, the terrain was really difficult. Although there was a flat road and the car could drive in, there were a lot of trees and many hills farther away which the car couldn't drive in. Therefore, Gu Ning guessed that they should be nearby after they stopped the car where the car couldn't go further. Or they left the car here and walked to their destination. Either way, it should be easy for Gu Ning to find their car. After following the traces for about 100 meters, Gu Ning saw a car in the dense small woods. The car was exactly like the one which the criminal took. Leng Xiaoting had sent her the screen capture of the car, so she recognized it immediately. The criminal and the person with superpowers weren't in the car, but there was a man lying on the rear seats. He was already unconscious, tied up, with his mouth gagged. Given his appearance, Gu Ning believed that he must be Leng Xiaoting's soldier. Gu Ning kept on moving closer. After observing around for a while, she saw nobody nearby. How could they leave the hostage alone in the car? The hostage seemed seriously injured, so he couldn't run away even if he woke up now. Gu Ning didn't know whether they left to deal with something and would come back later, or if they directly ran away after leaving the hostage in the car. Either way, Gu Ning had to rescue the hostage first. After Gu Ning walked closer, she used her jade eyes to see the inside and outside of the car to see whether there were traps. If there wasn't any, she would take action then. If there was a bomb, the car might explode once she touched it. That would be the worst result. She could dodge the explosion, but the hostage inside would die. Gu Ning checked the car and found no bomb, so she tried to open the car. Unfortunately, the car door was locked, so she had to break the window. Gu Ning took out a dagger and put magical energy into it. After cutting the window a few times, it broke. Without delay, Gu Ning pried the car door open. Afterwards, she cut the ropes around the man's body off, then pulled off the adhesive tape on his mouth. The hostage was seriously injured, but luckily he was still alive. Gu Ning immediately put magical power into his body. Because he was still alive, his wounds quickly healed and his face became ruddy. After a while, he woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, Gu Ning stopped. The man was scared when he saw a person in front of him. He subconsciously jumped up and shrank to keep a distance away from Gu Ning. He seemed defensive. Because it was dark, he couldn't see the person's face. He could only see a high ponytail, so it must be a woman. "Who are you?" he asked and stayed alert. "Lung Shouting asked me to rescue you," said Gu Ning. "Shouting?" The man was surprised, but also felt slightly relieved. However, he wasn't fully convinced. "Who are you then?" "I'm his girlfriend," said Gu Ning. "Girlfriend?" The man was struck dumb for a second. Lung Shouting told her to rescue him, and she was Lung Shouting's girlfriend. An idea dawned on the man. "Are you Shouting's fiancé?" It wasn't a secret that Lung Shouting already had a fiancé, but they had never met her. Now he saw her in reality and got excited even though he couldn't see her face clearly. "Yes, I'm his fiancé," said Gu Ning. The man, Tao Lin, was relieved right away. He introduced himself. "Nice to see you. My name is Tao Lin. Shouting is my leader." Because he was excited to see Gu Ning, he forgot that he was still in a very dangerous situation now. Tao Lin trusted Gu Ning, not only because of her words, but because of his own judgments. He didn't feel any malice from her. If she was hostile to him, she wouldn't have helped him get rid of the ropes. Moreover, he suddenly realized that he was feeling much better now. Even if his body was still uncomfortable, he could move around now. It must be Gu Ning who treated him. He didn't know what Gu Ning had done for him to become so much better after being injured seriously. Tao Lin thought of what his comrades had been through before. They had been badly injured too, and Lung Shouting gave them a pill. After taking the pill, they got much better, so Tao Lin guessed that Gu Ning must have helped him take the same pill. Tao Lin was curious about it, but felt embarrassed to ask Gu Ning. "Oh, when did you pass out? Where is the criminal and the other person?" Gu Ning asked. If Tao Lin passed out just now, he should know where they went. If he had been unconscious for a long time, he might know nothing. Either way, she had to ask him about it. "I was knocked unconscious by them not too long ago. I heard them say that they would go to find an ancient grave in the mountain before I passed out," said Tao Lin. Hearing that, Gu Ning squinted slightly. "Get out of the car now," Gu Ning said to Tao Lin. Tao Lin didn't realize that he was still in the car until Gu Ning said that to him. Then he immediately got out of it. "I need to continue to chase them. You can't stay here alone," said Gu Ning. She took out her car key and handed it to Tao Lin. "My car is at the intersection over there. Walk away along this road. You should be able to see my car about 2 meters ahead. Drive to Huafu Hills. Xian Bei is waiting for you there. I'll send him a message and tell him to meet you at the gate." "No, if I drive your car away, what will you do?" Tao Lin refused at once and looked worried. "It's too dangerous for you to chase them alone. Relax, since Shouting sent me here, I can handle it well. Do you need me to call Lung Shouting and let him give you that order in person?" Gu Ning said. Because she was unwilling to waste time, she directly threatened Tao Lin. Lung Shouting's words were orders to them, so they had to obey. No need. I'll do whatever you say." Tao Lin gave in right away. He would leave before Gu Ning anyway, so there was no need to call Lung Shouting. He didn't want to waste time here either. Therefore, Tao Lin took Gu Ning's car key and left in the direction Gu Ning told him. Gu Ning also left the place and went deeper. At the same time, she sent a message to Xian Bei and told him that she found Tao Lin. Tao Lin was on his way to Huafu Hills, so he could wait for him outside, while she would continue to search for the criminal. At this time, Xian Bei was lying in bed, but he wasn't asleep because he was worried about Gu Ning. They should have been carrying out the task tonight, but Gu Ning went there alone. In other words, Gu Ning helped them so he couldn't sleep now. It was very dangerous after all. He understood that Gu Ning was very strong, but one could never be too careful. Without any news from Gu Ning, he couldn't sleep. And it was not only Xian Bei, Ai Wishun and the other men had the same worry. They all stayed awake. If they could still sleep well in such a situation, they would be totally ungrateful. Their phones were on the entire time. They wouldn't mute their phones so that they could answer calls once their phones rang. Even if there was only a message, they must read it whenever their phones rang. As a result, once Xianbei's phone rang, he heard it and quickly took it out. It was a message from Gu Ning. Knowing that Gu Ning already found Tao Lin and that Tao Lin was on his way to Huafu Hills in her car, Xianbei abruptly sat up on the bed in great shock. It was too efficient. Even if he knew that Gu Ning was very outstanding, he was still amazed by her efficiency. Because he made big movements, Chao Wenxin was woken up by him. Seeing him sitting there, Chao Wenxin asked, "What's wrong?" "My comrade who was held hostage was rescued. He's on his way to Huafu Hills now. I need to meet him." "You can continue to sleep now?" said Xianbei, then kissed Chao Wenxin's forehead. "All right." Chao Wenxin didn't ask more about what had happened and went back to sleep. She was a pregnant woman now, so she needed more sleep. Afterwards, Xianbei got out of the bed and went downstairs. He called Ai Wishan at once and told Ai Wishan that Gu Ning had already found Tao Lin and that Tao Lin was on his way to Huafu Hills. Tao Lin was in a very dangerous situation, so they were all worried about him. Therefore, when they heard that he had been rescued and was coming back, they couldn't stay in their places and rushed to Huafu Hills right away. No matter what, they had to see Tao Lin as soon as possible. Although Tao Lin was only a subordinate, the Red Flame cherished every soldier who served them. Every life mattered. Most importantly, they were serving their country and deserved great respect. After Xianbei called Ai Wishan, he called Leng Shouting too. He wasn't sure whether Gu Ning had told Leng Shouting the news yet, so he thought that he should give Leng Shouting a call. Gu Ning didn't tell Leng Shouting that she had already found Tao Lin, because she was in a hurry and forgot. After sending Xianbei a message, she directly put her phone into the telepathic eye space. As a result, Leng Shouting didn't know that Gu Ning had already found Tao Lin and that Tao Lin was on his way back until Xianbei called him. Leng Shouting was relieved when he heard the news, because the criminal wouldn't have a hostage to threaten Gu Ning with. Without any worries, Gu Ning could do whatever she wanted to do. However, Leng Shouting was still worried about Gu Ning, so he immediately left the military base and flew to City B on a private jet. He couldn't relax until he saw Gu Ning safe and sound. Gu Ning didn't know where the criminal and the person with superpowers went. She could only rely on her senses to search for them, but she didn't do it alone. When Tao Lin was far away, she let the monster fox out and told it to help her. Gu Ning told it to not go too far, so that they could hear each other if either of them found their target. Since the criminal and the person with superpowers went to an ancient grave, Gu Ning couldn't find them on the ground. She had to find the ancient grave instead. As long as she found the ancient grave, she would soon find them. Gu Ning wasn't sure whether they already knew the location of the ancient grave. After searching around for half an hour, she finally found a grave tunnel, so the ancient grave should be nearby. Gu Ning immediately released some magical power to tell the monster fox to come back. If the monster fox found their target before her, it would have made some sounds. They were in the wilderness after all, so it was very normal for wild animals to make sounds. Once Gu Ning released some magical power, the monster fox felt it and ran towards her. Gu Ning didn't put it into the telepathic eye space, but kept it by her side. Anyway, it was dark in the wilderness, so no one could see them. Since the ancient grave was nearby and the criminal along with the person with superpowers were still absent, Gu Ning guessed that they must have entered the grave tunnel. The grave tunnel was 3 meters under the ground. It wasn't shallow, so Gu Ning couldn't see what was under it. She could only see things 2 meters under the thick dirt. Therefore, Gu Ning couldn't know which side of the grave tunnel was the ancient grave and which side was the entrance. She could only let the monster fox help her. Gu Ning told the monster fox to find whether there was an entrance, because it didn't have jade eyes and couldn't see what was in the grave tunnel. After walking along the grave tunnel for a few meters, Gu Ning saw a fork in the tunnel, making it harder for her to find the entrance. Although she could directly dig a hole from the ground, she didn't think it was a good idea. Even if she entered the grave tunnel, she still needed to search ahead. It was dangerous inside and there might be traps. She could handle it, but it was unnecessary trouble. Since Gu Ning found an ancient grave, she was unwilling to leave, but she had to catch the criminal first. The ancient grave was always there, but the criminal might run away if she didn't catch him right now. Gu Ning continued to search along the grave tunnel. After a few meters, she saw a fork again. After encountering several forks, Gu Ning was a little frustrated. There were so many forks. It seemed to be a maze. Gu Ning guessed correctly. There was indeed a maze grave tunnel inside, which was designed to stop gravediggers from finding the burial chamber. Given the complexity and size of the grave, the person buried in it must enjoy a high status. After searching around for a long time, they finally found the entrance. It was the monster fox that found it. Following the monster fox's sounds, Gu Ning ran to the entrance and saw many footprints, which implied that at least 5 people had been here. In other words, not only the criminal and the person with superpowers, but there were also other people who entered the grave. They could either be the same group or there were 2 groups of people, but Gu Ning felt that they must be in the same group. Covered by many tree branches, the entrance wasn't easy to notice. Normally, people wouldn't see it when they walked by. Since she found the entrance, Gu Ning had to go in. When Gu Ning was in the grave, she had no intention of avoiding the criminal and his mates. So she directly took out the night luminescent pearl to light the way. Afterwards, she walked ahead, following the footprints. About 10 minutes later, Gu Ning heard their voices at the front, but she couldn't hear what exactly they were talking about. Anyway, she knew that they were right ahead of her. Gu Ning didn't avoid them and walked closer to them. Within a few seconds, she heard a man's annoyed voice with impatience. "Fuck, we're back to where we were earlier. It's a maze. It's so difficult. If it was easy, other people would have found it before us. Right? Someone found this grave before us after all." The night luminescent pearl could light a large area, so they noticed it when Gu Ning was 5 meters away. In horror, they immediately turned to look at the light and stayed alert. However, they didn't bother to turn off their flashlights. They were all strong men, so they weren't afraid even if there was a stranger. When they saw a woman and a fox, they were stunned and surprised. They were stunned because the woman was young and pretty. Moreover, they were surprised that she dared to come here alone. It seemed that she was a very bold woman. As for the fox, it was just an ordinary fox in their eyes. They didn't think it had any differences. A middle-aged man who had a foreign face and was suspected by Lung Shouting to be a person with superpowers. However, squinted and became alert once he saw the monster fox. He could see that this fox wasn't just an animal. There was strong power in it. Because he knew very little about monsters in Gu Ning's country, he didn't know how to explain it. He was only sure that this fox might be aggressive. The foreign man could see that Gu Ning wasn't weak, but he couldn't see her special abilities. Gu Ning didn't pay special attention to the foreign man, but she felt evil power from him, so she was sure that he wasn't an ordinary man. However, she didn't know exactly what abilities he had. Anyway, he wasn't a threat to her. "Who are you?" a man asked Gu Ning. "Who else do you think I could be in this grave?" Facing 5 tall, strong men, Gu Ning didn't seem scared at all. On the contrary, she had the air of a gangster. Those men surely knew that only gravediggers would show up in a grave. "Little girl, it's complicated here. Why don't you join us? If we can find treasures, we can share. What do you think?" the criminal nicely said to Gu Ning. He was slightly suspicious of Gu Ning, so he wanted her to go with them so that he could observe her. If there was no problem with her, they could find treasures together and share. If there was a problem with her, they would directly kill her. Actually, if Gu Ning agreed with alacrity, it would only make them more suspicious of her. Gu Ning could see their thoughts. "Well," she sneered, "what if you kill me after finding the treasures? There are many of you while I'm alone, so I think we better not go the same way." Saying that, Gu Ning moved to go in another direction. "Wait a second," the criminal shouted. He didn't become more suspicious of Gu Ning after Gu Ning refused to go with them, but he still stayed alert. Therefore, he felt it was better that Gu Ning went with them. "Don't worry, we won't hurt you. It's a large ancient grave. There should be a lot of treasures. We can't take all of them. We're willing to share," said the criminal. Gu Ning pretended to ponder over it for a while, then agreed. "Sure, I'll trust you once. In fact, even if you have the intention of killing me, you might not be able to do it. I hope we do not have any conflicts. We all came here for wealth. There is no need to kill, right? She had no plan to kill them right now. Since she was already in the grave now, she decided to find treasure first. If she killed them before finding treasures, it would be troublesome. If she beat them unconscious and left them here, she might not be able to get back to the same place after finding treasures. Besides, Gu Ning wasn't clear about the foreign man's abilities yet. What if he fought back? She couldn't kill him and could only injure him seriously. She also couldn't carry them while she went to find treasures. It was ridiculous. After finding treasures, she could put them into her telepathic eye space, then injure them and pull them out. Could save a lot of energy. Sure, said the criminal. After that, Gu Ning went ahead along with them. The foreign man sized up Gu Ning and the monster fox, especially the monster fox. He tried to figure out how aggressive it was. Although he didn't think that he wouldn't be able to defeat a woman and a fox, he needed to know more about them in order to be well prepared. Even if he couldn't know them completely, it was better for him to know something. Gu Ning could feel that the foreign man was sizing her up, but she didn't care. The monster fox met the foreign man's eyes. It squinted and looked dangerous, so the foreign man immediately withdrew his sight. He could see nothing with a glance. May I know your name? You can call me Li, said the criminal. Li wasn't his real name. The criminal's real name was Ma Shibiao. Gu Ning didn't know what crimes he had committed, but it must be very serious since Lung Xiaoting's team was sent out to catch him. Besides, the criminal used to be a professional killer. He must have killed many. Call me Gu, please, said Gu Ning. There was no need to hide her real surname. It wasn't a big deal even if they learned about her identity. They would either be killed or put in jail after today. They wouldn't have any chances to take revenge. Miss Gu, where are you from? Ma Shibiao asked. City B, said Gu Ning. How did you know there is an ancient grave here? Ma Shibiao asked. Why are you asking me so many questions? Do you want to know my background or what? We just met. We have the same goal. After we get what we want, we'll separate. It's meaningless even if you know more about me. Are you still suspicious of me? Please don't think too much. Gu Ning mocked. Ma Shibiao and his mates had to agree that they thought too far. They didn't think that other people would know their whereabouts, but they stayed alert because they were very careful. Even though they were less suspicious of Gu Ning, they still stayed alert. Miss Gu, what is that in your hand? The foreign man asked. He had noticed the night luminescent pearl in Gu Ning's hands for a long time, but Ma Shibiao wouldn't stop asking Gu Ning questions earlier, so he didn't interrupt. The night luminescent pearl made him feel very comfortable, so he believed it was valuable. Ma Shibiao and other men didn't notice the bright object in Gu Ning's hands until now. Is that a night luminescent pearl? Ma Shibiao asked in great surprise. He had seen many kinds of treasures, so he recognized them by a glance. Most people had heard of night luminescent pearls, but only a few had seen it in reality. Therefore, even if they knew it could shine, not many people could recognize it. Ma Shibiao hadn't seen it with his own eyes before, but he had seen it on TV. It was a round, shining bead, so it must be a night luminescent pearl. However, he never believed that night luminescent pearls were as valuable as people said. It wasn't that bright, but it was indeed worth a lot of money. Yeah, it's a night luminescent pearl, said Gu Ning. Hearing that, the others were more surprised. Ma Shibiao said, Where did you get it? From another ancient grave, said Gu Ning. Those men didn't doubt that, because there were many treasures in ancient graves. It wasn't surprising that Gu Ning could find a night luminescent pearl. It was hard to find a night luminescent pearl in general, but it could be easily done in an ancient grave. What's a night luminescent pearl? The foreign man asked. It's a rare jewel of high value which can shine, said Ma Shibiao. That's all he knew. He was an ordinary man, so he didn't know that the night luminescent pearl contained endless magical power. In fact, the magical power of night luminescent pearls were only very helpful for cultivators. For ordinary people, it could only improve one's health. Therefore, Ma Shibiao didn't have much interest in the night luminescent pearl. He didn't lack money, so he wouldn't bother to have conflicts with Gu Ning for the night luminescent pearl. It's not that he thought that he couldn't defeat Gu Ning, it was just unnecessary. The foreign man wasn't an ordinary man, so he could feel that the night luminescent pearl was very special. It made him feel very comfortable. He actually was a little tired after traveling a long distance, but he felt much better after absorbing the energy of the night luminescent pearl. Therefore, he wondered whether this night luminescent pearl had a certain kind of energy that he didn't know of yet. Because of that, he had a desire to steal it. Once he wanted it, he would try to get it by hook or by crook. He was very interested in the night luminescent pearl, but he wouldn't steal it right now. They shouldn't have conflicts at this moment. So he would take action after finding the treasures in this ancient grave. During this time, he must learn more about Gu Ning and the fox. Gu Ning didn't talk to them much, but she observed them quietly, especially the foreign man. She wanted to figure out his identity. From the foreign man, Gu Ning could see that he had a black crystal ball the size of a fist. What surprised Gu Ning was that there was a figure in the crystal ball. She knew that it couldn't be a human being. If she guessed correctly, it must be a soul. The soul of a dead person was a ghost. If it was really a ghost, Gu Ning wouldn't be surprised at all, because this foreign man wasn't an ordinary man. In addition to that, in the backpack of the foreign man, there was also a 60 centimeters long magic wand. Yes, it was the magic wand which Gu Ning had seen in the movie. It was the magician's weapon. In other words, this man might be a magician. He carried a crystal ball and a magic wand, so Gu Ning bet that he must be a magician. A magician was a character frequently mentioned in European and American folklore, fantasy literature, and tabletop and video games, referring to a group of people who could mobilize some kind of mystical power. Magicians could also be called wizards, witches, sorcerers, soothsayers, seers, etc. This foreign man had a crystal ball with a soul in it, and a magic wand, so Gu Ning believed that he should be a sorcerer. She was right. The man was a sorcerer. His name was Nicholas, and he was from country F. Gu Ning saw his ID card in his bag, so she learned his name and nationality. Besides, she found all of them carrying guns and daggers. It wasn't surprising because they were fugitives and were in a dangerous grave. They surely carried weapons with them in case they encountered danger. After trying to get more information from Gu Ning by talking, Ma Shibiao started to focus on the situation they were in right now. It was a grave tunnel, dark and damp, and there were snakes, worms, rats, and ants, so they had to be careful. If they were bitten by accident, they could be poisoned. Even if those animals weren't poisonous, it would be disgusting if they touched them. Because the night luminescent pearl contained magical power, those animals were attracted to it, but they didn't dare to come close due to its light. They weren't used to light after living in the darkness for years. In addition, they were too weak to face the magical power of the night luminescent pearl. If they were too close, they would feel uncomfortable. As Gu Ning walked ahead, she used her jade eyes to observe the surroundings. She tried to find the right passage to get straight to the master chamber as soon as possible. However, because the grave tunnel was intricate and occupied a large area, it was inevitable that Gu Ning would repeatedly walk through the same passage. After they walked through a passage once, Gu Ning remembered its position to avoid walking through it again. However, at one of the forks, Gu Ning disagreed with Ma Shibiao and the other men. The passage that Ma Shibiao and the others wanted to go in would bring them back to the passage they just walked through. Because they didn't have jade eyes, they couldn't see it, but Gu Ning could. She refused to take the passage and proposed to take another road. Those men, however, thought their choice was better, so Gu Ning said, "We just met by chance. I don't have to follow you all the time. If you insist on going that way, I think we can separate right now." In fact, it was impossible for them to separate. Gu Ning wouldn't separate from them, and they wouldn't either. Gu Ning simply said that to force them to go with her. She didn't have time to argue with them. She ached to find the treasures as fast as possible. After getting the treasures, she would deal with them. Even if Ma Shibiao wasn't very suspicious of Gu Ning now, he still didn't want her to leave their sight. Moreover, she might help them if there was really danger. Anyway, they weren't sure which passage was the right path towards the master chamber. They just relied on their senses to decide. So since Gu Ning seemed determined, they gave in and followed her behind. Some people had entered this ancient grave before them and might have been trapped when they couldn't find the way out. so they saw skeletons along the path every now and then. They were professional killers and had witnessed countless bloody scenes, but they were still slightly scared when they saw the skeletons. At the same time, they were also worried. What if they couldn't find the way out? What if they were trapped here too? They had totally forgotten how they got here. This wasn't the first time that they had gone into an ancient grave, but they weren't professional grave diggers. This was only their third time grave digging. For the first 2 times it wasn't difficult because the ancient graves they had visited before were small, but they felt it was quite hard this time. They were worried that they might not be able to find the way out, but they weren't scared. They could dig a way out above their heads anyway. It was dangerous and the grave might collapse, but it was a way out, so they still had choices. After they followed Guning, they didn't go back to the same passage again, so they began to rely on Guning to find the right path. They felt that she could lead them to the master chamber. Although Guning led the way, she didn't walk at the front. Ma Shibiao's 2 friends were at the front, then Ma Shibiao, followed by Guning and the monster fox. And at Guning's back was Nicholas and his friend. Because the grave tunnel wasn't very wide and was only about 80 centimeters, it could only allow 1 person to go through at a time. Suddenly, a man at the front exclaimed and fell directly into the ground. The piece he stepped on was a puddle, which was just enough to accommodate 1 person. Seeing that, everyone was scared. Guning, however, stayed calm, because she had seen the puddle, but she didn't tell the man to avoid it. She wasn't that kind and was walking behind him. If she told him to be careful, those men might ask how she saw it. Anyway, the puddle wasn't very deep. It was less than 2 meters and the man wouldn't drown. However, there were some sharp things in the puddle. If the man fell inside, he might be cut, but it wouldn't be fatal. If it was going to kill him, Guning would have reminded him to be careful. Although they were fugitives, she still wanted to catch them alive and hand them to Lung shouting. After the exclamation, the second man walked ahead to pull the first man out of the puddle. The first man's calf was cut by a sharp object, leaving a large wound which wouldn't stop bleeding. Luckily, they carried medicine with them in case they were injured. Therefore, once the first man was pulled out, his friends helped him treat and dress the wound. Damn it! There is a pit, Ma Shibiao swore. He seemed to blame the person who was buried in this grave for setting this puddle to prevent other people from intruding. Let me walk at the front, said Guning. She didn't aim to protect them, but simply wanted to find the master chamber as soon as possible. Ma Shibiao agreed. If there were any traps, Guning would be the first one to fall into trouble. He didn't want his friends to be hurt. Therefore, Guning started walking at the front, while Ma Shibiao followed behind her. The injured man needed his friend's support to step forward, so he walked at the back. There were still many traps, puddles, and hidden weapons, but Guning avoided all of them. Seeing that Guning swiftly avoided the hidden weapons, Ma Shibiao and the other men were amazed by her abilities. It seemed that she wasn't weak at all. If they walked at the front, they might not be able to avoid all the attacks. Therefore, they became more alert to Guning. Ma Shibiao had no intention of keeping all the treasures in this grave as his own. They were willing to share with Guning. She was alone anyway, so she couldn't take much. He just hoped that Guning had the same idea. As they met more and more traps, they got closer and closer to the master chamber. Although they hadn't found it yet, they were still excited. They couldn't deny that Guning was very helpful along the way. After they walked ahead for another while, Guning saw a cavern next to the grave tunnel 5 meters away. Because there was a wall in the middle, nobody could see it. The chamber was about 10 square meters large with walls in every direction. It was empty, so it wasn't the master chamber. However, if they wanted to find the master chamber, they had to enter this chamber. Although there was nothing inside, nor even a door, there might just be a wall in the middle. Either way, they had to get into the chamber first. Because the wall was about 1 meter thick and it was completely dark in the chamber, Guning couldn't see clearly. She stopped at the wall next to the chamber. Ma Shibiao asked curiously, "Miss Gu, is there anything wrong with this wall?" Ma Shibiao was very smart. Once he saw that Guning stopped in front of the wall, he guessed that there might be something wrong with it. "Yeah, I think there might be a chamber behind this wall," said Guning. Everyone was surprised and couldn't believe it. "Miss Gu, Can you tell us why? I don't see any differences in this wall, said Ma Shibiao. He couldn't believe it, but he was curious to know why Guning said that. My fox smelt something different. If you don't believe it, you can continue to walk ahead. Anyway, I'll dig through this wall, said Guning. In order to keep her secret from them, she lied that it was the monster fox who found it. Those men were convinced. After all, foxes indeed had a much better sense of smell than humans, so it was possible that this fox smelt something they couldn't smell. Whether there was a chamber behind this wall or not, they would join Guning since she insisted on digging through the wall. If they continued to walk ahead while Guning found the chamber, they could miss treasures. Besides, they might not be able to find the way back if they walked ahead. They could end up in trouble and lose Guning's help. Thinking of that, Ma Shibiao agreed. If so, let's dig now. They all carried tools, so they immediately took out their tools to dig through the wall. Because they only needed to dig a hole which could allow a person to go inside, 2 men were enough. Guning wasn't an ordinary person, but she was a woman after all. So Ma Shibiao felt embarrassed to let her do the work, so he told 2 of his subordinates to dig first. Criminals weren't bad people all the time. At least Ma Shibiao took care of Guning because she was a woman. However, Guning wouldn't let him escape. The wall was about a meter thick, so it wasn't difficult to dig across. At the beginning, Ma Shibiao and the other men thought that it might only be 50 centimeters thick. But they were wrong. They even doubted whether there was really a chamber behind it. When they finished 2/3 of the work, Ma Shibiao said, "Did the fox make a mistake? Go on, I believe it's right, because I have met the same situation before," said Guning. Therefore, they continued to dig and finally the wall was broken. There is really a chamber. Everyone was thrilled to see the chamber behind the wall, but a black thing suddenly rushed out and knocked against the man in the front. The man stepped backwards and scared other people away. It turned out to be a large bat, but luckily the man wasn't injured. The bat immediately flew away after hitting the man. Fuck! It hurt me. The man wasn't injured, but it was painful, so he swore. Because a bat suddenly rushed out, they were worried that there might be other bats. So they didn't go over right away, but waited to see what would happen next. Boss, what should we do now? No one knows whether there are more bats or unknown dangers. The man who was knocked by the bat asked Ma Shibiao. Before Ma Shibiao said anything, Guning said, "Put a torch inside. No matter what is in there, it'll stay away once it sees the light." Guning used her jade eyes to see the inside of the chamber, and she saw no more bats. But there were many other snakes, rats, and small animals. Therefore, it was necessary to chase them away with a torch. They needed to go in to see more. Ma Shibiao wasn't mad even though Guning interrupted him, because he had no idea what to do. He had never been through something like this before. Guning seemed to be experienced, so they were willing to listen to her. After all, with Guning's help, they found this chamber. They all felt that they would find treasures by following Guning. "Do as Miss Gu said Ma Shibiao. Ma Shibiao was their leader, so they wouldn't do anything unless Ma Shibiao gave them the order. Without delay, they took action. Before long, they made a torch and lit it, then moved it to the hole. They didn't continue to dig after lighting the torch. They waited for a long while, then continued when they heard nothing. One man kept on holding the torch by the hole. Before long, they finished the work, so the man holding the torch went in first. He was nervous and anxious, but he had to protect his leader by going inside before them. Moreover, with him having the torch, he should be the first one to go into the chamber. Therefore, the man carefully went through the hole into the chamber. Although there were some snakes, rats, and small animals, they all moved away once they saw the light. They didn't dare to attack the man. Seeing that, the man was relieved. The others outside didn't follow him in, but waited for him to make sure that there was no danger. "Boss, it's safe inside. Come on in now, but I don't see an exit." "It seems to be a closed chamber," said the man after glancing around the cavern. Ma Shibiao didn't move right away, but turned to look at Guning. He needed her advice because it was just a closed cavern. At this time, Ma Shibiao already took Guning as the leader, so he asked her advice all the time. "Let's go in first. We need to be careful. There might be traps around. If there is nothing inside, I don't think this cavern would exist. It's even separated by a wall. Gu said, anyway, the wall is already broken. We must go in to have a look. They hadn't carefully observed it yet, so Gu couldn't jump to conclusions. Ma Shibiao agreed. No matter what, the wall was already broken, so they should go inside to have a look. In addition, it was also possible that there was another chamber behind to the wall of this cavern. After that, they climbed inside one after another. The next second, they began to observe the cavern. The cave wasn't big, only being about 10 square meters. The 4 walls were made of bricks, and there was nothing special about it. They couldn't see any differences, so they hoped that Gu, or the monster fox to be specific, could find anything different. The monster fox had no idea what it should do, but it listened to Gu and walked around the walls for a while as if it was observing something. Gu directly used her jade eyes to see whether there was another chamber next to this one. Without surprise, there was indeed another cavern. Although it was also empty, there was a grave tunnel leading from it. Gu didn't know what was at its end. They needed to go inside to figure it out. There should be another chamber, said Gu. Dig the wall. Ma Shibiao made the order at once. He had 3 subordinates. One was injured and one held a torch, so only one left to dig the wall. Although it took some time, it wasn't tiring. After Gu separated from Tao Lin, it had been 1.5 hours, so Tao Lin had already arrived at Huafu Hills. Before he arrived, Xian Bei and the others had been waiting for him for a long while, but they didn't lose their patience. They were only worried that Tao Lin might encounter some trouble on his way. Xian Bei remembered Gu car, so he recognized it once it approached. Tao Lin came back, so he should be fine. In the distance, Tao Lin saw 3 men standing at the gate of Huafu Hills. Recognizing Xian Bei and his other comrades, he stopped the car at Huafu Hills, then got out. Tao Lin, are you all right? Even if they knew that Tao Lin was fine, Xian Bei and the other men still asked him with concern. I'm fine. I'm just a little worried about Gu, said Tao Lin, feeling guilty. Because of him, Gu went to the wilderness late at night. She had rescued him and even went to chase the criminal. She was just a girl. Even though Lung Shouting agreed to let Gu carry out the task, which proved that Gu had the abilities, Tao Lin was still worried about her. Relax, she'll be fine, said Xian Bei to comfort him and themselves. How was the situation when Gu found you? Ai Weishan asked. Gu only told Xian Bei that she had found Tao Lin and Tao Lin would soon be back. She didn't tell him more details. When Gu came, I was unconscious in the car. The criminal was gone. I heard they found an ancient grave and left to dig it. Gu told me to leave before her with her car, while she left to chase the criminal on her own. I didn't want to leave before her, but she put pressure on me with Shouting's authority. I had to listen to her and came back first, said Tao Lin, looking very guilty. All right, don't be guilty. It's Shouting's decision. We must obey his order. Let's go back and wait for more news. Shouting is coming here and should arrive in a few hours, said Xian Bei and took them to have a rest in Chao Wenxin's place. Chao Wenxin agreed because it was very late now. This time the wall was half as thick, so they soon dug a hole through it. Because a bat had attacked them last time, the man who went to dig the hole was much more careful this time. When the wall was about to break, he stood aside in case there was anything rushing out. Once he walked aside, the man holding the torch walked closer. When he saw nothing, the man continued to dig. After a while, a hole which allowed a person to climb through was ready, and the man holding a torch went in first again. After he was in, he only saw snakes, rats, and other small animals. He wasn't attacked. Boss, there is a passage. Upon seeing the passage, the man reported it to Ma Shibiao. Ma Shibiao's face lit up at once. He felt they could soon find the master chamber through the passage. When they got into the chamber, they indeed saw a passage, so they went ahead together. Gu still walked at the front. She didn't need a torch because the night luminescent pearl was much more useful. All the snakes, rats, and other small animals didn't dare to approach her. She only needed a torch when she needed to burn something.